is it, the final split of the NACL 2025 season. Rising stars, returning giants, and one last shot at promotion. The Skies will fight to hold their spot, but the challengers are hungry. With new teams from open qualifiers and a revamped format, anything can happen. This isn't just another split. It's the last stop before the LTA, before the big stage. NACL Split 2 starts July 17th. Let's finish the fight.
Yesterday we got the party started, and that action continues today for the NACL Split 2. Hello and welcome everyone. It is week 1, day 2, and the Rift yearns for more combat, and our NACL teams shall answer the call. For the casting desk, my name is Eric Desrex Beltran. Joining me is my co-caster, of course, the man who desperately missed me last split is Matthew Cubby Samuelson. Cubster, how's it going, man?
Did it's not a lie. We didn't get to cast a lot last split, Desrex, but excited to be joined by you in the caster booth to kick off my NACL split today. It was fun co-streaming yesterday. Way more fun being up here with you today.
Yeah, most definitely indeed, because, you know, I like some of the, some of the synergy that we got in our own type of way. You know, I try and knock you off the rails every now and then, and you try and put me back on. It's kind of this conflict that just works out, Cubby.
Especially when they, like, switch roles, and then it's like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah.
So we're going to try and keep everyone on their feet today,
So let's get the ball rolling. First thing is first, you want to keep up with all things NACL? Well, we got you. Check out our socials at WatchNACL for Twitter. And of course, choose your streaming service, whether it be Twitch or YouTube. It is at NACL on that. And it'll be sure to keep you in the loop for all things North American Tier 2. As that is, I mean, personally, I'm subscribed to it all, Cubby. I keep on top of my socials. I'm always watching for every single bit of news for the NACL.
If that's the case, I should think about writing that off in an invoice. So, which, you could too, maybe, writing off the subs. But hey, appreciate all the follows and support we had, of course. This split, a little bit of a different format, as is tradition here with the NACL, where we switch things up quite a bit. So if you want to stay up to date with any and all things NACL, important that you follow us everywhere to get that news, whatever suits you best.
All right. Well, we got to talk about what happened yesterday, Cubby, because, we just started the NACL, and already we have a lot of chaos going off on the Rift. I mean, first of all, Vancouver Impact versus Blue Otter. This was a game that kind of went as expected, especially with the current roster that we have from Blue Otter coming in. But then we had other games later on, Cubby. Some you were expecting to be bangers didn't end out becoming a banger, and some that we thought were going to be stomps, such as this LG game. We had a fight between CCG and LG.
This was the big upset yesterday with CCG taking down our reigning champions in Luminosity Gaming. Got to give credit to CCG. I think they played a couple of sequences really well, had this unique composition that could really enable the Yasuo. Did so to a very great degree. And then this was the other fun one yesterday, Desirux, because Winthrop honestly played a fantastic game in the Citadel. But it was CNV stealing an Otacon, CNV stealing a Baron, and CNV making a few plays that ended up, credit to Winthrop, they brought it back to the point where they went Nexus to Nexus against Citadel, but this push was never going to end up in ending the game. Ended up being a Citadel win, and a very exciting one to open up their season.
And then, of course, we had the Supernova versus Dorado Gaming match. One that was at least kind of surprising to me. I felt like Supernova really drafted Dorado into a hole, and Dorado a little bit overzealous with some of those dives that they went for. So I'm curious if we'll see a different take from them as we move on to the next.
I'm with you that Zaya was brutally outranged, and then this game was a really solid win for Dark Zero. Another one of the favorites that we have to be in that elusive top 2 that every team is gunning for this split of NACL, as of course top 2 brings you into that promotion relegation tournament against Disguised, and the top 2 teams from the LRN will be a very exciting way to wrap up our split, Desirux.
I'll say it was a little bummer with this game is that we did have a disconnect. We didn't get to see the best take of Conviction. So let's start running down the format of what's going to be going down this season, because now it is a best of 1 round robin. Cubby, that means every single game really matters for that playoff seeding.
It does, and to walk you through the format, we got a clip of our own that you can watch.
Let's break down how the final NACL split of 2025 is going to work. We're kicking off July 17th with a faster, punchier format. A single round robin best of 1 regular season, with August 8th being the final day of Phase 1, leading straight into an 8-team double elimination playoff bracket starting August 14th. Yep, you heard that right, double elim. With a mix of best of 3s and best of 5s all played in full fearless mode, no repicks, no second chances. But don't sleep on the regular season, because the bottom 2 teams aren't just out of playoffs, they'll have to defend their spot in 2026 against the best squads from the Open qualifiers. Speaking of which, want to go pro? Grab your friends and sign up for the last Open qualifier of the year starting August 23rd. 64 teams, double elim, best of 3s, and best of 5s. Top 4 move on to the NACL promotion tournament, where they'll face off against the bottom 2 NACL teams with a 2026 spot on the line. The top 2 teams from NACL, they'll head to the LTA North promotion tournament, joining Disguised and the best team from LATAM North, fighting for the final LTA guest slot, and a shot at Tier 1 events like MSI and World. The road's wide open, the rules are clear. It all starts now. For more information and match updates, follow @WatchNACL and tune in live.
It's almost like Mazel is here with us right now. It's always great hearing his voice. But let's pull up the standings and take a look at how things unfolded. Again, this is a best of 1 single round robin. So getting wins against some of these higher ranked teams really does mean a lot. And that's why it's a little bit surprising to see teams such as Luminosity Gaming, for example, being 0-1 very early off. Anything stand out to you, Cubby?
Oh, obviously the Luminosity loss was a big one, but also have to say that Dorado and both them and Winthrop, I think people had some expectations for, and likely playoff teams. Obviously, real bummer for Winthrop. They started off 0-1. Felt like there were 1 or 2 good plays away from securing that victory for themselves against Citadel, a team that most people did have higher up in the standings than Winthrop. So really, you can see the red, you can see the blue. Top 8 makes playoffs. Seeding, of course, is going to matter by the end of it, but every game matters. And as you highlighted, upset wins like CCG taking down Luminosity Gaming, that could be the big difference maker in terms of a seed difference or just making playoffs for teams by the end of this sprint of the round robin of best of 1s.
I remember there was someone who took last split and calculated it as if it was just a single round robin, and it really does shake up things quite a bit. So it means these teams are going to have to take these games very, very serious. And the games coming up, we'll pull up the schedule right now to see what's going to go down. Best of 1, single round robin, always going to mention that over and over. So every team does battle every single day. We got 5 games lined up on the docket, and it all starts with the reigning defending champions, Luminosity, seeking their first win against the Blue Shell Kings and Blue Otter. Cubby, any of these matches smell like a banger to you?
Yeah, we'll see how the Otters can do, as those Otters really hated the city of Vancouver yesterday. But yeah, that's a good one. Of course, I think the special treats at the end of the day, CCG against Supernova. Dardoch not only going up against his old team from last split, but also going up against Shogo, a player where the 2 of them were able to hoist a C-Law trophy together on University of St. Thomas. That's going to be a fun one, especially with how good CCG looked yesterday, frankly.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, CCG, definitely a team that I think a lot of people slept on, and kind of heard it from Shogo himself about some of the tier lists. That was some spicy stuff. Be sure to look up some of the interviews that we have.
He didn't list my name. I dodged a bullet there. If CCG plays the way they played yesterday,
specifically.
Yeah, if CCG plays the way they played yesterday, I'm going to look quite dumb as well by the end of the split if they play that way for the rest of the round robin. So yeah.
All right, so let's get into our first series of the day, and that's going to be Luminosity Gaming versus Blue Otter. And I think this one is going to be rather interesting because normally Blue Otter, the highest they've ranked, at least with their core, has been 5th place in playoffs. So they seen as this middle of the pack team, but when you look at some of the series that they've played out, especially last split, they would take a lot of our top teams to a series. And considering this is a best of 1 now, they do have that upset potential in their hand.
Yeah, this is an interesting split for Blue Otter for me because, as you highlighted, Desirux, yeah, it's a team that hasn't really cracked that top 4 yet, but it has been a team that's been really competitive. And of course, they made changes. They were a team that stuck together from last year through split 1. That's a long time. I mean, that was like 9+ months. Decided to make changes this split. It looked like a good debut yesterday against Vancouver Impact. We're gonna have to see if that coaching staff, where I would say that Blue Otter historically have been a well-coached team, can have to see how they do with some new members coming into the fold and how they can incorporate them and try and play a similar game and try and beat some of the feats that they were not able to hit with that old roster.
Now let's pull up Luminosity Gaming to see why they're the big bad wolf of the season. I mean, these are the reigning, defending, undisputed champions of NACL. I mean, I believe there's about 12 titles between all of them. It shows you the caliber player and the consistency that they bring. I mean, pretty tough squad right here, Cody.
Yeah, I think that we lovingly called this the LTA North Reject Squad, just given that historically most of those players have been playing at that level, and then when they weren't, as you highlighted, the titles they've been able to pick up in Tier 2 they've always made a case for themselves to play a higher than this level, added to that trophy case in the last split. And after a start they didn't want yesterday, gonna have to see if they can bounce back today against the Blue Water team that did look good against one of the weaker teams, or weaker perceived teams that we have in the league, in that Vancouver Impact.
All right, pulling up next is gonna be Blue Otter. Now this team is pretty tough. I've called them the Blue Shell team in the past. Big highlight to what they were able to pull out yesterday, especially from Quacker. I felt like he had a really impressive showing on that Rumble. He's been showing a lot of growth every single season we get him. And now with those two new added players you had mentioned in Chrome and Low Jazz, they're ready for the next part of the season.
Yeah, I was really happy that Quacker, might have taken a page from one of his coaches not listed here, the old playbook, and sneezes of the classic, I'm going to retire, but I'm not going to actually retire,
Psych.
Yeah, he psyched out for sure. So really good to have him back, and definitely a player that I feel like Fearless actually benefited a lot. That Rumble being a champion that he actually added this summer last year to his pool. And Quacker has always been someone where the picks that he plays, he lanes very well on them. Did show that decent laning phase on the Rumble yesterday, but also brought it to the team fights. I know that it was a Rovex MVP. I really felt like it was a Quacker MVP with how good he was playing in the Rumble that game. So really good to see that from him, and great to have him back in the league. Always been a competitive top laner when he's been competing in the NACL.
Yeah, and I've been talking to some of the members of Blue Otter about how things are really shaping up with the squad, and Chrome himself just said vibes, man, vibes. There's a lot of good energy that's brought. Rovex has complimented Chrome in the post-game interview that we saw yesterday, saying he brings such positive energy. Rovex being highlighted by Chrome, saying that he is very high IQ when it comes to a lot of these decision makings on the Rift. Well, we're gonna have to see a lot more of that, because for Rovex, last split probably wasn't his best. Is it gonna be a return to that summer season form that we saw before, Cubby?
I hope so, and that's a great shout, Desirux, because again, that Blue Otter team, I mean, there were points where the Dark Zero squad that was, Maryville in the league at the time, or sorry, they were Dragon Steel at the time. They were saying that Blue Otter was one of the teams that was most competitive against them in scrims. They were actually kind of scared of facing them in the playoff bracket. Obviously, things did not go the way that Blue Otter wanted to in that playoff bracket for summer. But again, this is a team that historically has kind of become a fan favorite, I would say, as a middle-of-the-pack team that can punch above their weight class. And with those new members, definitely a team that's hoping to do so. And frankly, for Chrome, hoping to punch at the weight class he was punching at last split, as of course he had a great performance with that Conviction roster, who did end up top 3.
I mean, that Conviction roster was able to take down near airport, so
yeah.
I'm sure that felt good, taking down one of the veterans of the league. Now, speaking of veterans, talking over to Luminosity Gaming, I mean, this is the squad that at least the core of them have won the NACL 3 times, so they are the big dog to take out there. But we did start to see some weaknesses, at least yesterday in their series. One of them being that Tomio wasn't really as connected when he needed to be with the rest of the roster.
Yeah, if I could throw 2 clips up on the screen, the 2 big fights that CCG won, Tomio was looking for big flanks as the Wukong, and while he was missing from the rest of the core, CCG were able to use that comp where they could play fast and punish. You called it when we were talking about the games beforehand, highlighting how Shogo did a great job of picking his spots on that bot lane Yasuo to go in, get in that back line. Part of that was that the Wukong was missing. I mean, those Cyclones can make life really hard for Yasuo. Tomio wasn't there to help peel as he was looking for that big flank. Still think that was very necessary in the games yesterday, and CCG found a good punish and honestly notched, again, a very impressive win. Which we will talk about more later on in the day, Desrex. Of course, they're playing last, but Luminosity Gaming going to try and bounce back today against a team that, frankly, like, if we're going to look at rosters and where we expect things to be, Luminosity Gaming should be able to take home this one, but hey, best one, anything can happen, so we're just going to have to see.
I mean, off of that, we got to pull up the predictions now, because you said they're the favorite to take this one. Let's see what the casters think. I know the way this is going to go, because it's pretty unanimous across the board. Luminosity Gaming, when you have a reputation of consistency as they do, this is the expectation right now. I mean, across the board, every single caster going for Luminosity.
Well, I will say the Blue Water, I felt like they were almost taking out the bummer of Team Liquid, their partner, not making it to MSI on the Vancouver Impact yesterday. There it is, we're completely making this one up, but hey. No one really thinks Blue Otter's going to punch above their weight class on our team today. I will say, I don't think this is necessarily a 6-0. I want to give some credit of how Blue Otter played yesterday. Hope they bring that same play again today, going up against Luminosity Gaming as we're diving into the picks and bans. And Desirux, no Zoe, no Aurora for Samikin. Those are very targeted bans in my eyes right now, going towards that Azir, which Was buffed for whatever godforsaken reason on 25-14. Definitely would be first pick by Sanity. Was played well by Samikin yesterday, well enough to notch a third ban aimed at Samikin out of Luminosity Gaming.
I've also been slightly frustrated. I am a Pantheon fan, so now that he's in the meta and now he's
just
top in terms of bans, at least in the NACL, and that breaks my heart, man, to say the least. But yeah, a lot of those targeted bans going over to Samikin. For those who actually know him and have watched him for quite a while, he does very well on a lot of those artillery mages. So taking stuff away like so, he's definitely going to be pretty big. As Luminosity, they're going straight for the Talia for Insanity.
All right, another takeaway from Samikin. So a lot of targeting at him early on. We'll say Samikin, potential for Ori here. Also could go for the Orianna, a common matchup that we have seen up against the Talia. Have a couple options if you want to play an Assassin or play a Control Mage. Wei would be a Samikin special, as he is the Artillery Mage specialist, and that looks to be the pick for Blue Otter.
Yeah, so we got our mages throwing down in the mid lane. Insanity versus Samikin. Insanity winning his first NACL title just last split. Always got to feel good for that one. Samikin just shy of playoffs, which feels kind of bad because they did have a game win rate higher than Winthrop's. They just didn't have the series locked in, and that's what really got them right there. As next part of the draft comes in, Lojaz is going to go straight for that Xin Zhao, so getting the pressure with the fighter in the jungle.
Definitely puts a little bit of pressure on Tomio, too, to likely go for a Poppy or a Wukong, as those are the other two good pairings, especially with the Talia. Trundle's playable against Xin Zhao, but, that's actually going to be the lock-in. A little bit harder to play around with the rocks when you have Trundle compared to the Poppy or the Wukong, but still potential to drop that pillar and set up. Definitely dissuades a tank being played between that and the Rumble picked up. So that will be locked in for Fakod. Also, I would say a bit of a takeaway from Quacker. We'll see what pick Quacker wants to take here. Is would likely to see the top laners matched. Of course, could try and secure a bot lane, could try and secure a support and go from there. Not going to be the case for Blue Water, as we have top sides locked in across the board. And so far at SRX, do you think that with the Talia, the Rumble, a lot of reach for that Luminosity Gaming comp to try and execute and try and find that way? We saw yesterday, in particular, I thought Sword used Talia walls really well for Winthrop in that series to just try and set up some good plays. And when you're going up against an immobile artillery mage, that's something that you got to try and do outside of the laning phase, because that's a tough laning phase for Talia to get out of. So going to have to find ways to punish Wei in other ways this game.
It's a tough laning phase to get out of, but what they have so far does synergize pretty decently well together, because we have a lot of terrain, and we one of those provides a slow on top of it. So when you're pairing that alongside the equalizer, it makes it easier to kind of try and funnel a team in when it comes to those mid-game team fights. But as you were mentioning, it is the lane that you have to get through first for Insanity.
I would love to see a Jhin ban aimed at Chrome here. I think that Hui plus Jhin, like Artillery Mage plus Jhin, if you guys have played at home, like Jhin Zerath, that's really tough to deal with. Hui has that reach with, I think it's the QW. You get that bonus range to try and set up for Jhin. Also a specialty pick for Chrome. And they're not really showing any true tanks right now. So do think that would be nice. As okay, Alistar going to be taken off the board for me. That spell is actually really want to grab a Jhin here. So I think this kind of has to be the ban for Luminosity Gaming. If not, they're a comp that has a lot of reach. Jhin always wins out on the range war between the W and the R. So I think that would take away a lot of power they have in the composition. So I think they want to take away Jhin. As do you think the onus is on Luminosity Gaming to play faster in this one? If this goes late, scaling of the Hui and Ambessa is very real. Is LG going to recognize that and take Jhin off the board?
And that only really leaves, well, if I'm still looking for range, I would start looking at Caitlyn. That's been a common pick that we've seen so far in NACL.
Good shout.
If you want to go for that.
Yeah, I think Caitlyn, throughout MSI, really rose up in priority. People realize that you can be not only lane dominant, but also use that to find swaps. We saw a lot of Kate and Sion being paired up yesterday on blue side as two champs that you can blind, and also two champs where you have a lot of priority early to swap. Sion loves being the 1v2s. Caitlyn's always going to get pushed, so you can get swaps off when you want. Definitely been something that has seen a lot of success of late, but will not be the marksman locked in quite yet. Instead, with that Alistar taken away, going to secure the Rel for Rovex. It did notch him that MVP yesterday, Desrex.
Yeah, the Rel, that will get you some pretty good team fight potential and Honestly, a solid engage that can really help this follow-up that you're going to get from a team that's looking to pretty much dive your backline as fast as they can. And how do you take care of that? You lock in a Poppy. Steadfast Presence can stop a lot of those dashes.
Like the Poppy for Zazel, think that this gives them even more control over the terrain with the Steadfast Presence. Also, the Keeper's Verdict to try and get a numbers advantage on these fights. Ability to do that and quickly execute with stuff like a Talia, like a Rumble. Again, very real. And a lot of immobile marksmen are left. It's going to be Chrome blocking in the Jinx, which that's going to be a tricky one to pilot this game. I think the lane's okay for the Jinx plus Rel, but man, you got to go up against a pillar later on with an equalizer over the top. Those Weaver's walls makes Poppy very threatening too with the ease. Definitely going to be tough for Chrome, who doesn't have a Thresh, doesn't have a Tom Kench for that get out of jail free card. So his positioning later on is going to be really important in this game if Blue Otter does want to scale and win. And scaling, I still think, is very good for them. A lot of range between the Hwei and the Jinx. And, of course, we've all seen what Ambessa can do later on as those Beyblades start to hit pretty hard later.
On top of that, you got a fighter coming out of the jungle. You already talked about Ambessa, so you have stuff that can set up the resets for the Jinx when these team fights do break out. Good damage sources that can try and get this Jinx really rolling. I will worry about the earlier phases, though, because I do like what Luminosity bring towards the early to mid game. And even Corki, the scaling you can get from the late game, we've seen that in the past really shine through for some late game, what's the word I'm looking for, really clutches. I think it was Double Lift. We saw a game where both Nexus towers were down, and because they couldn't get the Corki, that was able to just take over the game.
Yeah, the thing does a lot of damage if you are within range. I think the positive for Blue Water, again, Hwei and Jinx ability to interact outside of the range of Corki, but like the fact you're bringing that up, Deserex, because it really feels like the shotgun of Luminosity Gaming, you know, when they're going to use their R keys, a lot of pressure going to be put on the Blue Water to have to deal with that terrain of Keeper's Verdict plus the Weaver's Wall, and also just trying to find engages themselves, going through the rocks of Talia, going through the Steadfast Presence of Poppy. That's something that's pretty tough for Xin Zhao, who's a pretty one-directional champion. So I do think there are some challenges for Blue Otter, but again, their scaling is really nice this game. So Onus is going to be on Luminosity Gaming to play quickly.
So one of my questions is going to be, looking at the Corki specifically, I think it was yesterday we saw the Shojin Corki build as a response to get in some of that R damage and poke coming through. Do you think we're going to potentially see that to focus more for a mid-game oriented squad?
Maybe. We've seen it a little bit less in bot lane. It's been a little bit more common mid, but definitely a choice that Tactical has in this one. But of course, folks, if you want to have your voices heard on who is going to win, we have it set up. You can spam in Twitch chat, try and see who's going to win here between Luminosity Gaming and Blue. Put LG or Blue in Twitch chat and get the nice dopamine of seeing you can impact that number that we have on our screen. As, of course, Blue Water does have a lot of fans. You're going to have to go up against them. LG as, again, going to be the fan, or I should say the favorites coming into this as our defending champs, who are looking to recover from the stumble they had to kick off the split yesterday.
Yeah, it's like the favorites versus the fan favorites. That's what we're seeing right now. Blue Water, their socials go hard, man. You got to follow their social media presence because they're all over the place with it, and they're willing to talk a lot of crap and, admit a lot of fault in very meany ways, to say the least. So, yeah, we can obviously see why Blue Water is so beloved right here, and they've been a beloved team for a while. But again, this is a tough mountain that they need to climb to take over a team that has such consistency, such a win rate in the NACL as a whole.
Yeah, and it looks like fans kind of like the scaling of Blue Otter so far, whether it's that or just the Otters itself. Yeah, I will say, my favorite thing that Blue Otter pulled, the socials last year, the first player pick they had, all the players transformed into, like, mean otters. Which that was kind of nice for the player picks, you know? I never knew that one was coming.
And Luminosity, you got to step it up a little bit. I know we got the congratulations tweet for Luminosity, but man, I mean, some of the teams we see with more active social medias, they're always a lot of fun. When Disguised was in the NACL, they had the stick figure drawings of everyone. So I always love stuff like that, man.
Yeah, still doing. I will say, a shout out to anyone and everyone that's at least trying to promote the league, especially if you're within one of the teams. Love to see our team is posting and just sharing some good stuff, whether it's post-game interviews. That's something I really liked with FlyQuest. They like have Basil doing the Olipop interviews. I know it's a sponsor deliverable, but I still get some really good moments out of players like that. And it's a little bit harder when things are remote here in the NACL, but I always like our teams taking that extra effort to at least share some of the stories they have behind the scenes that we aren't always able to uncover as a broadcast, SRX. So always good.
Going back into the topic of this game, I had talks with Zazel about how a lot of these games, they already mean a lot in the context of the round robin, best of one, and whatnot. But to them in specific, being reigning defending champions, what he was telling me is it's not really the fact that they're champions that puts the pressure on them. It's the fact that, once an LTA veteran can't win the NACL, it's easy to call into question their abilities to perform in the LTA. So these games still have a heavy emphasis on even high-performing teams such as LG.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think that's some of the thrill of the formats, SRX,
Yeah.
Everyone's got to perform at their highest every single game, because like LG, they started off with a stumble again. They have to try and bring things back today to get in that win column.
Game number 1 of the day. You guys believe in the Otters taking down the champions. Well, we'll see right now as they're going to hit the rift. Luminosity Gaming versus Blue Otters. It starts right now.
I like the thumbs up emote coming in from the corner, It's like Insanity was happy to have that little pan view and happy to get in this game, as he's got his hands on that Talia that usually we're used to seeing in the hands of Samikin. Definitely been a big pick for him in his days with Blue Otter. Chance to play the way into it, though. Another pick that I know that it's been 3 bans aimed at Samikin and the Talia taken away from him, but this is another pick that has been really big for him.
So you put a lot of emphasis on Luminosity Gaming and how they're supposed to play out a lot of these early stages. Where do you see the attack really coming from right here?
Ooh, that's a good call. So playing Trundle, I think that Trundle's at his best when you're able to get up in the face of your opponent. Luminosity Gaming should have push early on in the top lane. Talia needs a level or 2 to try and compete with Wei, who, of course, the QEs can kind of delete or compete with waves early on. Kind of depends on how Samikin wants to play that. But would love to see Tomio get active early on, try and set the Xin Zhao behind, and then the matchup that's the best for them in the early game is going to be that Rumble going into the Ambessa.
And it's a good place to attack through and through because, again, Quacker yesterday really did shine out. And I will say I've been very impressed with the growth of Quacker that we've seen from season to season so far, because when we first saw him, it was like, okay, he can get a lot of solo kills, he's this Darius Olaf Ghost player. Now he's really started to round out as a much more diverse player.
No, again, a player that we said Fearless has been good for him. Like the Udyr, he added that to his kit. That was drawing a lot of bans this time last year. The Rumble champ that he's added within the last year and a half, drawing a lot of bans last year, and definitely a good pick for Fake God, but also we can say after his performance yesterday, a bit of a takeaway from Quacker as well, as a pick that, despite the nerfs, is still holding very high priority with these teams.
Stages of the game, both junglers already northbound at the moment. Clearing out his camp is going to be Low Jazz on that red side, now moving downwards, where there is a lot of pressure. Priority does belong to the bottom lane of Luminosity Gaming, so potential to make an impact on Antonio. Kind of heeding your advice, Gubby, as he veers over towards his blue, will end up on that top side if he wants to make an attack on the Ambessa.
Word already dropped from Quacker there, so we'll see if Tomio can maybe find a window, if that was communicated at all, where he can potentially sneak in to get involved.
Teleport already being used from Insanity, getting an early little recall in. Now with that, I'm definitely curious on this setup right now for what Low Jazz wants us to go for, because there is a ward on his blue buff. So as of the moment, Luminosity have information on where he's going to be.
Actually, the tier and triple pot for Insanity is kind of interesting there, as he fast-paced that tier. Maybe trying to get to that earlier Seraphs to find the spike. That's a big one for Talia. But I do like this from Tomio. He got off a really fast clear. He's actually reverse clearing and trying to take that crab away from Low Jazz on the Xin, but it feels like Low Jazz has kind of read this. Going to likely base and go compete for that other crab on the top side of the map. But I like the idea from Tomio. It's at least going to delay Xin Zhao a bit. And yeah, with the base coming in, you can see Tomio, there's mid push from the Talia. Trying to use that to get a double crab start. And so Trundle hasn't found the Zin's out early on, still setting him behind a little bit. Looks like Lojaz, all he can do is just kind of accept his fate.
I mean, you got the mid push, you got the top push, so this is going to set Lojaz behind a little bit. Nice, honestly, nice playing around the priority of their lane setup. You have a recall coming out from Tomio as Lojaz starts to put his attention towards his top side, but nothing really to happen.
That was nice. I definitely see like that early TP being used by Insanity, right? It wasn't matched by Samikin, getting the full mana bar, the health bar, 3 pots in the tier, helped ensure that Tomio could have that positive start. And of course, Fake God in this matchup against Ambessa kind of let those first 3 waves bounce back. So he had push at that time too. So not sure how far in advance Luminosity Gaming were planning out that opener, but certainly was a good one for Tomio.
Painful for Quacker on top of it. You know, Fake God really utilizing the overheat. You get the bonus damage on the autos. Getting those in, always going to feel real good to keep Quacker forced in underneath the tower. Now, first dragon of the game, now going to hit the map. A lot of priority really does belong to Luminosity, so if they want to stack early dragons, which should work in the favor of their win condition, definitely play to go for.
We're going to have kind of decision time here for Tomio as he is clearing out his Raptors. Option to walk in towards that Dragon Pit, which Insanity is going towards now. Neither bot lane is base, which I think really benefits the Corky Poppy as they have more resources in their health bar. And yeah, Lojaz was kind of sticking his face in there a little bit. Not quite able to have enough confidence to walk in as the pillar into the flick actually hurts Insanity a little bit more than it hurt Samikin there.
It's pretty tough to duel out a Trundle, especially in the early stages when he's pretty much just stealing out your AD and does have that pillar to slow any escape you might go for. So once you Audacious charge in, you are not going out. And Lojaz is definitely going to respect that as first dragon is going to be taken by Luminosity.
All right, I will say I'm a wee bit surprised that the Jinx Rel weren't able to have a little bit more control over this lane / wave. Because of course, Jinx, you know, use those AoE Qs. A lot of the times, those rockets can get you priority, but not the case. Instead, they are going to be giving away that dragon to swap lanes. As TP did come out from Quacker, Fake God actually going to hold on to his own and be able to catch the entire wave. That could be really good for an upcoming Grub fight, Deserux. Looks like Fake God going to be able to interact with this fight. Insanity will, of course, have the Weaver's Wall available to quickly get there. So real potential for a numbers advantage here for Luminosity Gaming before the second objective of the game spawns. Could be a little bit dangerous here for Blue Otter.
They got the first footing onto the river. You can see Tomio threatening Lojaz right there. Just the pillar alone be enough of a threat, and Tomio's going to grab himself another Scuttle Crab.
He might get 6 off this too. As he's getting real close. Of course, started with that double crab. That could be really big if he has 6 and there is no 6 up for Lojaz. That plus Rumble having access to a TP could be big. Is Samikin gonna maybe force Insanity out?
Yeah, damage comes out first. Blood from Samikin will get the solo bolo onto Insanity.
You want to give Samikin props. Actually went for the elixirs in the blue or the inspiration tree, not the biscuits. The one you get at this time, I'm blanking on the name, but it does give you a little bit of extra damage. And that pop from Samikin was a big one as he found Insanity.
Yeah, very nice from Samikin. I mean, so far from what I've been seeing from Insanity, especially last game, is a lot of careless play, a lot of reckless play coming through, and Samikin quickly capitalizes on that.
I mean, Insanity, I almost can't blame him. I was surprised that did enough damage to take him down. He's sitting on his flash, chose not to flash out of the W, which of course procs plays passive as well from the ultimate. So that was enough to get him 100-0. Insanity thinking that he had a little bit more juice in the tank than he actually did. Not the case. We'll say that off the reset, Tomio is hitting these on spawn, and with no whale, Insanity still being back here. Yes, he's down, but I think he has enough pressure to ensure the second monster objective does go over the Tomio and Luminosity Gaming.
Point to really point out right now, I believe this is the second time in the season so far that Insanity's been first blood. Starting to look like a potential point to play around for some of these teams, in Blue Otter will find their success over there. First 3 grubs going over to Luminosity Gaming. A lot of pressure underneath this top tower as Rovex is all by his lonesome. Zazel baits out the exhaust and Rovex goes home.
All right, well played by Zazel. Gonna be 3 grubs and a plate going over to Luminosity Gaming, and not a whole lot traded back by Blue Otter as they're gonna use that time to swap Clacker and swap Chrome back to the lanes. which will be responded again by Luminosity Gaming.
Man, Samikin's really keeping up the harassment right now. I mean, this is an artillery mage. This is the comfort area for Samikin. He works really well when he was able to play from a distance and just keep poking you out.
Yeah, I think the one thing that, you know, players at home, when it comes to artillery mages, like what matters for me so much is movement. You don't have a lot of movement spells when you're playing an artillery mage. You have to make sure that you're positioned well and you're moving well. Something that I've always thought Samikin does very well, just innately as a player. Always been a skill that he's had, regardless of who he's playing. So, yeah, like, you know, it's easy to look at the skill shots and everything that's landing, but also you got to be in position to be able to do that damage, throw out those skills without being under a lot of threat. I think that's what really sets Samikin apart from a lot of other players, which, I mean, kind of makes sense when you're a Zoe main and your R, it's like, what, on a 6-second cooldown, like, locks you in place a little bit. Have to be careful where you cast those. And, yeah, when it comes to Zoe, Samikin is one of the players that writes the book on how to play that champion, especially on this server.
But even with that first blood, a lot of this momentum still belongs to Luminosity Gaming. They've been able to grab the first strike of the game, first 3 grubs, and of course Tomio, who's just been on a spree right now, counter-jungling low jazz.
Oh, that's a good shout, Tesserux. I will say I think Blue Otter is kind of okay with this, though. You have the Hui, you have the Ambessa later on. If you can protect that Jinx, it's not all gloom and doom for them. So I do think that like they have fallen behind, but hasn't gotten too bad. As Insanity might be in trouble. That's a bad flash.
Again, that place to focus has been the mid lane, and it's proving true once again as another kill is found on Insanity.
Yeah, just late on the flash there from Insanity. Already used his flick, his E. That's a really good point. Or timer, I should say, for low jazz to get in there. The big cooldowns where Talia can escape ganks were down, and that flash was too late. Already caught the R of Hui, so that's a flash and a death. Really expensive for a Talia. And that takeaway pick, again, 3 bans at Samikin, and first pick taking away that Talia. The Hui was up, and Samikin's making Luminosity Gaming feel that punishment.
And they banned away a lot of strong picks. They even banned away a lot of Samikin-specific picks, but you didn't get them all. Samikin's looking good so far on this way, but Luminosity Gaming now setting up for another dragon. They're really focusing up onto this dragon stacking. Now Rovex caught out all by his lonesome, burns his flash to try and escape, but he's going nowhere but to the respawn.
Well played by Zeyzal, delaying that steadfast presence. Of course, we didn't see the W even be cast by the Rel. Was waiting for that to expire, but Rovex goes down. That's going to be the 3rd monster objective in the feat secured here for Luminosity Gaming, as this Trundle and how it's played with Zeyzal definitely gotten Luminosity Gaming off to a quick start. And I mean, outside of the mid lane, it really has been Luminosity Gaming getting what they wanted. The Rumble doesn't necessarily have a lead, but still the control. I mean, you got the first 2 dragons on time, first 3 grubs, Trundle a little bit ahead. Pretty happy with where you're at as LG.
Yeah, it's going to force Blue Otter's hand eventually, once we get towards those later stages and we do get Dragon Soul available. Again, it's an accelerated game that Luminosity are looking for before the scaling of Blue Otter hits.
Oh, Insanity gonna be able to escape that one. I think I saw Samikin try and go for the Fear out of the wall, which is definitely the... if you do get Talia, if you catch her with the Fear, falls out of the wall, that's a way to get a kill. But Insanity was able to escape that gank without using Flash. Weaver's Wall at level 10, though, a very high cooldown to expend. As Quacker might be under threat here. We'll see if he plays this one in front of his turret.
Man, the Myth, the Beard finds the wall slam, and now Quacker flashing forward to chase down Zeyzal, still caught out by the rest of Insanity. The execution goes out onto Tomio. It's enough to survive. Now the counterattack coming from Blue Otter. They'll be able to get 1 kill. Now looking for Zeyzal. Quacker grabs that. Insanity still has a lot of HP, able to get the seismic shove, pulls Low Jazz back in, but they have to be careful of Samikin, and just like that, Blue Otter keeps scrapping out.
You know, Samikin used the shield there on Low Jazz. I think if he uses the speed up and gets in range of Insanity, he's no flash, no ult. There's a real threat there against the Talia. But do want to focus on the play that we did see on our screen. Not the opportunity that might have been missed by Blue Otter, and that was Quacker playing that gank really well, Tesserux. He navigated that one nicely.
Yeah, again, this is a player that we've said has shown so much growth, and despite getting slammed up against the wall, despite all the pressure on him, he handles it like a pro.
Really, like, instantly flashes out of the equalizer. That's the ability that's doing the most damage to him. And then that R keeps Tomio under the tower, takes a bonus tower shot, helps set him up for to be cleaned up by Low Jazz. But again, the way that Quacker navigated that one between the flash and his R, it kept him off of that equalizer, that ability that's going to be doing the most damage to him. So really well done by Quacker to navigate that gank, and that does secure one of the kill set of feats. Beautiful fear by Samikin.
That was a very nice timed fear. Will stop what could have been that stun against the wall.
First brick, though. That's feats.
That belongs over to Luminosity Gaming. They're still playing the map incredibly well. It's Blue Otter who are getting the better of these fights. Especially that last little performance by Quacker. Again, this was someone who is just kind of a surprise pickup that we saw in the NACL over time. I believe he played on, what was it, Urbana-Champaign, University of Illinois. A lot of time on Wildcard Black, and didn't really have that much of a reputation until he started really getting his own name from season to season in development.
Yeah, definitely a player I've always been familiar and biased with, just because way back in my day when I was coaching collegiate as a student, and also afterwards as a like during the COVID era, we scrimmed against him. Always a player that I really respected from those. Knew his picks really well. Was able to show that on stage too, and definitely one that has slowly moved up the ranks in terms of development. Still sticking around today as he's working on a few more degrees for himself, and always been a player that brings his best to the Rift. Gonna have to see if he can do so later on as the Mbessa is again. Mbessa, a champion that can really break the composition of Luminosity Gaming later on. That's where my concern is right now, Desterux, is LG, they're down 500 gold. It's not exactly where you want to be going up against a Hui, a Jinx, and Mbessa. The fact that you don't have a lead right now, that could spell trouble later.
Yeah, especially with this dragon stacking that Luminosity were looking to go for. Next dragon spawns in a minute 15 seconds. And now Luminosity going after the Rift Herald. This will be pretty good to go ahead and attack some towers and try and even out this gold difference.
I still think it's okay that this was given to feed gold over to Quacker right now. Because, again, Mbessa, if she's able to get to that 2-item mark, looks like it's going to be a Cyclo Sword, which is decent, I will say, from Quacker into a squishier team. So going to go for an Mbessa that definitely packs a bigger shotgun punch early on. Okay to build a little bit more damage against the Trundle, too, because, of course, if you stack up resistances, that can be tough later on, because Trundle just zaps those away from you. Yeah. And I like the fact you bring up this Dragon, too, because I think this one's impactful. I mean, if Blue Otter can buy themselves 5 minutes here by taking this, could be nice. Rovek's going to have to navigate his way out of this one.
He didn't get stunned against the wall, but he still gets caught.
No.
The Keeper's verdict now, the follow-through. Fake God going to burn Rovex down. And just like that, Luminosity get the setup they need for the Dragon.
Chrome took a lot of damage there, too. Not ideal if you're Blue Otter, because now Low Jazz might be under threat. Has to respect the potential E coming out from Poppy. Love the positioning from Zazel. They take the mid turret. They drop the Herald. They're going to look for a crash here and look for free time on that Dragon, which would secure them Soul Point and really put this Blue Otter team that does scale well on the clock.
I'm going to say is never let Insanity drive that Rift Herald. We saw what happened yesterday. he revoked his driver's license outright. That's why no one jumped into that one. But here comes the teleport. Might have a play around this Dragon. Dragon definitely will go the way of Luminosity Gaming. But here comes the fight right after. Lojaz pinned up against the wall as the equalizer goes down. Zazel taking a lot of damage. Lojaz will be the first one to fall. Chrome looking to bail out, but Tactical has his number. Now going right over the wall is Rovex to try and find safety, but Quacker falls at the hands of Insanity. Now Rovex critically low. Tactical has the cutoff point, but doesn't notice Rovex's location, and Luminosity peel off, evening up the kill score.
Look, I know giving away Soul Point there, that's a lot to give over. I don't think Blue Otter should have taken that fight. They were not in position to take that one.
Not at all.
Go trade gold. Go have Quacker take that top outer turret. Try and get your Mbessa further ahead. Trying to fight from behind against this composition. You got to walk through that choke between Talia, Trundle, and this Rumble Equalizer that was beautiful from Fake God. I mean, take another look. Blue Otter's late at the objective. That's a great R from the Rumble. It splits the fight. Everyone from Blue Otter has to retreat to different sides of the fight, and there was really no potential for them to get any setup there, so I do think that Blue Otter should have thrown that one to the wayside. That top outer turret's low. Get Mbessa more resources, play for scaling. I know that's a tough decision to make, but I feel like Blue Otter gave away a lot of gold to Luminosity Gaming that was not necessary there when they could have traded some out to get that gold on priority members for themselves.
Yeah, the setup was pretty subpar for Blue Otter, to say it nicely. I mean, yes, Quacker, his ultimate only hit Tomio. That was really it. And Tomio was able to flash out, stayed alive, so even Quacker wasn't the recipient of anything good there. Now Samikin looking to duel this out with Insanity. Insanity's feeling the better for this one, but to dodge the first move. Weaver's wall coming out. This blocks Samikin from an escape and gives Tactical a free kill. It's like shooting fish in a barrel as he goes on a killing spree.
I thought the Embers were going to get the way out, but that Weaver's Wall from Insanity locked him in, got a freebie over to Tactical, who got really fed off that last fight, too. Really like the plated steel caps going into the Jinx that outranges you, and that Ambessa that's going for the lethality, going to help Tactical a lot more throughout the game. Got to believe he's got a Miramana completed in base, too, when he gets back there. And this Corki that you highlighted, Deserex, could have been the Shojin build, did go for that Triforce build in the bot lane. He's going to be hitting really hard in this next fight.
Trinity Force completed 3-0-1. Tactical is ready to play, and it's still going to be a while before Chrome is even near that situation to bring the fight back. And a lot of these things that were working in favor of Blue Otter, now they're slowly getting swept away from them. Now it's a game of catch-up for Blue Otter.
And with, Otacon on the map, I guess potential for Blue Otter to try and zap that one. The XP comeback mechanic there is very real. So definitely something to look out for. If you are Blue Otter, this will be instantly started though by Luminosity Gaming. I love the priority they have in the top side. Samakin does have a TP stuck bot, but again, the setup here just not in favor of Blue Otter, and really tough to walk into a Talia, walk into a Poppy. As, Robex loses half his HP there to Insanity. Keeper's Verdict being channeled. That thing's going down.
Yeah, that's such an easy grab. The way they zoned off, again, it's hard to walk into the Talia Poppy as you talk, but then you have Tactical who's throwing missiles over the Baron pit wall to harass even further. So an excellent pickup coming out from Luminosity, an excellent setup on the objective.
Really, really well played by LG. Definitely felt like yesterday, Deserex, we talked about Tomio being missing from a couple of those fights. The start that he had to this game, his ability to really get ahead on low jazz. Look at the inventories right now. Yeah, that guy just based. I'm almost surprised he didn't finish off a dead man's plate there, Deserex, with how far ahead he is. I really like how, yesterday we saw a few fights where the Wukong was looking for flanks, wasn't there. Of course, Trundle, a different champion. Definitely not what we were looking to do with Trundle, look for flanks. But just the setup the rest of the team has around these objectives definitely feels like after that loss yesterday, maybe took a second look at the tape and definitely patched up a few of the mistakes that did help them drop that game yesterday and make sure they were better prepared for this one today. And now, what they've also been very good at is taking those dragons on time. 40 seconds left. Chrome, no flash. Gets on the other side. Good sidestep.
Beautifully played by Chrome. He
well
just
navigated.
barely gets on the other side and sidesteps the seismic shove, as you had mentioned. That's not going to be the pick Luminosity we're looking for, but they're still in the driver's seat of this game as they're the first touch towards the river. They're setting up for Dragon. It will spawn in 20.
Yeah, thanks to our observers for the toggle here. You can see how dark it is for Blue Water. One ward snuck over the wall. Samakin here early, which will help. Hui can provide some vision and definitely provide some damage here in the chokes. Like how Tomio is fishing for these pillars. You can see how the pillar potentially sets up a Talia just with the slow field going down.
It sets up the Talia, it sets up the Rumble as well, can keep them in the equalizer even longer. And just this zone control that you have from Luminosity, not allowing them anywhere near the river and poking them out slowly but surely. And Quacker losing a quarter of his health, same thing with Chrome.
Oh?
And now the fight coming out. Quacker looking for the engage onto Tactical. He wants to get the 1v1, but Tactical's all right taking that fight. He goes on a rampage as Quacker gets slain.
Tactical just took down the Ambessa in the 1v1 like it was nothing. The Dragon was started, but now alt cast on the low jazz. He's melting.
Oh, it's absolute disaster as the equalizer goes down and it cooks the Otters for dinner. One kill will get picked up by Chrome, but Chrome falls in the back half as Blue Otter looking for retreat. Luminosity Gaming, they're going to get Dragon Soul.
Great angle from Fake God on that TP, just locking Blue Water into that bot side of the river. Rovex has a smite, baby!
Oh, Rovex looking for the steal, gets slammed up against the wall from the stun. A good attempt, but no cigar. Dragon Soul for Luminosity Gaming.
Do like how they took Rovex down before they finished the Dragon, as Luminosity Gaming checking all the boxes they need to clean this one up. And man, that bad Corki pay off in the end is, look at the bottom of the screen. Rovex, he's got smite. Of course, the patch change. That's, I think, a 600 smite. But that second one you get with the spellbook, which is likely where Rovex is now, was not able to get that one low enough to secure. And that will be Soul going over to Luminosity Gaming, who I know is sad, a couple scares in the mid lane as Samakin got off to a good start in this one, Deserex. But as a team, Luminosity Gaming has done a great job of shutting the door on that Hui pick and making sure that their objective setups were nothing but clean.
It's been minor micro blunders that we've been seeing from Luminosity Gaming, but when it comes to their map play, it is absolutely immaculate so far because they keep the pressure on. And you can see the way this is synergizing all together as Rovex gets caught out once again. Equalizer beautifully placed by Fake God. But LoJazz still looking to return fire. Chrome will grab one kill, but now he's separated from the rest of the team. Quacker's going to fall to Insanity. It's a double kill picked up by Tactical as Blue Otter get cut off.
Yeah, was a fan of the public execution from Quacker, the attempt on the Insanity, but once that misses, he's the one getting publicly executed as, man, everything's been pretty clean for Luminosity Gaming. Of course, MVPs now, you guys get to vote in the chat who you think the MVP is, so spam Tomio, spam Tactical, spam Zazel on the NACL stream to have your voice heard, and who's going to hoist that MVP at the end of this one. As if it keeps on going this way, it certainly feels like Luminosity Gaming have checked all the boxes necessary in order to clean this one up. Pretty crazy. Baron has not even spawned yet. They've had a soul for a few minutes. Elder's up in pre-30. That's when you know that your dragon stacking was pretty clean there, Deserex, when you have a pre-30 Elder spawning.
Yeah, beautifully done by Luminosity Gaming. And now they can just basically have their way with the map as they start to maneuver around towards this Baron area. Surely going to get some deep vision established over here. And again, it sets the battle lines that Blue Otter can just not pass. The zone control that Luminosity have is such a threat. And we're not done just yet because now Chrome is under threat. No summoners available, so Tomio takes a bite out of him. And now Rovex cut off the Weaver's wall, cutting off the rest. It's Lambs to the slaughter as the Otters fall one by one. Two remain, and now Luminosity see purple in their sights.
Tactical has gone legendary on the Corki this game, and yeah, seeing purple, I think they wanted to clothe in it too. Deserex, they're going to take down the big purple worm, steal their garb for their own. That buff's going to be up for the Elder to spawn as well, and again, Luminosity Gaming. I mean, this almost feels like a return to form. I know game one, again, this was a team that unanimously people had at the top of their tier list, the favorites to really get into the promotion tournament as, Samakin. That way wasn't his. He's going to get barbecued there by Fake God. But, like, the conversation coming into this split of NACL, of course, we're sending two teams to go up against the two teams of LRN and Disguised for that LTA North slot at the end of the year. The conversation almost felt like, all right, Luminosity Gaming and who else, right? It's almost just a given that this roster would be in that tournament, finding that top two finish in this league.
And this form we've been seeing from them, it's so completely amazing to see such high level of talent, not bash heads, not have arguments with each other, be able to dial in. I know Zazel was crediting Deos a lot with that in being able to get their expectations onto the same page. And it really is shining through because this macro play, beautiful. They'll claim another tower, and they are so firmly in the lead, it's looking clinical.
I know, like, when you talked to these guys earlier, too, like, talking with Zazel, you said that they always wanted to run that C9 Challengers team back, right?
Yeah, they didn't care if it was Dplex, Lost, or Eminus, but here comes the fight right now. It's a quick pick on a Samikin. Equalizer goes down, and it's a barbecue for the days. We're looking for the close of the game right now as Luminosity are in the base. Complete destruction from the reigning defending champions.
Luminosity Gaming, any doubts from day one being put to bed as they close out week 1-1 with a nice win over Blue Otter.
Redeeming that day one loss. They'll clean it up, get the ace, and Luminosity Gaming go 1-1 on the season.
Yeah, I think looking back in hindsight, Deserex, that Jinx Rel bot lane, I mean, we kind of shared some scares for Jinx, right? With having to go up against that Talia, the Rumble, the Poppy. Could be scary with, like, no Tom Kench, no Thresh to help out. Definitely felt that way later on once Luminosity Gaming got ahead. I think if we really want to hindsight Harry this one, maybe a Jin on 3 to have that Hui pairing and guarantee that you have a range advantage would have been nice. But, yeah, the Ambessa not able to pay off, find the backline. I think Luminosity Gaming, again, as you called out, a couple of micro missteps here and there from Insanity and a couple others. But macro-wise, team-wise, played a beautiful game. Tomio was so on time for every objective. Felt like there was no window for Blue Otter to sneak in there and take anything. Luminosity Gaming shut the door on that game and give themselves a win.
And they're completely... They're an incredible team. I mean, this core, before it was cut off, it was Tomio, Fake God, Zazel. They wanted to keep the Cloud9 Challengers roster. The only thing was they weren't NA residents. So they basically had to go elsewhere. Now that they've locked in this and working alongside Deos, they look so clean with what they're able to bring the Rift as they take a pretty dominant win on the macro play against Blue Otter. Off of that note, we are going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the winners. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Luminosity Gaming versus Blue Otter. What was some good early game scrap from Blue Otter ultimately turned into Luminosity just taking over the map, and early elders, early objectives, plays made all around.
Yeah, I think looking back, again, the early game plan that Luminosity Gaming had, I really liked how Fake God took the first 3 waves and let them bounce against the Mbessa. I think that the path that Tomio had to work his way top and set up for that double crab, they had priority everywhere early on. This Trundle got ahead, and when Trundle gets a lead, it's really tough to go fight him as Xin Zhao, and that really is what it felt like for Blue Otter.
Yeah.
It just felt like they were jailed across the map in their lanes in that jungle matchup, and you have Equalizer, you have Weaver's Wall, and the range to engage that Luminosity Gaming does, it's really hard to set up for a Jinx when you are behind like that. Definitely saw Blue Otter face some difficulties in that category.
I mean, some of the things I saw from Blue Otter really did feel forced to some regard. I mean, they were able to keep up with a lot of the plays early. We saw Quacker on the Mbessa do a brilliant play over in the top lane when he was getting dived, and we saw great trades coming from Samakin where he was able to get solo kills onto Tactical. But then everything after that, it felt very disconnected. We had a dragon fight where it was a late teleport from Quacker. All these things definitely very, very benefit Luminosity Gaming because they can see those mistakes, they can see those errors, and they can completely capitalize.
And I mean, that's what's so scary about this Luminosity Gaming team historically too, because again, the pedigree of this team when it comes to tier 2, like again, we lovingly call these guys the LTA North rejects because historically throughout their career, that's the level that they play at, right? Like you have players that have had real success at that level, and whenever they play at this level, they've been the team to beat or part of the teams to beat, right? So the fact that they're able to come together and this split, I think it really is an opportunity for this group of 5 players that, again, historically have been a part of the LCS to look at the LTA North and say, hey, you guys forgot about us. We're going to group up as 5 and prove that we belong in that league ourselves. So definitely been a very fun story to follow. And while it was a slip up yesterday, a real return to form today with, I'd say, highlight plays from everyone at one point or another in this one.
And again, this trio has been together for about, what, 2 to 3 years now? We've even seen them in the LTA/LCS together. And, you know, it's great to see that level of synergy all coming together. But now we're just getting word that the interview, getting ready, we are going to hear from one of the members, and that's going to be Tactical.
All right, let's go. Get Eddie on in here, as he went legendary on the Corki in that last game. It was a big part of their win. So, yeah, welcome, Tactical. Good to talk to you, man. Tactical, big win. Nice bounce back from yesterday. Obviously, yesterday, I'd say a bit of a surprise loss for you. CCG played really well against you, but what was that post-game like, and what were some of the goals you guys had in terms of working on things to get that win today?
Yeah, I think we changed up a lot today. Yesterday, was very uncharacteristics mistakes from everyone, I'd say. It was like a very, first game jitters. For me, myself, I was very sick yesterday. I feel a lot better today, thankfully.
Oh,
but
good.
yeah, I'm just glad we are able to end the week on a win.
All right, you know, I'm glad to hear it as well. I want to know, when it comes to a lot of the shot calling, because what we've been seeing from that last game is you guys play the map so fast and so well, to the point where we're getting Elder Drakes before 30 minutes. Where is a lot of the shot calling coming from you guys?
I'd say one of our biggest voices is definitely Tristan or Zazel. He helps lead a general game plan, and obviously everyone will have their own role, and they'll chime in with their information that that we think they should provide. But it's really, since our comp is very snowbally, once you're ahead, it's really hard to lose fights. It's really easy to just keep going, keep fighting. So, and luckily for us, it kept snowballing really hard. So and we had a lot of priority on Drake, so that was a really fast Elder.
Yeah. As we said on the cast, a pre-30 Elder means that you did your due diligence when it comes to taking those Drakes. So props to tell me on that one. Tactical, when it comes to this split, obviously the stakes a lot higher. Playing for that LTA North slot, a spot that all 5 of you guys on the roster are familiar with. We've lovingly called you guys the LTA North Reject Squad because we're used to seeing you guys up there. Whenever you're in Tier 2, there's always success on the roster. Has there been any changes in mindset or any changes for you guys coming into this split as defending champs who have stuck together and just knowing that is, you know, the true goal at the end of the rainbow, fighting for that spot at the end of this one?
I'd say our system last split was pretty good. I think we're just gonna not make too many changes. Obviously, we're gonna try to keep ourselves up to date on the game, because obviously, you know, you want to always be as modern as possible, playing the best League of Legends. So I think we'll try to, I don't know, just keep winning. I guess that'd be the nice formula.
All right, Tactical, before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to my boys today. I think they played pretty well, and I think we're more, you know, ourselves today.
Yeah, I would agree, man.
On the riff, man.
Yeah, great win, and hope going legendary helps you feel even better after that one. So good win, and I'm sure a good MVP vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
All right, big shout out to Tactical for taking that interview. It's always good to hear a lot of the inner workings, and one of the constant things about Zazel teams is he uses a very loud voice on the squad that helps really direct what's going on for Luminosity Gaming, and glad to see that that's still working out.
Yeah, and what I appreciate about Tactical always in those interviews too, I mean, I think a lot of the players on the team are good at this, but hey, like reflection. I think that a lot of people, you know, stereotypically think of Tactical's gameplay, it's like, oh, you know, like we're going to push the limits until we push them too far, right? But to have that reflection afterwards can help find those moments. And hey, Tactical pushing those limits to the max. 1v1ing an Ambessa to unlock a dragon, I'd say that's pretty damn good and probably worthy of our MVP coming up here. Yeah, and you know, you voted, you decided who was going to be the MVP, and that is none other than Tactical on this Corki. Yeah, you got it very right for this one. I mean, he looked great. He looked great. He was able to get his Trinity Force rather early, and once he got that, he was scrapping these fights and taking down the Otters. I will say, chat, I saw that, below the votes where they were going. No votes for Telmio, that's a crime. It's a free 30 Elder, all right? Let's reward our dog junglers, okay? This is why junglers have issues with other people in solo queue, okay? That's the only note I have.
Respect on the name. That's all you can say right there. I mean, even in the laning phase, we saw little errors coming out from each and every lane, top and mid. Bot lane was the only one that didn't have that issue. I mean, I think Tactical performed consistently well in this game.
Yeah, and that's always great to see. Again, Tactical, a player for me. I thought last split he played very well. This split, would love to see him return to that form. Definitely felt like one of the ADs to really top in the league. And hey, I think that everyone has more competition this split. Like, you have rosters like Citadel coming in. You've got rosters trying to figure things out. I think that the level of play in NACL from top to bottom is higher this split than last split. At least it should be. And a lot of folks at Sydney Airport, not in the league, might think differently. But hey, adding a team like Citadel, where again that entire roster has never finished bottom half of the league with those players missing last year, that's an upgrade to the league. So Tactical gonna try and keep that crown, not just for his team, but also for himself in that role, and definitely got off to a good start of that today.
Right off of that note, we got to move on to our next series of the day, and that is going to be Winthrop University versus Vancouver Impact. Quick message right now. I just want to say, VIP is a really dope hashtag to have for your squad. So I'm only throwing that out because it's going against Throps Out, which is the second best hashtag.
I like that. I like that, Desterux, for sure. And hey, speaking of the Throps Out, I mean, we were really close to having all the Throps out of what was almost a pretty big win against Citadel yesterday. I thought Winthrop, again, put together a great game. You called it out, too. We were both on the same page, Desterux. The Talia comp with Sword, they had something kind of similar to what we just saw being played by Luminosity Gaming. And that draft, though, is really reliant on finding the right windows around the Weaver's Wall to help empower the Gnar, help empower the Poppy to use that terrain for the best. They did a great job of finding those windows, but they could not keep CNV from stealing those big objectives, and that's really what was preventing them from finding that win, whereas Vancouver Impact, they struggled in their debut yesterday.
Let's go ahead and pull up the rosters, as we want to see who's just going to be hitting the Rift right now, starting off with Vancouver Impact. Now, I tried to talk to Dragoon about what he thought about his teammates. Only thing he told me is, my entire team is nothing but rage baiters, and then he sent me a bunch of animals screaming into the abyss.
Well, maybe they were a little bit bummed after that one yesterday. They did get beat by the Otters, so maybe they're trying to channel some of that. But hey, good to see some of the names coming into the league. Shout out to Zeb and Nukes making their first-time debuts in NACL, as well as Sudsy. I think that the casters yesterday did a great job talking about Sudsy. This guy has promoted multiple teams into NACL, but has not stuck around to play with them. This time around, we see Sudsy hit the Rift, and I know the Ziggs into Azir didn't work out for the win yesterday, but we're very happy that we have players willing to play that matchup and flex that Ziggs around. That is for sure very strong in this patch.
I mean, for two of these players, Dragoon, Sudsy, they've been so often in the NACL promos. I think it was Dragoon who's been in every single one of them.
Yes.
At least during the rebranding. So, now you're trying to prove you're not just tier 2.5, you're tier 2 and trying to climb forward. Let's move on to the next squad. It's going to be Winthrop University, who, again, Cubby, very impressed with their play. Their objective setup in that last game, even though they lost, was pretty spot on.
And look, these are qualities that we've become used to when it comes to Winthrop University. Artemis, being that coach from EG in the past, Tails being a coach that helped out with C9 very often in the past. This is a well-coached team that has played together for over a year. We're used to them getting these things right, and I think that one thing that's really an advantage for Winthrop University coming into this best-of-1 format, this is a team that will play early game for better or worse. We know that when they hit the Rift, they're going to draft stuff that has priority, that gives the players the ability to make plays, and they're going to go out there and do that for better or worse. And hey, while they weren't our top team in NACL last split, they turned a lot of heads by taking down Near Airport on multiple occasions. And for me, I had them last split, probably bottom 3 team. They were very far from that. They were a very competitive middle of the pack team and made our league a lot more interesting. Yeah, they made our league way more interesting last split. So definitely hoping to see more of that from them this split. And hopefully they can find more wins after they have starts to the games like they did yesterday, because it was a great start to them yesterday. couldn't wrap it up. Yeah.
One of the things that's always surprised me about Winthrop is where their shot calling comes. You know, I'm used to it being either from like a jungler, sometimes a mid laner, but mostly the support. Mobility does a lot of the shot calling for the squad. I talked to Only 35 about this, and he said 65 to 70% of the shot calls are from mobility. They have an excellent team culture as well. Winthrop have been vibing really well. They've played in CLOL. They have a lot of history now playing together, a lot of time playing together. So we're now starting to see just the development and the growth that this team's been able to showcase by just being a solid roster.
I know that for mobility in particular, like I talked to him at the Cyto Combine, and I recognized, I was like, hey man, like you're talking more. And he's like, yeah, I needed to take more accountability for my own play. Like I am the AD in comp. You need to play around the AD a lot more often. And so him communicating to his team like, hey, I need to be here. I don't have this. Like, I need help with this. That's good. That's stuff that I think the highest level players do. The fact that he's trying to work on that collegially. Look, I thought he had a nice game yesterday. Mobility has been a player that I think has improved a lot over the last few years, even though he's been a common face and kind of finishing around the same spots of NACL. He's gotten better. So always good to see that growth, and going to have to see if that growth can help him find a win today for his team.
And for this game, I think this is a situation that really does put Winthrop as the favorites for this, because for Vancouver Impact, definitely not a team a lot of people are ranking highly, despite having some of these higher ambitions. I've talked to Dragoon multiple times, and he always said, like, I want to prove that I can be a top 4 top laner and that we can finish in the top 4, but you got to put your money where your mouth is. And yesterday wasn't convincing. We definitely got to see more today, Cubby.
Yeah, and again, this is a squad that I really felt like, you know, most people unanimously had at 10th. I think that if they're going to find any wins, it's probably going to be through Will and potentially Dragoon. I like the idea of the draft they had yesterday with the Maokai Ziggs. It's a very defensive draft. They just tried to play it offensively. So I hope that whatever draft they had today, they identify the right way to play it. Because when you're overextending with the Ziggs Maokai, that's not what you want to do, right? You want to have the enemy team overextend into you. So I think between that and not identifying the rel flanks that were really big from Robex, gonna have to see if Vancouver Impact, with whatever draft they end up with today, can patch some of those things up and just play it correctly.
Yeah, we definitely got to see how that is going to shape up, because again, it brings the conversation to Dragoon, because he's the person I had the talk with, but he said, like, I still think I can hold my own against players like Quacker, against players like Denethor. And the thing is, track record wise, he has gotten the better of them in the past, but I feel like both of those players, and now even Denethor, have been able to grow so much more. So this is where it really becomes a conflict, because, like, yeah, you got it in the past, but you got to show it right now that you can actually keep up with this squad. As we pull up the predictions to see what people are feeling, the casting desk is feeling, in terms of who's going to take this against Vancouver Impact and Winthrop. And across the board, yep.
Pops out. Yep. Hey, I think it speaks to how well Winthrop played yesterday. Again, it was a loss, but it felt like they were winning for like 80% of that game. We'll see what kind of draft they end up with today, but it definitely proved they could play that Talia draft really well. I think that the draft yesterday, like, when you throw out Weaver's Wall and you have tools, I think it was Gnar, Poppy, Jhin, Rakan around it, your ability to utilize that to create terrain and then open up like better angles for Rakan engages. Again, Gnar and Poppy utilizing the wall like that actually helps in their kit, or just having a Jhin like narrowing the shooting gallery. They use those windows really, really, really well, and I thought that was a necessary thing for them to do into the draft they were going up against, when it's like Kate Lux and Orianna, and if you don't break that, it's really tough to fight front to back. It's really key that you utilize that to actually create terrain and find your angles. Look, Winthrop, they checked all the boxes and trying to find that win. They just were not able to prevent Kenvi from stealing the Otacon and the Baron. If that goes differently, I really feel like they have a win in the column. So, again, I think the predictions really do speak to how well Winthrop played yesterday. We'll see if they can just put things together, start to finish today.
I mean, even though they did lose, like, you have to watch that tape right back, because that was one of the most competitive games that we've had in the NACL, and Winthrop were at the Nexus. They took down both Nexus towers, and it was off the respawn that Citadel were able to take them down. And it does pose that question, as you were saying, Cubby, like, what if they got Otacon? What if they got Baron? Well, Sir Hands didn't let them get it, and now Senior Hands, I'm sorry, I gotta put respect on the name of your favorite, of course.
Well, he's Filipino. I will say that I feel like one of our co-streamers, Toad, he inspired me. He calls Philip Felipe Sexo, which is, I think, one of the best nicknames that I've ever heard of. So I tried with Senior Hands. I don't think I hit it. So I might have to go back to the well. But Sir Hands is very Yeah, Sir Hands is can be. You know, it's just what it is.
No, I like Senior Hands. I'm willing to go for that one because, you know,
He's the hands king.
As a Mexican American, you know, we are fellow Hispanics. It's still the same thing. So I feel that. I feel that right now. But
It's
yeah,
good. We
definitely
do
one
have a
of the
tech
hands.
pause. Yeah, we do have a tech pause real quick. Hopefully we get some word on what's going on there. Hopefully we get things going on. I'm actually told I think we might need a break, unfortunately, for this one, Deserux's. You know, coordinating 10 teams can sometimes lead to some technical difficulties remotely, and unfortunately, I think we're facing one right now.
All right, so off of that, we are going to throw it over to break. When we return, we'll be sure to get into the series. You don't want to miss it. Vancouver Impact versus Winthrop University. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. We're getting through our tech difficulties. Winthrop University versus Vancouver Impact. Unfortunately for Winthrop, someone did not have Tournament Realm installed in their computer, so it is gonna cost them a ban.
One or two
as far as I've
bans.
heard, it's 2 bans that might be.
Yeah, 1 or 2 bans. We're gonna see. They'll be in the second phase of draft, so that's a bummer. But yeah, that being said,
it's some of the chaos that can happen being a college student and an esports player at the same time. So they're not gonna slap them on the wrist a little bit too hard. The bans are pretty much enough there, but that pretty much like takes away your second phase.
yeah, I mean, you get to draft old school league style now, if you think about it. You know,
Yeah.
but we'll see. Okay, we're told it's 2 bans going through on production. Sorry for the pause there. But... Oh, okay.
Okay.
If they play with it, okay. Well, we're gonna have to see if they play with the coach or not. We're getting a live update that it's 2 bans they wait for the player. It's 1 ban if they actually just play with the coach coming in. So, that said, we're hoping to get in the draft as soon as possible. I'm sure if we see nameplates going on, we're gonna see exactly what is up. I would assume, as talented as Artemis the player or Tails the player was in the past, I think that we're gonna be seeing the 5 players from Winthrop hit the Rift, and likely no second phase of bans coming out from them. Which, hey. Deserex, we talked in the last game. I thought that taking away Jin from Blue Otter's comp was very important. Of course, Winthrop did select red side for this one, the same side that they played yesterday. So we'll see what's up.
Oh. Okay, so it's only going to be a single ban loss. They are going to play with the coach, and that is Coach Tails, if I'm correct. Yes.
Coach Tails mid. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, you know, I go back so far that I actually remember playing against Tails mid on the ladder.
Tell us about it.
No, because I probably got whooped in those matchups. He was a better player than me, but, you know, I was sometimes good enough in solo queue to be able to play against okay players. But, yeah, Tails, long-time high-elo mid laner. Going to be rocking the mid lane for Sword, and looks like he's pulling a Niles, if we're going to throw it back to 3 splits ago when it was player-coach Niles in the top lane. Going to be player-coach Tails here in the mid lane, and we're going to see what happens is they're going to elect to play with him and only lose 1 ban instead of playing with Sword. So looks like that ban went to the wayside right off the bat, and then we're going to resume with business as usual, Deserex.
Yeah, this is definitely going to change things up a lot because when we were talking yesterday, we talked about how influential Sword was to a lot of the fights that Winthrop were able to do. That
Pantheon
was
is
his
permabanned, man. I'm really surprised that Pantheon's permabanned. I know that he had like a really, really strong MSI, and they nerfed some of the other meta junglers, but if you look at his win rate from last split, it dropped every patch. And I know they nerfed him a little bit, but I'm still surprised that he is just like unanimously in this league permabanned on red side. I know that he is a bit of a scrim god just because how quickly you can play and how strong he is level 4, but I think he's beatable if you take some of those windows away from him. So been very surprised to see him unanimously banned on red side in all 7 games.
I mean, it's a bummer to me. I want to see it just go through because I like Pantheon, dude. The man drop is incredible. This does leave a pretty potent B1 to grab over on the side of Vancouver Impact. They'll be able to grab that Azir.
Yeah, all right. First pick Azir coming through. Gonna have to see what Tails can respond with. As
Right,
some very
Tails.
targeted bans at Winthrop, with the Gnar, Poppy, and Jace being taken away. As, of course, Gnar and Poppy were pretty big for Winthrop yesterday in that almost win against Citadel. And Jace, a Denethor special in the top lane. But that Lucian, also a mobility special, will be locked into the bot lane. And he's very willing to play that, not just with the Enchantresses, but also the melee supports as well.
Actually, kind of surprised you called that a Denethor special. We used to always call his Camille the Denethor special.
That is the true one, but
Yeah.
Camille's a little weak right now, sadly. So, you know, it's just what we got to live with.
All right, well, still setting up the early phases of this draft. Vancouver Impact definitely getting a pretty strong punch in these early phases. They'll be able to give Will Zinzhao, again, the sweet summer child, as we used to call him, because he'd only play in summer, now being on a fighter.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Okay, we're told it's a 3-ban penalty, so these are the only bans that Winthrop gets. All right, so we're gonna have a long second ban phase. I think we got to let everything go,
Yeah.
as it will be Trundle locked in into the Xin Zhao. We're used to seeing that matchup, and yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of time here. Deserex, as we'll see what they take away from the Lucian. There is an opportunity to ban out both the Nami and the Milio if you want to spend that much in order to ensure that he's playing with a melee support. But we'll be curious to see what they actually end up taking away.
Yeah, so we are getting information that Sword was unable to make the match, and this is why everything kind of fell through the way it did. So Tails, yeah, taking that spot for him. Going to be on the Trundle this time. Always makes it a little bit trickier to go ahead and take some of those tanks because he can steal away those stats, and great duelist at that one into the Xin Zhao. This does give a pretty good mid-game that we have coming out from Winthrop.
Braum going to be taken away. So I will say Braum with Trundle Lucian. Opportunity to proc those winner's bites quickly. Can be dangerous for Xin Zhao, again, a pretty one-directional champion. So Braum, good with Corki and Xin. But of course, it is the first pick for Winthrop that is up. Curious if they end up taking away the Rel from only 35-2, as that is a specialty pick of his. And I know they're willing to run melee supports. If you run Font of Life on a melee support, you can proc Lucian's passive off his W as well. So if that ends up being the call, we'll see if it is a Font of Life select for only 35. Get that passive going, but instead going to be the Gwen taken away from Denethor. So curious if they're setting up for a potential Rumble here, Desirux, as that could be the pick for Dragoon in the top lane. Not exactly a Dragoon champ historically, but wondering if they're setting up for something in particular. Because Rumble is not a champion that's played by Denethor, as the Nami is going to be blinded here.
And this is, you know, when you talk about pairings with Lucian, one of them that's brought up is the Braum, the other that's typically brought up is the Nami. So they're just going for more powerful bot lane, to say the least, to spike that one forward, because you can put that Nami E onto Lucian. It packs a very powerful punch when he's able to proc his passive, get the extra autos in. And the response for that is going to be a tank support over with Nautilus.
Nautilus gives you the ability to play fast in the Lucian Nami. I will say that it's really setting up for a Denethor Scion, as like taking away the Gwen, and of course Dragoon has to blind his pick here. As I know Dragoon likes the Jax. I don't love Jax here. I think you kind of struggle into the Lucian Nami. We thought it was maybe a potential Rumble setup coming out here for Dragoon, which not a champ I'm used to associating with Dragoon, but will be the champ that is locked in. And now Denethor, a choice of counter. I know Jace is a matchup that's playable up there, one that he's played in the past. That's not going to be picked up. Gonna have to see what he goes. Could get weird and lock in something like a Varus, but we'll say I think this kind of dissuades a Scion, which to me makes a lot of sense with the comp. Is Aurora locked in here, Desirux. So this is a very interesting draft coming out of Winthrop, because there is a real lack of frontline. With Trundle being the solo frontliner and really relying on Victor and Nami to try and peel off. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We'll see if they can lock down the Aurora Victor. I will say the depth charges with the Equalizer over the top going to be really scary for Winthrop to deal with.
This is going to be a real weird one for me. So much magic damage really picked up by Winthrop University over here. I mean, the potential is still there if these fights are mistimed by Vancouver Impact to just get devastated by Winthrop's composition. But on paper, I really do like what Vancouver Impact have drafted so far. It's very straightforward with what their win conditions are. It's a very powerful composition to really have here. And of course, with the lack of a front line, you can take complete advantage of that. That equalizer can be very influential. And Vancouver Impact, I like their draft, but again, this is a squad that is, at least when it comes to expectations, they're quite lower on terms of the expectations of what Vancouver Impact can bring. But with your mid laner missing over for Winthrop, this could be the punch that they need to go for.
Yeah, this is this is something that is actually kind of unique. So, yeah, this is going to be an interesting match. Definitely a curveball that we were not expecting to see today. Desirux, and a curveball that, of course, you can let your voice be heard on as well. As if you think this is the opportunity for Vancouver Impact to take the win, please let us know in chat. Of course, Twitch predictions going live here. So hashtag, or I believe just type Vi or Woo in the chat of the two junglers that we are not going to see in this game. To have the dopamine hit of seeing this bar move and predicting who's going to win. We'll see if potential mid laner missing for Winthrop is enough to help Vancouver Impact take the edge.
I mean, again, I really want to point out that Sword was a big part of the win yesterday. His Talia, his Weaver's Walls, they set up those neutral objectives beautifully. So it really does beg the question as to how this Winthrop team is going to work with their coach now in the mid lane.
Yeah, again, going to be interesting. I know that Tails played mid in the past and is a pretty solid player in his own right. But, of course, NACL, this is a very competitive league. And being a solid player against Sudsy is, well, may not be enough. Real opportunity for Sudsy to see what he can do on that first pick of Zero, a pick that he's very comfortable on. It can be locked in.
And you can see the fans are pretty straightforward with this one. Winthrop University, I mean, again, this is a team that's performed so well in the past, especially last split. They were the kryptonite of near airport for the longest time. I remember one of the funniest tweets I saw was there's a near airport tweet that was making fun of, I think, Conviction. And Conviction posted back a picture of Winthrop's logo and said jump scare. So, I mean, that pretty much sets the pace for how intimidating they can be, especially from last season. Unfortunately, they didn't get the series. They went to a full 5-game series against near airport with what was essentially this roster now with Tails being alongside it. But a pretty high-punching team.
You'd think with how one-sided this is that they'd be including Throps out here, as, you know, Winthrop is a little heavily favored by the fans.
That's all we need, man.
So, yeah, it is. Being told that we're going to hop into the game here rather shortly, but Deserex, I know that this is a team with Winthrop had the chance to catch up with in the past with only 35 having some thoughts on, you know, kind of how this team functions and what he's hoping for when it comes to this next upcoming split.
Yeah, I had mentioned it earlier about mobility being the big shot caller. That's where I got it from, was only 35. But a lot of it is, he says, they don't feel like they're just coworkers. They feel like they're actually a team. They have that camaraderie. They're willing to talk together. They teach themselves. When I say teach themselves, I mean like the fact that only 35, you know, is an import, and he doesn't know all the American slang, so there's been a lot of discussion about teaching him stuff like that. But we are getting word now that they are ready for game, so we're going to be headed on to the Rift for our first game of the day. Second game of the day, excuse me, I'm a little bit behind right now. You know, that trip up on the roster can get you. It's going to be Winthrop University versus Vancouver Impact.
Excited to hop into this one as we have a few curveballs that were unexpected.
Okay.
Of course, Winthrop really, like, by all means, should probably be 1-0 in our standings, as they did 80% of the steps necessary to beat Citadel yesterday, besides secure the monster objectives, which were stolen away by Kenby. And we'll see if they can channel some of the good things that were going on yesterday, have those today, and find the win against the Vancouver Impact to... Again, this is a team that I'd say community expectation is that they will not be in playoffs. It will be 9 best-of-1s and out for this squad. Real opportunity for them to find a very big win in the standings against Winthrop, especially given they have a sub in the mid lane.
Every win does count. Deep vision being established. Some of that American slang that only 35 was talking about, by the way, lost in the sauce was the direct one he quoted to me. But it's really fun to learn and speak like that.
I like that. That's how I feel every time I go to Buffalo Wild Wings, you know?
B-dubs, baby.
Yeah, yeah. You can determine for yourself at home which sauce I'm talking about. But that's we're going to have to see who has the sauce on each one of these teams.
It can come out the wrong way, Cubby. I'm just saying.
I mean, looks like both our junglers are working top to bottom here, Eric. We're going to stick with that.
Most definitely, that'll be the focus. And with the start off, I mean... Looking at our comp so far for Winthrop University, I'm going to be looking towards the mid game more than anything else. You know, Lucian does scale pretty decently, but he really does get a spike when he's able to purchase his first 2 items. So I want to know, where do you see the early win conditions coming from both of these squads?
So Denethor, of course, he had counter pick in his top lane, playing the Aurora into the Rumble, a pick that he was playing a little bit last year. This is kind of a unique counter going up against Rumble, the passive of Aurora. Working overtime, and then the range for abilities, Rumble has to interact with both of them unless he's going to farm the Harpoons, like you can see Dragoon doing right now. So I think that's a real edge with both junglers pathing away from that lane. We'll see if Denethor can crack open a CS lead against Dragoon, who, again, on the Rumble, not necessarily a pick that we associate with Dragoon, but definitely one that he's added to the pool. So between that, I mean, if you can really path down bot, it looks like bot lane is going to be volatile. The Nautilus... with really the only tank being Trundle, Nautilus has a lot of opportunity with those dredge lines, with those depth charge to be extremely impactful. So really my eyes go on to Nukes to see if he can have a nice second game debut in his rookie split here for the Vancouver Impact. Real opportunity for him to be a playmaker.
focus does go down towards the bot side. The struggle with going against Nautilus is he's just a ball of crowd control. He's got the hook, he autos you, he snares you down, you get the slow. Becomes very tricky to escape, and if you are able to burn out a flash, say on like only 35, that's all the mobility that champion really has. And it could be an area to set up for Will as well to focus bot side. Look for some potential plays over there, but we'll see as it does go on. Full clear now getting completed by Will. A little bit behind the curve is Wilson. Now walking into the river, we are getting a little bit of division. Being scouted out by Vancouver Impact, seeing that that side of the jungle is cleared.
Looks like he's just going to his top crab, where he's going to have priority, of course, from Denethor. As we're going to try not to be... Are you ready for this one, Deserex? Try not to be trickstered by the Will versus Wilson matchup in the jungle. You know,
Yeah. When I
that's
said
a good one.
When I said it last sentence, I was very, very confused for a second, and I was
I
like,
mean,
Will versus Wilson. But I know the trickster name. It used to be his old name.
Yeah, if you mess it up, it's fine. You can just say Wakao, and then it's that's all right.
If this man changes his name,
That's
one
a deep
more time,
cut
I'm
joke,
just-
by the way. If anyone got that joke, you're a real one. Yeah.
I'm so tired of him changing his name, man. I'm just done with it. Stick to a name, Wilson.
Well, you couldn't stick to Wakao. That's part of the joke, Deserex. So anyway, moving forward, looks like Denethor going to burn that TP back in the top lane to match Dragoon. And early on, going to have the Sox as an advantage. Try and space some of those harpoons and land some of those abilities. Again, a matchup that Aurora can get a CS lead in for sure. Already a small one emerging for Denethor. Definitely a player that wants to be known and wants to be, as a player, laying dominant. Good dredge line there from Nukes.
And a lot of damage coming out from that combo. Both the Corki Nautilus being half the health bar of only 35 over there.
Off to a decent start. Of course, this Lucian. We saw Lucian be kind of a, I'd say, a really contested pick at MSI, as his duos can really uniquely bring power into the right game. And we saw in a lot of games, especially later on, teams just banning the Lucian because he opens up so many more support pairings to play with. It just felt like teams didn't want to deal with him. But, of course, this is not Fearless yet. That's coming later in our playoff format. Lucian always been a specialty pick for mobility in the top lane.
Wilson's starting to set his sights over towards this top lane. Dragoon does have his flash, so he's not going to be in the biggest threat, especially being closer to his tower over there.
Six
so
difference, though.
Wilson will not take the chance, instead looking for the recall, but
He
still stands
cancel?
in that fog of war. He did
I wanted
cancel
to
it.
cancel. Yeah, it's double 6 versus 5. I think they should go. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Ultimate going to be used from
Love this.
Denethor, but he's burning down. Dragoon tries to get close enough with the overheat, but it's first blood for Denethor nonetheless.
That's just a great timer. That's some of the lane differential coming through. We can't see the XP bars on the screen, but of course we could see a Rumble was 5, Denethor was 6, calls his top laner up at the right time, and that's, I think, very worth skipping over the camps there for the Trundle. Really solid kill secured on the Aurora, and an opportunity for Denethor to continue to build that lead in the top lane. That said, does not come for free, as it looks like in that window will be Will just soloing out this Mountain Drake. Good pick up early on. We'll note that Trundle is on his way down, so potential to interact is, yeah, not a lot here, just a double 6 differential for first blood. And honestly, want to see if that Dragon's contested at all. Deserux is, okay, going to be Vancouver Impact. Both lanes coming to help secure it, but yeah, Wilson skips over the Gromp. Might have a fight.
And Dragon now going to get secured 1 health for a second there, as the Shuffle's not going to find Tails. He will flash out of it. Himself in a tricky situation. Nuke's missing the hook and now caught up. Tails playing on the sideline. Wilson critically low, burning to the ignite, but he will not fall. Will now will continue with the chase. 5 HP remains on Wilson, and now Winthrop University, despite getting engaged on so close Vancouver, they'll be the ones to come up ahead in the team fight.
It's a disaster for the Vancouver Impact, and a really well-managed fight by Winthrop University as player coach Tails for this game. I think a really clutch flash, and that's worth removing the Emperor's Divide. I mean, in the fight, you're flashing away from all that damage. The scoop in, the gravity field ended up locking down Nukes after he missed that dredge line. And Winthrop, I think they're very happy to drop that Dragon, considering they got the kill top and got 3 more in the Dragon fight that followed.
And 2 of those kills going over to mobility is definitely going to be a big deal. You mentioned it earlier that this is bread and butter for mobility to be on this champion, but we are accelerating the solution. We're getting him going early.
I love how they're putting him mid. Again, look at this. You can see that gravity field finds the lockup onto the Nautilus as Tails actually managed this fight really well. I really like how Tails played this fight. keeping his range against the Azir and Sudsy. Again, said that Tails used to play at pretty high elo up there in the mid lane. And yeah, opened up enough space. The overcommit from Vancouver Impact ends up making them look a little bit silly. And gotta say, that was some of the mistakes that we saw from them yesterday too, as they overextended with the Ziggs Maokai. We return to the grub fight. Dredgeline goes sideways, 6 for Nami.
Ooh, hook not going to land. Zev trying to fight out with mobility. Only going to be used. It forces
TP
Zev out of the fight. And now the chase coming out from Winthrop. Between Worlds, initiated by Denethor, that finds Nukes. Teleport comes in from Tails, and these grubs belong to Winthrop.
Yeah, I really liked during the replay, we saw the Lucian Nami go mid and the Victor go bot. Tails had TP. Look at the TPs for Vancouver Impact. None for Dragoon, none for Sudsy. So those grubs were a 5v4. One was secured by Vancouver Impact, but again, I think you're happy to take the kill, and the grubs win as Winthrop as they continue to build a lead in this game.
This is only going to get worse if something's not done rather fast for Vancouver Impact. I mean, you got kills going over onto Denethor, 2 picked up for mobility and Denethor. These are very prime carries who can take over this game and make this hell for Vancouver Impact.
Yeah, curious to see what mobility is going to have when he bases next. Didn't find the kill there, but did get another assist to his name. It has to be close to that Essence Reaver that's likely to come home first. And for Vancouver Impact, it kind of feels like, I mean, I'm not exactly sure what the plan was. I think that Dragon Take was really slow. We did see the lanes help out later on. I love how Winthrop just keeping the pressure on. And so far, I mean, we did say that Nuke's real opportunity on the Nautilus to make an impact. I mean, you're playing Nautilus into 4 squishies and a Trundle. And so far, these dredge lines going wide, it delayed the 6. It didn't help with the first 2 fights. And those early levels, if you aren't connecting as Nautilus, then you kind of become paper later on. So I do think it's pretty big that those first few fights, the Nautilus has not been as impactful.
Pressure coming out from Winthrop towards the mid lane. Just for the time being, we do have that first item completed for mobility as rotating over towards this topside river and just gathering as much vision as they can. In fact, the vision line looks immaculate so far from Winthrop University as they have it all the way through the river.
Deep breath in this one is put him aside in the action. Does look like Will is looking top against Tails, who is flashless. I would like that play for Vancouver Impact. They're able to set this one up, and I like how Tails pretty intelligently letting that wave play as far back as possible. They try and protect himself, knowing that he only has 1 or 2 more waves to survive without flash. Sudsy goes in.
We're seeing the forward movement onto Tails. Tails is still going to be fine, though. He does pop his ultimate. Doesn't have his flash now. Mobility over in the mid lane. Calling going to be used. Nukes takes a good chunk of damage. Attention turned towards Zev, who Valkyries away. Gets caught by the bubble of only 35, and it's clinical for mobility as he goes on a killing spree.
The emote spams from the fish, too, is only 35. Feels pretty good about that play.
Lost
Zev,
in the sauce,
flash,
man.
Yeah, that flash was a little bit late. And once you get caught by the tidal wave, the slows come out from the Lucian Nami. A beautiful bubble chained up by only 35. And yeah, things continue to tidal wave in Winthrop's favor. As at the moment, you know, if we want to use some solo queue terms here, Desrex, it's looking like a blue wave for Winthrop, and unfortunately an equalizer for Vancouver Impact in this game.
I don't know enough solo queue terms, so I'm just
so a tidal wave means that you're on a win streak, because it's a blue wave, and then the equalizer is red, so it's a loss streak, Desrex. It's a bit lower. Yeah.
Well, the way this played out, I mean, it was a great chase coming out, and especially only 35, landing this bubble right here to guarantee the kill going forward.
Yeah.
This duo has been a lot of fun to watch, man.
It is just greedy from Zev there. Gotta flash that one if you can't sidestep it. I think that if he had a better click earlier on, might have been able to sidestep it, but even then, you're walking back into Lucian, so a good skill shot placement from only 35. Helps mobility have just enough damage to get through the Corki, the barrier, and the flash burned by Zev as he goes down. That's a bummer. As really nothing has come up the way of Vancouver Impact so far in a draft where we kind of felt like they had the tools to make plays early, especially with this Nautilus. Now they have level 6s up, still a real opportunity to chain some of those ults together and find some of these squishies, but I think that mobility in only 35 has done a very nice job of staying slippery so far, and when you get a lead like this, it's even harder to have the damage to connect and take them down when you were this far ahead on the side of Winthrop University.
It's been a lot of fun watching them play together, as now Denethor looking for the kill on Dragoon.
He might die. He's got no
Look to
flash.
chase him down. Out
There
comes
it
the
is.
Weirdening, looking for the final pop,
Yep.
and with an auto, down goes Dragoon. Denethor picks up his 3rd kill.
Very well played by Denethor. The flash from Dragoon was late, was trying to get out of the Between Worlds damage, still ate it as the fight continues bot.
Right, here we go. Tidal Wave comes out. It's a lot of damage on the Wilson, who has to bail, but Calling does some work. Crescent Guard will block a lot of that damage as Tails starts walking down. Sudsy sees only 35, wants a bit of that sushi, but Tails is there to deny it. Mobility on the opposite end will knock Sudsy down to half health.
While the ult coming out, they're just going to try and fish for a play or two more as Tails going for the Roa, which the mana on the Roa was buffed this patch. Going to have to try and be tanky enough to survive this Azir. Tails doing his damnedest to just be relevant in the game. We'll say props to him. Did survive that window where he was flashless, always dangerous against Azir when you're playing the Victor Azir matchup. And things still continue to come up Winthrop's way. I mean, this is a 4K gold lead before plates have dropped, SRX. That is potentially the biggest one that we've seen so far in our week 1.
I want to bring the topic back to mobility and only 35 because these are 2 players that have been a lot of fun to watch develop. You know, we had a lot of time with mobility back in Evil Geniuses being a sub over there, but keep in mind, only 35, you know, he debuted over in the TCL alongside Luger. He's worked with a lot of pretty much high ceiling marksmen, and the way they've been able to sync up together, especially last split and now continuing that synergy that they have this split, it's been a joy to see.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Speaking of Luger, Puma, of course, being the head coach of Citadel, the Winthrop played yesterday. So we had 2 Luger tie-ins.
Hey.
Yeah, didn't think of that one, but only 35. I think that he had moments, good and bad. Definitely someone that tries to make plays from last split, but definitely a player that also carries confidence with him and was confident in his and his team's ability to perform going into this split. As, again, I thought they had a great game yesterday, 80% of the way there to finding the win, just couldn't put it together in the end with setting up the objectives properly in order to guarantee they got secures. Some heroics from Kenby helped Citadel overcome Winthrop in that one, but today feels like Winthrop taking the right steps yet again. We're just going to have to see if they can close it out, and frankly, this lead already feels like it's almost too big to surmount if you're Vancouver Impact.
Yeah, Wilson does have the Trinity Force completed, so those bites are starting to hurt. Vancouver Impact looking to deny the Rift Herald. They're stepping forward. They're looking for a fight. Depth charge going to land on Tails. But as you said, Equalizer is not on range, and now you're down one of your major engages.
That's big. I really like the retreat there from Winthrop. Again, this is a team that doesn't have your standard front line. It is only Trundle. You got to be slippery. Which
Trundle with the
so
Trinity
far,
Force, too.
Yeah, it is a big Trundle. That is a good shout. So far, Winthrop doing a really nice job of understanding that if they can bleed out any of those tools, it is a massive win for them. We're going to return to the waves here quickly in some of the camps. As that might have been the window that Vancouver Impact were looking to take the Rift. Looks like they're trying to take another as we see Sudsy take the Super Bounce with the Chemtech Soul we have on the Rift here. And they will use this to start the objective, but with that time being delayed by Winthrop, could easily see them seed this Rift Herald and pick up that 3rd dragon for themselves off the delay.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the idea because look at the deep vision over on the bottom side. It's already established, and now you have Tails being sent to the side lane to make sure to shove this right in. So this is a setup for that dragon.
I know that depth charge is down, but hey, any time where you can get Victor some free time with his bot turret, Dragoon's the only one that has a TP available, and he's going to walk back to that wave. So you give Victor some free time, Tails going to be able to control that bot side before this dragon, maybe even sneak in a base, and also Wilson going to be able to take away the red buff of Will off the back half of that play too. Is the only option for Vancouver Impact is to try and dive this Aurora. They're sending 3 with a Rift Herald, but Aurora can still be slippery up there. We'll see what Denethor can do.
You have a lot of abilities that can get you out of the sticky situation. The charge comes out from the Rift Herald. Between Worlds going to be used. Denethor looking for the slip, trying to get by. Gets caught out, but will still look for the kill onto Nukes. One more auto goes in, and it's a trade 1-for-1 on a dive set up by Vancouver Impact.
Tails controlling that gravity field pretty well. The laser placement maybe a little bit off. If you got the second piece of Will, could have taken him down, but still going to answer the wave. And Denethor finding the 1-for-1 in a 1v3. I thought he played that one really nicely.
He played it beautiful. It's really hard to lock down a Aurora because Between Worlds, you know, gets you to the opposite side of where the circle is. The Weirdening knocks you back. You got to cross the veil that you can also use. There's so much slipperiness for this champion, and Denethor utilized it beautifully.
Yeah, I also think that Nukes, of course, missing that dredge line, took the 2 tower shots earlier on. That definitely was the difference between him getting the kill, or Denethor picking up that kill on the Nukes or not. So a bit of an oopsie there. I think tried to play that dive too quickly as an Nautilus. You have a wave, you have Rift Herald coming in. I do think that Nukes may be showing a little bit of impatience here on the Nautilus. And again, important that this Nautilus is able to connect with some of these plays. I think that that's a big difference maker. You're playing against a pseudo frontline as a Nautilus. If you land a dredge line, your ability to have a big depth charge, be able to set up your Rumble, set up your Azir, that's very real and very threatening against Winthrop. Important that they hit some of these timers here as Tails might have to burn his flash.
Tails going to use his flash, but right into the gravitational field, and Wilson is there to punish alongside only 35. Chase continues on to Zeb, but with the Valkyrie, he will get out, but not without the cost of Will, our sweet summer child.
Expensive death there for Will, loses his flash. We'll see if they can punish Tails, though, being flashless in the future is Sudsy. Gonna probably make him EQ out. Gonna have to play with the pillar, though.
Oh.
Sudsy does wait. Good hold by only 35, who was trying to guess the E from the Azir, as the Emperor's Divide is a bit of a whiff. And Winthrop, with that cooldown being down, I mean, there's no Emperor's Divide, there's no depth charge. They still feel very confident to walk in here and take control of the top side as the map continues to narrow for the Vancouver Impact.
And this is really nice coming out from Winthrop University. They keep forcing out ultimates from Vancouver Impact at very odd times. Saw it with the depth charge earlier, and now we just seen it again with the Emperor's Divide.
Is some Overwatch tech or terminology here, Deserex, right?
Oh,
if you don't have all those ults up together, you're able to keep those cooldowns from being up at the same time. It can definitely find some power, especially when the Wombo matters as much for Vancouver Impact as it does here. So removing tools like the depth charge and the Emperor's Divide and keeping those cooldowns, you know, off cooldown or not getting high value, part of the reason why they were able to clean up that top outer turret. Again, continue to grow that lead. We haven't seen it grow quite as quickly, but Otacon's about to spawn. You're walking into this with a 5k gold lead. That's going to be a really scary situation for Vancouver Impact. I think MSI really showed the strength of this objective that, personally, I really want nerfed heading into Split 3. We'll see if Winthrop University, with his big lead, can secure it cleanly.
Let him know, Cubby. Let him know, as it does spawn onto the Rift.
They didn't do it cleanly yesterday, so opportunity for Winthrop with a bigger lead against, I'd say, the opponent that we expect to be a little bit lower in the standings, to show that with their coach in the lineup, that they did clean some things up after that loss yesterday.
All right, this does make things a little bit tricky for Vancouver Impact, so they will have to send Sudsy over to respond to Denethor. Both of them have their teleports available, so that's going to be the situation over there. It's just, I don't know if that ultimate came up in time. Yeah, Sudsy should be able to have that. That's going to be one of the more impactful factors in trying to deny some of these engages Winthrop are taking. But now you're walking into territory that's not even yours, as Wilson will get the kill. Nukes is just given a warning pillar as Winthrop grab another one.
See, the animation for the Crescent Guard was casted, but didn't even go on cooldown, as a beautiful vision set up by both Wilson and only 35. As sometimes all it takes is a stray bubble to find a kill. What happens when your carries get quite far ahead is Winthrop, I'd say this Otacon, they passed this test with flying colors this time around, Deserex. No sign of... Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah, with ease. And that has been the story of this game for Winthrop. And what might have been a bit of a scare not having their main lineup in. Props to Tails for stepping up, stepping in, and props to all of Winthrop. Down 3 bands, still kind of laying a spanking here on Vancouver Impact after that first Dragon went sideways.
And it was such an interesting response to not go with having a dedicated front line right now, but it's working out so well. I mean, going 1-10 so far, having this strong of a gold lead, and being able to use these carries that are getting gold. Denethor, Mobility, both of them really popping off on the Rift.
I'll say this is something where Nami, I think the value of Nami can kind of be slept on with that E. And we've seen only 30. I think he's had a great game so far. These bubbles have been really clutch,
Absolutely.
but the E, the slow that you can give, not just the Lucian, but also, you know, Victor has a lot of reach. Aurora has that built-in slow. If you're able to use the E on the Q, though, it makes it easier to like line up that combo from Aurora that can chunk you from half HP. And also, I mean, the tidal wave of the bubble, you are going up against a team that has to go into you. Nautilus and Zhao, one-directional champions. If you're able to get ahead and dissuade that initial engage, as we've seen Winthrop do with them being ahead, it has been a rather good look for them. As I think the positioning of only 35 and Wilson has been really solid. Only 35. You can even see like the little things, like hiding behind that wall until he sees people, like playing behind the wave here. Making sure that he is spaced from Nautilus, who would have to burn a flash, a depth charge, or a flash, a dredge line in order to engage on him. That's sometimes a fight that is a bit of an overextension if you bait someone far enough in. So I really like how Only 35 has been playing and positioning so far on the Nami as a player that I think sometimes he has good games and bad games. This has definitely been a very good game from Only 35.
It's been great seeing him, by the way. His nickname back when he was on TCL was the Turkish Afro move. Because he literally had an afro. It was no other reason. Yeah. Go look at his old player picks. It's incredible. Well, Dragon going to be taken by Vancouver Impact, but it's sacrificial for Winthrop because they want towers and they'll get that mid lane tier 2.
I don't think Dragon Soul wins this game. I think giving one Chemtech away to Vancouver Impact really doesn't matter. I mean, you're not really worried about them stacking up Tenacity, and there's not a lot of healing and shielding going on over there. So I think taking that for 2 inner turrets, I mean, that's going to balloon your gold lead. You can see pretty much second items secured across the board here for Winthrop University. And so just giving that, taking 2 better turrets for 1, I really like that trade. And again, Winthrop University, this team's been playing together as 5. I know that it's Tails in, but, we're gonna say it's 5.
He's been coaching them, so he's still playing.
Yeah, over a year. Even the core of this team with, Denethor, Sword, Wilson, Mobility, they've been playing together for, 2 years now? And this is kind of what happens, earlier on in the season. We have seen Winthrop and some of these teams, the lineups that have stuck together, they start at a higher ceiling, or a higher floor, I should say, than a lot of the other teams that have made a lot of changes. Felt like it really could have been a 2-0 start to the split for Winthrop, but hey, yesterday didn't go the way they wanted to. Seems like they put that one behind them, and even facing some internal adversity, not playing with the mid laner they're used to playing with, not being on the Rift today, feels like Winthrop's doing a good job of overcoming that.
Overcoming it, they know their game plan and they're executing it beautifully, so that's great to see for Winthrop, even given the scenario that they're in.
This is a little nerve-wracking. Okay, they're fine. Vancouver Impact gave them this wave. They're going to go play fast on the Tails, who has to get out of dodge here, but did chunk Dragoon on the way out, and bought enough time and space to sneak out, so that's just a free turret going over to the split push Trundle.
All right, here we go. Sudsy is able to patiently wait out for the divide, gets Tails right back in. The commitment onto the kill will find a shutdown for Sudsy, but look at your bot lane.
I like that. Leave the inhibitor up too. That's not all bad.
Yeah, so inhibitor going to be kept up. As Tails does go down, it's a sacrifice to open up the base of Vancouver Impact. And now this is more places to play from for Winthrop University. I mean, it's kind of been, let's pull apart this team. Let's pull them into places they don't want to be and capitalize when they send way too much into that direction.
Yeah, and of course, it's been all Winthrop University so far. If you guys want to vote on the MVP in the chat, please type Only 35 Mobility or Denethor. To have your vote cast might impact the interview and for sure impacts the MVP vote that we give. We've been trying to push these as far back into the game as possible.
Oh, man. Nukes caught out right here. Still standing in the front line will be Wilson. Nukes takes a lot of damage. Falls to about 300 as Between Worlds gets popped. A lot of ultimates burnt in that last exchange.
Nami's got a lot of mana, so can help top off that Trundle. As I do like the bush bait. A little scary for Wilson, who is down an ult, still has flash, and might have to return to his camps to actually heal up.
All ultimates burnt except for Tails. On that last one, he still has his available. And, well, technically Zev on the Corki on top of that. I mean, what we've been seeing a lot from Vancouver Impact so far is they're trying to get these engages. It's not a lack of trying. It's not them just lying down and, falling victim to the aggression of Winthrop. Oftentimes, I see Nukes going for the dredge line. It just doesn't land. It's read too well. We saw the depth charge around the Baron pit earlier. And it's a good read coming out from Winthrop University to respond to a lot of those engage tools and then counter-engage onto them.
100% with you, Deserux. And of course, when some of those tools miss early on, we've seen, the lead now that Winthrop has. It's harder to one-shot these champions later on into the game. There's just more health, more resources in the game, and also more damage coming out from the Lucian, especially, who is quite scary at this point. I'm sure once we drop this MVP vote, we're going to have him voting, at 3 items. I saw a big crit from the IE. I think it's there. And he certainly has it. So this is going to be a tricky one for Vancouver Impact to overcome. Of course, Dragons being at 2 apiece, and it really drives up the priority on this Baron quite a bit, which is in full control of Winthrop, and Vancouver Impact don't have a ton of ways here to check the brush.
Now the vision line getting slightly pushed forward. There's only one ward that's just out of range, it looks like, of that control ward over on the side of Vancouver Impact. So now Vancouver Impact, they do have some idea of the information that's right here. So they'll go for the engage right now. Here comes the equalizer, able to land it. Depth charge over on the back line as one kill is picked up by Vancouver Impact. That goes right over to Vex. It will cost their support in the process as Winthrop look to scrap this out a little bit longer. Tails steps up, a double kill is found by Mobility. Denethor on the opposite side will use the Weirding to push himself back, both going low for the top laners of these teams. A 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Winthrop.
I will say that was a pretty good read coming out from Vancouver Impact. I think throwing the Dredge line in there was completely appropriate. Actually got the depth charge into equalizer combo, but was only enough for really an even fight where Mobility was able to clean it up and make it uneven at the end. And will be the Dragon secured soul point locked up for Winthrop University. We'll say that shutdown kill that was found earlier on in the game, Desterux, by Sudsy, it was on Tails. He does have a death cap third item. So I really like the full damage build, especially when you're behind. You kind of have to trust your hands to be able to pilot and navigate that one. Sudsy did a lot of damage in that fight. Level 16 on Azir. We're going to have to see what happens because the Winthrop can't put this one away cleanly. We do know what happens if Azir is allowed to function and doesn't end up getting outranged in this one, which I think he does. It's going to be tricky for Sudsy to navigate, but still, he's the person I'm looking out for when it comes to Vancouver Impact to actually make a difference in this one.
Yeah, he's got the damage with the death cap. He's also got the Rylas, which will help out with this chase that Winthrop are trying to put onto the pressure of Vancouver Impact. As looking right now, clearing out the top side, a lot of vision still deep into the jungle of Vancouver Impact, and right now playing around this Baron pit is Vancouver.
I think the Rywise is actually a good shout, Desterux. I've talked about Rywise a lot. Having that slow sometimes, like that can be enough to set up a dredge line landing or a depth charge being in range to connect and can really impact the team of Squishies as they see Tails bot. They're going to try and get that TP out. TP is immediately. Baron at half. Wilson fishing around.
Pretty tough call to make. You really need to land this combo. That dredge line and equalizer, they need to be on a point. It was with that last fight, which still unfortunate. I mean, that's what the gold lead really does amount to when Mobility has 3 items completed. And now it's 4 items coming into this next fight.
And it's at this point, it's the scaling too. As I will say, the scaling of Winthrop is pretty nice. But I think Rumble not as impactful in this one with how mobile the carries are outside of Victor for Winthrop. As they're going to hit Baron for themselves. Only 35 in a weird spot.
And again, the dredge line not going to find its mark. Winthrop have been able to maneuver around that quite well. It does stop the Baron that Winthrop are going for.
I don't think that either team wants to hit the Baron. Like Winthrop, I don't think it's necessary for them to win this game by taking a contested Baron. And if Vancouver Impact hit it, I think the poke from like Victor Lucian is very difficult for them to deal with. Like it would be a turn and burn scenario, and you're already behind and setting yourself up for a big magic damage debuff to go up against 2 magic damage dealers on both sides. So, oh boy, this is off of a reset though. Nautilus is missing. I think they found an angle. This is going to be melted. We'll see if they turn.
Okay, Dragoon does have his equalizer. He's going to throw it down right away. Doesn't find too much damage, but the tidal wave comes out. Mobility's caught in the Baron pit. Will take some damage from that equalizer, but here comes Denethor between worlds. Pops in, takes Will's head, and leaves. Now the rest of Winthrop University looking to take down Vancouver, but without Wilson there, this might not be the angle to go for. Dredge line comes out, it lands on the Tails. Zev's looking for a way in, finds the kill on the Tails, but here comes Denethor on the back, finds Zev, will find a double kill. The chase from Sudsy as Dragoon falls in Denethor's flank shall be heard.
What a huge play from Denethor to help wrap this one up. Baron secured in an ace for Winthrop University as Denethor navigated that fight beautifully. Burned pretty much his entire health bar to get the jungler into the gray screen to make sure that Baron is secured safely by his team. Able to get out, TP's back in, found the reset on the bunny hops off the kills and made full use of them on the Aurora, taking full advantage of that 5-pick.
He came back and better than ever on that play, and we will reap the rewards for Winthrop University. It's not just Baron, it's going to be 2 inhibitors down as they begin the death march off the next recall.
They're going to stay disciplined too, not even going to take that last inhibitor that was already open on the bot side because Vancouver Impact were respawning off the gray screen. Says, yeah, that play, shout out to our team for throwing that MVP vote back up. I think that we might have some folks switching over to Denethor after that. Huge play by him on the Aurora.
Yeah, that was absolutely tremendous. I mean, Brilliant use of the teleport, flanked in beautifully, got the targets that he needed to, and now Winthrop are in the driver's seat. They'll set up over towards this dragon, which will be spawning quite soon. That will be Dragon Soul. So pretty much the Rift is their oyster. They have a lot of attention they can put down here in the bottom lane. It's not just goodbye Dragoon, it's goodbye Zev as well. And this is the end right now. Winthrop are going to march for the victory.
No soul needed. Last inhibitor going to fall, and the 2 Nexus turrets likely to follow. Zev in the Death Chamber for a long time with Dragoon. 3v5. Winthrop University. Some adversity with Tails playing, and a little bit of an oopsie yesterday, not able to secure the win. But all sins forgiven with a very good game from start to finish today, Desiree.
Last stand from Vancouver Impact, but they can stand no more as they are run down by Winthrop University. As you said, a great bounce back coming from this squad as they'll go 1-1 on the week.
Shout out to them. We were a little bit worried. I think the chat a little bit too. You know, you don't have your usual lineup, have a coach subbing back in. Really thankful that you were able to have Sword, you know, be able to, as we play around with our camera a little bit here. We got a new one.
We're good. You're good. A big cubby. Big cubby.
All right. See, we're good. Look at that.
All right, we're fine.
No worries.
Did you mute for the voice command right there?
I did, yeah.
Okay,
I can talk to it anyway.
Let's get our attention back on the game.
You know, I get animated during the game. I talk with my hands, so that might have to be something to look out for. But hey, speaking of animated, Winthrop University, pretty solid win from them. Facing some adversity themselves, able to overcome it. I think that, you know, can build confidence throughout a season, and every win matters. Able to go to 1-1 is big, and for Vancouver Impact, a team that a lot of people have not making it to playoffs, likely being a bottom 2 team, not finding a win when you're going up against a team that has a sub in, it's their coach, and losing 3 bans, that one hurts to wrap up week 1.
But hey, at the end of the day, for Winthrop University, they do find that bounce back from yesterday to even out their standings. Off of that note, we are going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll have an interview with one of the members of Winthrop University. Welcome back to the NACL, everyone. Winthrop University taking the dub against Vancouver Impact. Even with a team that was very specific, you don't have a front line, they knew how to play towards their win conditions beautifully, Kobe.
And it was really this dragon fight that I think set Vancouver Impact so far behind. The game just got so hard for them to play from here.
Yeah.
Really well played by Winthrop, kind of balancing out their health bars, taking advantage of the strength of Nami early on in those extended fights. That W heal, one of the strongest abilities in the game. If you're able to get the bounce 3 times in those early levels. And only 35 mobility took full advantage of an overextension from Vancouver Impact in the Dragon fight. And Winthrop University took full advantage of the 4K gold lead they had before the 14-minute mark and managed to make this one a very clean game.
Yeah, this was a fun game to watch, especially seeing like some of the highlights of both Mobility and Denethor in this one. I mean, Mobility was on point with his spacing and knowing when to capitalize on some of these health bars. And then, of course, Denethor, that flank that he pulled off was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, Denethor, I think he won himself a POG/MVP vote with that one. So it was very, very nice from him. Again, Aurora, a champion that he's added to his pool in the past years. Denethor, a player that I used to call a tier list top laner. Because when he first started off in solo queue, it was like, all right, is Camille up? Yes, I play Camille. Is Camille not up? Yes, then I play Gnar next. Then it was Sejuani next. Like, this is how he played solo queue. Definitely a player that, because he played those champions at such a high level, was discovered early on. And has really had to build out his champion pool throughout his career. Great to see him, a player I usually know for the fighters, like his Renekton Cassante play now being thrown in as well. Actually find a mage where he is not only to able have a pop-off performance here on, but has been a consistent pick for him looking back to last split as well. So a standout game for Denethor and for Winthrop University as a whole as they took a big lead early on, and as you can see in the gold graph below, did not let go.
Highlighting them, always good. We got to give some credit to supports, Cubby. I mean, come on now. Only 35 was really on point with a lot of these bubbles, and knowing how to utilize, the fact that his lane partner is Illusion, get that Tide Color's Blessing on. That gives you the slow, follow it up with the bubble, and it resulted in a lot of kills. It was pretty much a tried and true formula for Winthrop.
Yeah, it was really solid. So good to see, and I understand that we have an interview coming in with the player coach from the last one, but we got Tails on board to talk with us.
All right, welcome, Tails, our mid laner for Winthrop University, at least for this game. And that's the first question I'm going to start off with asking. What was the situation here that unfortunately forced you in the mid lane role?
So our mid laner, Sword, he was off on vacation, and he was coming back home, and he forgot to update his TR. So basically, I had to sub in to not lose and FF the game, and so I had to sub in. It's my first official in 7 years, I think. So it was quite quite a rush for me, and we ended up getting the W. So that's a good thing.
Oh, it was a very good thing, Tails. I was fortunate that, I'm old enough to remember getting smashed by you in solo queue in the mid lane a little bit as well. So it was good to see you pull out the victor in a familiar matchup for old school LOL heads. Do want to give you an opportunity to talk about your team. Obviously, you guys, a little bit of adversity today, having you step into the mid lane. How proud are you of the guys to be able to face that, especially given the game you guys had yesterday where it felt like you guys were winning that one for about 85% of the game time?
Yeah, I really feel like, this year, we've been through a lot of ups and downs, classic every team moment, but we're really trying to lock in this split. I think we made a lot of kind of adjustments before the split started in terms of making sure our practice is useful and we're not just tilting or FFing or remaking every scrim. So I think we're on the right direction now, and we were clearly seeing some good results already. So we want to keep going with that.
Just to follow up on that, some of the changes in practice, is that pretty much just playing more games out, or is there anything else that you feel like has been really impactful for the squad?
Yeah, I think, step one is being honest about what went wrong, or we felt like goes wrong in our scrims in the previous splits, and kind of drafting up a team contract so that things are in writing, and then
always good one.
Yeah, exactly, right. And we're able to kind of remind each other and kind of force each other to be accountable for things that we do in practice, right? Or not in practice, outside of practice, solo queue, for example.
What about outside of that, though? Because the last time I had a conversation with Only 35, he was talking about a lot of the camaraderie that this team has and how much they enjoy being together. So I wanted to know if you can expand on that.
Yeah, I think that's the advantage of being part of a college like program, is everyone is in person. There's a facility, there's kind of a structure. So I think that really helps the players, see each other day in, day out. It helps build that camaraderie and raises morale whenever we're doing well, and kind of helps everyone understand when we're not doing well. We gotta lock in, right?
Nice. Tails, I got nothing else for you, man, but I hope you enjoyed the rush of playing. For me, personally, I think coaching is actually more stressful watching the guys play, but, I'm sure not playing for a while, you got in there and, were able to help your team find the dub.
Thank you.
Any shout-outs or thank yous or anything else you'd like to say before we say goodbye to you and get into our next game?
Shout out to all the players and for playing this one out, because I can understand not wanting to play with their coach. And also shout out to Bo for giving me another opportunity to work on a tier 2 team like this. So appreciate of everyone who I've worked with, and yeah, shout out to those guys.
Shout out to you, man. Good game. Way to step up.
Thank you. Yeah, GG's.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Tails. Always fun to see him. I know Tails behind the scenes always helped out with a lot of teams. I believe was helping out with like a lot of players, like officially and unofficially, just outside of Winthrop too. Is always giving a lot of time to the space. So good to see him show off some of his own skills that he used to have and still has a little bit on the Rift. Is Victor Nazir? I will say, as an old man myself, Victor's one of my higher win rate champions. That's always a good one to stick to. Strong laning, strong team fighting. Don't have to move a lot. Just try to farm.
Cubby, if you're an old man, I'm ancient. So please watch the language there. Let's pull up our MVP, because I'm pretty sure we know who this one is, as we did put up the vote at the very end to clutch it out off of what was one of the most disgusting flank plays I've seen in a while. It's going to be Denethor.
Yeah, and I got to say that his end game, again, I don't love, we'll call it the Whippotech, When you sack your HP bar, are able to get out of a fight and then TP back in, take those cooldowns with and make something happen. Is that Aurora's TP animation? That's wild. Yep. Bewitching Aurora throwing the wand around, looking like Professor McGonagall hopping around here as the bunny. She was a cat, close enough. Anyway, really good look here from Denethor in this game as he continues to, I'd say, add more champs and add more game to his arsenal. Definitely a player we've always been somewhat excited about, stepping into NACL, and has shown improvement throughout his splits, so good to see from him.
I mean, as a lot of people know, and I'm pretty sure you know, I was a big Winthrop fan for a very long time, so when he joined the squad, I was excited to see his promotion into the NACL and what he could really pull off. And, going from just being this Camille and, as you called, a tier list player into something that, can carry a game like this and really be put into the driver's seat, it's exciting to see. It's fun to see. It's great to see the growth. But we got to move on to the next match now. And that is going to be Dark Zero versus Dorado, Cody.
Yes, and frankly, this is one that we're both kind of excited about, Destructs, because I know Dorado, your boy Shochi, or the Shochi himself, he's back. Dorado Gaming, definitely a team that some folks actually have some hopes for, with a couple of rookies that frankly have really impressed me early on. Didn't have their best game yesterday, but have a chance to take it to Dark Zero, who are debuting a new top side, but still look like the team that had some of the same strengths of last year, or last split, I should say, as a dominant squad.
Yeah, I think I'm still pretty excited about the squad, even with the changes that they've had coming. I don't think they're negative whatsoever. Toasty taking the reins from Spyrax. Spyrax still works with Toasty, and Toasty, very ambitious, wants to be a loud voice and a potential leader for the squad. Going against their opponents across the Rift, which is going to be Dorado Gaming. Another team that has a lot of exciting rookies. I'm very excited to see Sushi and Ariana in particular, and what they can bring to the Rift, Cody.
Yeah, Ariana was a player that behind the scenes, a lot of people were actually talking to me about as someone they were pretty excited to see hit NACL. And of course, shout out to Sushi, who made a lot of fans out of himself with just subbing in to double this seat and playing really well with his opportunities there. Definitely proved that he is a marksman that can team fight in the later stages. I think, as many rookies have done, has some steps in order to work on his laning phase individually. We'll write yesterday off a little bit. I think Zaya is very difficult to play in the Kate Lux, especially when you're going up against Scary Jerry, who just had an LTA North seat himself. But See if he can show up today with Mixture and Shochi, a couple pieces of a Respawn OQ roster that was competitive but not able to get through. And definitely a team that's looking to find an upset. I think it's safe to say against Dark Zero today.
All right, let's pull up the predictions to see what we're going for, and I think I'm the odd man out once again because I just love Shochi, man.
You just got that
he's
dog
one of
in
my
you.
favorite players to watch. Yeah, I got that dog in me, bro. So everyone else going Dark Zero. I'm going to be going dog for this one. How you feeling, Kobe?
I'm still Dark Zero. I think their top side's also quite good, and frankly, that's the matchup that I want to look into. As I know that I was just talking about Orianna being that rookie top laner, but also cool to see Coach Niles put a rookie top laner into his own seat in Key in the top lane. Yeah, it's K. We're still getting used to that one a little bit. My brain wants to say Key, it's K. But has been exciting for me to see Niles again. Definitely feels a little bit of personal, or that seat's personal to him, given that he was sitting in that seat, taking on a rookie who did show a lot of talent, a lot of promise. And frankly, both these top laners, the two rookie top laners that we have, the split of NACL, are going to be fun to see them go toe-to-toe.
I mean, I've always heard good things, especially from Maryville-specific top laners about Niles and how he works with them. Zamudo was the last one that we had. Pretty tremendous to hear that, and hear that K is going to look to continue that as we do get into the draft, because we've got to expedite a little bit of this, you know. Lucian, Jax, Trundle, all going to be locked in. We look over on the side of Dorado, and we have Gwen for Ariana, as well as an MF. And see the Rift this time. Finish it out with the Nico.
It's an interesting one, because usually when you see Lucian taken, you find a pairing earlier on. Not the case here, and curious what supports likely get denied here from Dorado, as that Nico going to lock down a potential bullet time combo, and definitely one that's going to be look to be canceled by that Trundle pillar from Kisno.
So first phase of the draft be done now, and I mean, seeing Ariana, this was someone I saw in the promotions, and this is someone who had a lot of hype around them. You mentioned Sushi having that hype because we had the sub in for Double Lift and a lot of praise. Well, a lot of praise really did come from Shochi when picking up Ariana, because he said straight out, like, I am so happy that Ariana took a chance on me and this team to join up. So I really want to see just how much excitement Ariana can bring with this Gwen.
Yeah, again, know that behind the scenes, Ariana was like being considered by teams like Supernova, had a lot of tryouts. Ariana is from Poland, a Polish player that did come over, I believe competing with Grandview University, and now competing with Dorado Gaming here in NA. So definitely someone that has a lot of excitement as we do continue throughout this draft. See, two junglers take it away to help out the Trundle. No Xin Zhao, no Wukong. Usually we see Xin actually be let through in this scenario, as Trundle Jax, I will say, two very good picks in the Xin Zhao, but maybe not wanting to give Kaido that strength. Meanwhile, the double Enchantress is being taken away from the Lucian, but Karma is still on the board, and I think Rel's probably the best matchup if you look for engagers into the Nico itself. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. Is Nocturne a potential Orianna threat here on 5? That has to be thought about now, Desirux.
The Nocturne Orianna combo can be so brutal, but just having that ability to really dive deep here, especially alongside the Gwen, could work into Dorado's favor. They have a lot of Wombo combo, and it's all about the setup that really gets Dorado to the ball game for this one. The response for Dark Zero is going to be the Aurora to come in. So now we got the Aurora in the mid lane, Jax over in the top. Just got the support coming up next for Dark Zero.
Between Worlds Unstoppable window could potentially be useful going up against the Nico. As if the Sun does end up being a Braum locked in, it pairs well with the Lucian and Trundle Jax, easy to proc the Winter's Bite, but going to be under a lot of threat in the laning phase. That is indeed a Nico support. Nico definitely picked that Shochi can play as well, but for me, likely that we just see Shochi pick his champion here, and frankly, Orianna looking damn good to me.
Oh yeah. It sets up some of the most disgusting wombo combos you could have, and that's an easy one to grab right there. One of the nice things about having Shochi on your squad, I mean, he does have a very big champion pool that you can play around. He's demonstrated so many times in the past. I don't think it's going to be tested this time, as Orianna does get locked in, Kobe.
That just kind of made sense to me, as that will be locked in. A good Merc Treads game coming out if you are Dark Zero. But early on, I think Lucian and Braum are going to be under a lot of pressure from MF Nico. At least that should be the case. So we'll see if the top side ends up being where Dark Zero plays around. Of course, that top side being new to the squad. Toasty was a sub, has the full-time starter role this time. Kisno being brought over from that Conviction roster that did top 3. And then, of course, K being in Nile's seat as the rookie. Going to have to see what he does as well.
Yeah, in this game, definitely a lot to prove for, I think, both teams, because Dark Zero, I can imagine they're fully satisfied with what they had last week, given that Conviction did have a disconnect in the middle of the game. So it does kind of sour a little bit of that victory, but even for Dorado themselves, it was not the draft that they really wanted. They kind of got backed into a wall with the Xayah pick, and from there they got really obliterated. They overcommitted to a lot of dives, so there's a lot to prove, I feel, for both of these squads.
Sure. Okay, gonna have one of his favorite champs in the Jax in the top lane, a player from Colombia. Did play for Fuego most recently in the top lane, so gonna have to see what he's able to do now on this Dark Zero Dragonsteel squad. Again, a player that did really impress a lot of folks behind the scenes enough to land that seat for Dark Zero. Keep in mind, Zamudo was here when it was Zamudo Yuji in this roster. This team did not drop a single game in NACL and is for sure considered one of the better seats to have in the league, and one of the teams that is a favorite to potentially be in that promotion tournament. So I think it says a lot, the fact that K ends up in this seat, just how highly Dark Zero thought of him. And again, both these top laners who are rookies were pretty sought after this offseason, so excited to see them go toe-to-toe in a matchup that has changed a bit, but I would say is a bit of a skill matchup now, the Jax versus the Gwen.
All right, Twitch chat, we want to know your opinion. We're tired of yapping right now, so go ahead and let us know in Twitch chat, who do you think will take the dub? Hashtag DZ for Dark Zero, hashtag Dog for Dorado. Now, one of the reasons I've been believing a lot in Dorado and what they could potentially bring is, first of all, it is a pretty solid roster to say the least, but when I talked to Shochi about it, one of the things he brought up is, I feel like I'm finally having fun again. And I felt like when I played my best, yeah, this is direct what he said. I recently realized that instead of I need to succeed to be happy, it's more like I need to be happy in order to succeed. And he's been very happy playing with this roster.
You know what? As someone that's talked to some people that have been on rosters with Shochi in the past, they always felt like if the vibes were good, he played better. So it's kind of nice that he's recognizing that and trying to make sure that things are good for him. So again, Dorado, I'd say fell flat in their debut yesterday. Real opportunity against a strong opponent to try and rewrite that narrative and end week one on a high note here.
And of course, that puts it over to his lane opponent, Toasty, who I think has been showing tremendous potential. I think he's someone who's getting closer and closer towards being one of those top contenders to be picked up into the LTA North.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The last 3 off seasons, Toasty has been considered for LTA/LCS spots. And he's a player, like, for me, probably the mid laner that I'm most excited about that could fight at that next level. I know behind the scenes, wherever he's tried out, really impresses for me. It has a traditional sports background, which I love. I think that really feeds into his competitiveness. Also, as the gamer gene, was immortal in Valorant. Actually decided to go pro in League of Legends because you could go pro a year earlier at the time. And started playing that more and having fun with it. So this guy literally picked what game he wanted to pursue. That's how talented of a gamer he is, and he's a damn good mid laner. Did a lot of work on the Azir yesterday. We'll see what we can do on the Aurora today.
I mean, last split, we had him on the Light Squad, which was the B team of Dark Zero. And when I talked to him about that, I really liked the mentality he had, because he took that as an opportunity to step back, learn the macro side a little bit more, and find his style as a player. So he always has this growth mindset that he's looking to take forward, and I think it makes it a pretty exciting matchup, just highlighting those two mid laners.
I mean, if I want to get like nitty gritty, I think that, like, from what I've seen in combines, his camera control, like how he controls his camera, it's better than some of the LTA mids, like, for me. He's really disappointed in checking the map. He's got a mechanic I think a lot of mids should have, where, like, you click and drag from, like, where you're going to, like, where your character is, so that you catch everything in between. And it's something that I think, because he consumes more info with how well he controls his camera, he will just scale faster as a player, because he's always gathering and processing more, which I think is really important for the long run. So again, mid laner, I've always thought really highly of as a player and as a person, and we're going to see if he can excel in this team, as they're, of course, fighting for that LTA North spot, just like everyone else in the league this split.
And here we are into our third game of the day, Dark Zero versus Dorado Gaming. And already Dark Zero getting onto the map. Kaido's going to spot out this potential scout coming out from Dark Zero, just looking for that deep vision. You say they're sending the Jax rather deep into there. But scouting out where this Nocturne will be pathing always going to be pretty crucial, especially as we get towards that level 6 point.
Yeah, and pathing, going to be curious about that. Of course, rightfully so. Nocturne level 6, definitely a break point to hit, but curious to see where the Trundle goes. I think there's a real opportunity to mess with Gwen, and that matchup. Trundle is so damn strong in those early duels. Jax does bring that very consistent, guaranteed gank assist if you wait for Gwen to burn the E. So I think that, for me, the game plan, wouldn't be surprised we see that Trundle work top, but at the moment, looks like we're going to see Kizno actually work his way down towards the bot lane to maybe help relieve some of the likely pressure we're going to see out of the MF and Nico going into the Solution Braum.
And so both starting on the top side, then looking to go down immediately after. Kizno on the blue buff. Ido just on his Raptors. We'll see how the early stages shape up, because usually with the Nocturne, you're just looking to farm, try and get that level 6 as fast as possible. And then as we get into the later stages, that's going to be the big combo we'll be focusing on. Nocturne paired alongside with this Orianna played by Shochi.
Yeah, and that Wombo, I mean, some real squishies that you can catch with the Aurora the Lucian. I will say Aurora does have a window where you can go unstoppable with the Between Worlds. We'll see how disciplined Toasty is on that. If you drop a good R and place it well, you can try and navigate away from that combo by getting out of the Shockwave CC, and then hopefully if you drop it like behind you, where you can step forward, teleport backwards, escape the tether as well. But that's obviously not something that everyone is going to be blessed with on the Darkzero squad, is an ease of escape. So we'll see how that ends up being navigated by the team.
No oversight on Dorado. After having conversations with him, I hear that a lot of the, at least shot calling with the comms, you get a lot of that from both Kaido, for one, from the jungle, and then Mixture as well. And from what I've heard, everyone else does a pretty good job in just making sure that they give the relevant information at the right time. We just got to see it in practice, because it really was a rough showing from yesterday. We need to see more from this Dorado gaming squad.
That was a bummer. I do like the fact that you highlight Mixture as well, another rookie that we have. Kind of fun. Not only did we mention that Shochi, Sushi, that's a handful, and Mixture, they were all on the Respawned OQ team. These guys were also a part of the Saito Combine, ran by Parth, who was a part of Darkzero. He's actually one of our approved co-streamers for this split as well. Got to visit those guys there at the FlyQuest camp. Definitely very happy to see both those players in NACL. Felt like they were very deserving as players themselves, and also at the Combine showed some good progress as kids. Of course, working with coaches Draxer, still involved with Darkzero, and then, of course, Ido, who is over with Disguised.
Oh. He's got to be careful right there, as we'll throw out the counter-strike.
Second win maxing.
Ariana still going for the chase. And we'll find the first blood. It's not okay, Cubby! Kai's dead!
We weren't second win maxing. I saw 2 trinkets up. I don't know if Kay had the Q back in order to ward hop, but a good preemptive flash from Orianna catches the Jax off guard and finds a good solo kill. That's a good burst of gold. Orianna gonna have to try and find a quick reset to get back in the lane. We'll lose some creeps, some XP for this, so not the most expensive death for Kay, but a great find by Orianna. Again, that preemptive flash in range to make sure that every snip of the Q gets off, and was able to find the Jack. So we'll lose this wave because, of course, Kay did TP back. Hard shoves it. That's a good response. We'll get a plate from this, but still take the solo kill for Orianna. Decent start.
Great start coming out from Dorado. You definitely like to see it, especially with a lot of the hype that was around Orianna. But now we have the revisit. As you mentioned, Flash is down. They don't feel confident going for it just yet.
Yeah, so the one bummer, of course, items can be better for the Gwen, but XP better for the Jax. Does matter a bit in this matchup. Finding that 6 is always very nice. So it's not all lost here for Kay, but still, good play by Orianna, taking some of that agency into his own hands as Polish top laner, able to find one against the Colombian top laner that we have in our top lane.
Power of that winner's bite. I mean, paired along Lucian, you get the passive. It means you stack up those procs so fast, and you can see Sushi right there, a little bit of the bite of that.
Kind of interesting to see Sajed base and only have that 250 ability haste item. It's a little interesting. I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Might have happened in the replay, or might have happened during the top lane action that we were focused up on. We are going to have that dragon actually started by the Trundle. We'll say this is a little bit dangerous. Conditions bot lane not good for either one of our lanes here. So it might just be a jungle war, and of course the push going to be in the hands of Toasty mid.
Oh.
Who that could be enough to help secure the dragon, but no, Kizno pulled off, going to look bot, and these bot lane health bars really dangerous. So kind of some weird posturing here with both bot lanes not wanting to recall and reset quite yet. Interesting game state has prevented the first Dragon from going over to Dark Zero in what would have been a window for them if conditions were better.
And well played so far, coming out from Dorado. I mean, the solo kill is one thing, but being able to respond to where you're applying pressure on the map, I think Sushi and Mixture are doing very well on getting the harassment they need to, even into the Lucian-Braum combo.
Yeah.
And this will be the reward for now, the Dragon.
The Dragon's good. I think that given what Dorado drafted, it's a given. Again, the one window that Dark Zero were looking at, it was when Toasty had push mid as the Aurora. I do like how Kisner's pulling the wave. The fact that there's not a lead for the MF Nico is a bit concerning for me. Because that's a double range bot lane to the Braum. You really should be able to punish. And that not being punished by Sushi and Mixture. Again, I think that both these players, they see fights, they see angles really well, but definitely have to step it up when it comes to laning at this level. I think that's the gap of improvement these two guys have to make. Very common for rookies that we have in the league, but again, being even, that's being behind in this matchup. Lucian should not be up 10 if you have MF plus Nico.
And you also have to think about the quality of player that they're up against. Sajed, FlyQuest Challengers was rated very highly. Same thing with Zyko, former champion, did it with Dragonsteel, which is basically still Dark Zero. So these are very capable players that they're facing off against. It's not just another NACL duo that you're fighting.
Oh, absolutely. And keep in mind, I mean, MF being behind, the BF Sword is a good buy, so inventory is not that bad, but the Wombo is what is needed for Dorado.
Yeah.
Between the Nocturne, Orianna, or these Pop Blossoms into bullet times. Archie is going to be very clutch. One of them being acquired by Nocturne as Kaido just hit 6, and top lane's the focus.
Comes level 6 looking in for the gank, but
One's
Ariana's
dead.
far too low. Will fall in the process, and Kaido has to bail. Can't scrap it out with the Trundle, even with K being that low. It's a kill back to Dark Zero.
I like the idea from both teams. It's just Kisno and Dark Zero that are at the play first, able to punish that Gwen. Kaido spotted on the ward, so K knows that he can get this wave in, and that's right before the grubs spawn. Great timing coming out from Dark Zero. Best case scenario here is Dorado is able to get one, but Kaido doesn't have access to any of his smites. So first one will be smoked away by Kisno, and it looks like this objective will be seeded. Smitten.
That's definitely got to hurt for Kaido, because it's not just about your top laner going down, but you also burnt your first Paranoia, and a lot of these early Paranoias can be pretty meaningful. But look at this in mid lane, Shochi taking a lot of damage. Flash forward from Toasty, but doesn't have the damage to take down Shochi.
I think he needed the auto then E to proc the passive, and then it's a maybe. I don't know if Toasty was able to weave in the auto or not against Shochi. Very close, but Flash is burned by both our mid laners. As meanwhile, bot lane, we do see some pressure being put down on the Lucian, which is good. Heal cast. Sushi's got to be careful.
Yeah, here we go. Pop Blossom goes off. They're looking for the kill onto Zyko.
Oh, no.
Trade of supports. No, Zyko lives. And now Shushi's in a bad way. Barrier available for Sajed. He's in no trouble whatsoever. We'll be able to clean up the kill. The feats of warfare picked up by Dark Zero.
Oh, man. Zyko got out with 2 HP, according to our producers. And that's a huge win for Dark Zero in the bot lane. Again, not how this lane is supposed to go. Being flipped on its head by the good play of Dark Zero's bot lane. The 2 players returning from that roster that did not drop a single game, while it was Zamudo and Yuji in the lineup. Of course, the team that did make it to finals to drop to Luminosity Gaming, and were our collegiate champions from this last split as well. But man, that's tough for Sushi and Mixture. Again, you draft this lane to have priority and then be able to use those R keys to be impactful. The fact this is being broken by some of the individual play at Dark Zero is a big win for them early on.
And it brings into question this bot lane more and more, because, I mean, yesterday we could excuse it. It was a bad draft. They got put into a corner. This time, it's pretty brutal to see this unfolding, where they are losing out in CS and now even losing out in kills.
Yeah, Sushi going to catch back up a little bit from this, but of course XP you can see in favor of Sajed. And yeah, those Essence Reaver being completed, that's going to hurt quite a bit, so Sushi's going to have some catching up to do. We'll say, do you think that MF into Lucian is not the easiest matchup in the world? Is Toasty going to have to burn the R? Yeah. Does he have it?
No, he doesn't. He's just going to get autoed down, and Shochi will take down Toasty in the solo.
Okay, big solo kill here from Shochi as he returns to NACL. So that part of the Wombo combo is going to get a bit fed. able to take that Orianna into Aurora and find a win here. We'll see if he can sync up with Kaido around this next dragon spawning in 30 seconds.
We go Counter-Strike underneath the tower, only to harass Orianna and try and take away some of the CS, but a great trade coming out of Shochi. He is getting the CS lead. He is able to take down some of these kills and even catching Toasty at an opportune time right there. All going to work out pretty well and give Dorado a fighting chance back into this.
That top lane matchup, actually, Kay doing a really nice job up there. I know that the Trundle kind of flipped the matchup back in favor of the Jax, but the CS lead has really been built up nicely by Kay, who, again, I think the depth that he had, while it was a solo kill, wasn't the most expensive one, did come back to lane with an XP advantage. So that's okay, especially in this matchup as the Jax. And he's cashing in on that one. Forcing Orianna out and forcing Orianna in weird spots as 3 plates have been secured. And that means that Darkseer are winning on both sides of the map as Kisno starts up this dragon. Toasty does have ult advantage. Shochi and Dorado probably want to wait for the shockwave to be back up. Okay, they get a reset. That's nice.
Instead, Kaido just going to back off.
Yeah, that's
not
good.
Kaido, excuse me, just being in the area on Kisno. God, there's a lot of names that are very similar for this one. Yeah, good enough right there. And, I mean, even with the similarities, they keep going. We look at the mid laners. It's a battle of Cincinnati Fear mid laners, if go back to that old horde.
That's true. Anti-socials would be proud of these guys, you know. The worst part is, too, is that if we, wanted to go back to Kaido's old name of City, that'd still be confusing with Shochi and Shushi on the roster and Mixture. Yeah.
I just know at some point I'm going to say, like, Shoshi or Tsuchi.
Well,
Right,
maybe we can find cute duo names for them in the chat. That could help.
Between Worlds going to be used. Shochi's in
Flashless.
a completely bad way, but here comes Kaido with the paranoia. Will take down Toasty in time. Kill going over to the jungler. Kisno will grab that one, and now look at this. Completely isolated is Suchi once again. I said it, didn't I? As they fall to Sajet.
Well, I think there was a trap weight on that one, and that's going to make it a 2-for-1 across the board, as at least Shochi able to get a kill in that duo. Would rather have the kill on the Orianna than the Trundle, but still not a straight-up win for Dorado outside the fact that the Dragon was secured. We'll say that Feat's going to be potentially on board here for the Rift Herald spawn coming up, as if Herald is secured by Dorado, will be the objective feat secured. But it still doesn't feel like a winning game for Dorado. Mixture has gotten out of Wayne, looking for K.
Gotta focus on the K.
Ooh.
Right now, it's just to shove in the wave, get pressure back. They can't really jump on the K. It's a big chance to take because of that Counter-Strike. You get stunned up, you can't flip things, and you don't exactly know where Kisno is at the given moment. As he say that, he walks right on the ward.
Double Trinity forces secured by the top side here of Dark Zero might make this upcoming Herald fight scary. Orianna just went back to base and is yet to secure that Rift Maker. Mixture even going to have to burn the heal just to get some move speed to get away from a potential Trundle Chomp and Winter's Bite proc, as that Jordan duo trying to do some work here against Dorado. And this Rift fight, I am really curious to see what ends up happening here. As do like to see, okay, has the Demolish proc ready, will take down the turret. He's letting it kill all the minions possible. But man, double Triforce is tough to fight against, but you look at the comp for Dorado, and if they press their R keys together, that's a pretty good Rift fight. So I think it's a real choice of whether they take it or not.
I love the way Kay's been playing out this lane. Even with that kill that happened over, I mean, Ariana got a nice outplay, but still not rattled whatsoever is Kay. Look at the CS difference. It's really starting to add up.
It's been really solid. Again, I think that solo kill going over, obviously nice for Orianna, but the conditions were better for Kay getting back into the lane, and Kisno being up there first was very clutch in ensuring that matchup does go over the Jax. Of course, with the Gwen changes we've seen with her power curve kind of being leveled / balanced out, did really shift that Jax matchup back to a little bit more of an even state.
Here we go, collapse onto Zyko. Shockwave goes out, pulls in two. Zyko's still going to survive, though. No! Shochi just barely gets the damage to secure the kill.
Did have the locket, did have exhaust up, did not use it, tried to flash out, goes down, was trying to save exhaust and the Winter's Bite. This will not be given away for free as, well, this Jax is getting even bigger.
Yeah.
And frankly, if Jax gets super big this game, I don't know who kills Jax. That could be a real problem here for Dorado, but at least they're able to secure the Rift Herald, and Shochi's going down. Good TP. Okay.
Yeah. Here comes K once again. Shochi should just save his flash for this one because he's going to go down. He's going to burn it instead and still gets bonked by K.
I'm with you, Deserex. I don't like the choice to burn flash there. I think he's dead either way. Let's get the flash out of Jax, but how much does that one matter when you have Leap Strike available and you're going to be as tanky and ahead as K is? As he's trying to do Niles, the coach that was in that seat, proud. And so far off to a very good start this game in the war against the two rookie top laners we have this split in NACL.
The next purchase, just going to finish out the Caulfield's Warhammer. K has been accelerated. I would love to see the amount of gold that K's been able to pick up through the game so far, especially compared to Ariana, who's been kind of struggling ever since that first blood. Now you're going to have this Jax in the side lane who's already taken 2 towers, taken 2 kills. This is a threat of a monster. Monster of a threat. Other way.
I like the threat of the monster. I'm a fan of monster movies, personally. I'm looking forward to Werewolf by Robert Eggers coming out. Saw Nose for Act 2, you know?
I prefer a lot of the older monster movies. This is not helping my ancient thing.
No, that's fine. It's a good shout. Old monster movies were responsible for a lot of early Hollywood success, you know? Christopher Lee, Dracula.
I'm talking like Night of the Living Dead.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm not familiar, but I can pretend I am.
I still got to watch 28 Years Later. I've seen the post coming from Rafa. Very...
I don't trust Rafa. It's fine.
Yeah, I do not trust him. Here comes the Pop Blossom, though. Lands onto Dark Zero. And there's the Shockwave to follow through. Between Worlds going to be used. Paranoia gets popped. Toasty able to take down Kaido. And Ariana's all by his lonesome. Has to bail away. Health bar's getting low for Dark Zero. But Dorado cannot capitalize.
I mean, that was a really big wombo coming out. Just was not close to being enough. Sajed, pretty fed already on the Lucian. Was able to kind of slink his way out of that. Love the setup from Mixture. And Mixture might be going down. Oh, no.
That's the power of the pillar right there. You overextend without a flash, and that pillar will put you in your place.
And I think Sushi being down 2 levels against this Lucian hurts a lot. If you're on even footing, just ding 10. If you had 11, that rank 2 and bullet time could have made a big impact there, because that setup, that wombo was good from Dorado, but a little bit too late in the game, and Darkseer a little bit too far ahead where the health bars were untouched. The Dragon will be secured, soul point denied. And that's a big step in the right direction for Darkseer securing this game.
Yeah, Darkseer are looking tremendous. You already talked about it earlier, the double Trinity Force. Well, let's go look at the bot lane. Sajed has that Infinity Edge now complete, and we've seen what Illusion can do when he's autoing away with the IE. This is prime positioning for Dark Zero.
And again, I like the look from Dorado. Like I think that they found the wombo they wanted to. It's a 3-man Pop Blossom into a 3-man Shockwave from Shochi, who was the member that is the most ahead on this squad. But oh boy.
Kaido will spell shield the counter strike, so that gets him out of the stun, but K is not
He's
done.
still in trouble.
Paranoia comes out, Pop Blossom's going to be used, Ariana over the wall, there is Sushi as well, going after K. This would be a nice shutdown, and it goes over to Shochi. On top of it, the chase continuing from Dorado, but here comes the teleport, able to arrive to the fray is going to be Toasty. Toasty looking to jump in, will use Between World, but in the middle of 4, Toasty gets low, and even with the invisibility, will flash over the wall and survive. Sajid continues to chase, finds Ariana, dashes forward, takes down Shochi, will find another kill as Dark Zero are obliterating, but the bullet time of Sushi will return fire in a 4-for-4.
That's a great late bullet time from Sushi, and a big that he's still going to be on the map to hopefully clean up a few things. Could go mid, but instead going to reset, and honestly an unnecessary and messy fight here from Dark Zero trying to fight the red buff. I like the initial look, but look at how far away Lucian is. Toasty TPing too. This one took a while to connect. K goes down on the overextension. Zyko also caught, but in the 3v5 on the back half, Sajed played this beautifully, man. Toasty finds a 4-man Between Worlds, flashes out just in time. But Sajed finding Orianna, this dash in looked aggressive, but it was correct. The flash out was nice. They found Kaido in the back half, and it really just was that 2-man route from Mixture that saved things for Dorado as Sushi was able to fire away the bullet time that found 2. 4-for-4, Dorado getting a lot more gold from that thanks to the shutdowns. They were able to farm their Deserex. It's only a 2k gold gap now. It's still not great for Dorado, but a big win for them. There's more action coming. Shockwave is cast too early.
Ooh, way too early. It's not going to catch Jed. He'll be able to back off with no problem, and now the ball is in Dark Zero's court as they begin to walk over towards the Dragon Pit. We still got 2 minutes, almost 3 before that's up. So Dark Zero just getting control of the river for now. Make sure you're going to use that clone to block the winner's bite. And now more vision established by DZ.
I did like that idea from Dorado. A lot of flashes were just burned, trying to find a fast play afterwards with that Paranoia in the Shockwave combo. That is the right idea, but that Shockwave cast too early in the process of the Paranoia was not able to connect. Those cooldowns will be up quite shortly, thanks to the experimental Hex Plate that was built by Kaido first, so looking for more Rs. But yeah, that was a big fight. I mean, they got a lot of gold back in their own pockets here, Desterux. I think that does make this game quite a bit closer. But it still is CCG that is sitting at 5-1-4 on this Lucian. And I don't know if Dorado really have the tools outside of the Wombo to take him down. So I think it's really important they try and find the Lucian in these fights.
All right, Otacon's up, and Dark Zero already starting this off. Looking at the other members right now, I mean, all ultimates are available, so Dorado can get in there. And here comes the Pop Blossom. It lands beautifully alongside the Wombo combo. The bullet time will take down CCG. K is here, has teleported in. So has Ariana. Backing off, 5k health remains. Dorado would love to grab this, but Kizno is still in the area to try and secure the smite. Patience bar now running up, pulled back into Dorado's way. Still able to keep the health rolling. Will Kizno be able to secure this? Waiting for it. It's going to be secured by Kaido. Jumping in his K. Gets the counter strike, but it's not enough because the health bar far too low. Sushi will grab the kill. And Dorado, they got that dog in him, and that dog bites back.
I don't think Dark Zero taking the fight after losing Lucian was the call. CCG is so important for the damage and the control that you have when you have a Lucian plus a Braum. Him being out of the fight, that was the find that Dorado needed. They get CCG early on and give themselves a winning angle with a great smite secure from Kaido on the flip of the Otacon.
The Wombo combo, it is beautiful. We finally see it used properly. All off the Otacon, all ultimates were available, and getting CCG in that fight early was the definitive moment right there. Now Dorado able to even up the gold and grab Otacon for themselves.
A game all of a sudden here, Desterux. I mean, this gold graph, it's even. We haven't really hit on the scaling this game. I think that Lucian can cheat a lot of this game if he's able to avoid the Orianna, who will bring a lot of zone control that's difficult for Marksman to deal with. But it feels like Dorado are the ones that have the onus to make the plays, and frankly, Trundle Braum not very proactive in their roles, whereas very few things are as proactive as Nico, Nocturne, and Orianna. We've seen these Wombos ring true for Dorado, and they feel confident and comfortable enough to start this Dragon up. We'll say CCG about to get his flashback up. That's significant.
Mixture's getting separated right here. Kizno's pulling off the Nico. That's a big part of the Wombo combo. Snare comes in. Kizno might get the kill in time. Pop Blossom doesn't even go off. Here comes the Paranoia. Kizno finds the pick. 4v5 in favor of Dark Zero.
No Paranoia cast. We're going to give that one away. Mixture caught out. Very well played by Kizno using the chomp of the Trundle. The baby slow that gives to take the Nico out of the fight. Mistake from Mixture. The flash Pop Blossom was huge in the last one, but did not position well enough in this objective setup to set himself up for another big Pop Blossom. I think that was correct by Dorado to drop, but an expensive death from the rookie in Mixture, as that's the Dragon falling, mid-outer falling, and Dark Zero collapsing that pressure now into bot, where Shoshi's going to have to retreat.
Right, Kizno looking to step up. Kaido is there to play some interference, but so is the rest of Dark Zero. Winner's Bite gets blocked by the Spell Shield. And now Dark Zero just pushing in the wave.
Okay, Dark Zero, they just finished the play and reset. I like the discipline. They were able to get a lot of waves in going up against Dorado and do build that gold lead back up to 1k. Inventories, we'll say Visage on Trundle into a triple magic damage team with Nico, building some. That feels really good if you are Kizno. Puts a little bit more importance on that MF Nocturne combo as a Black Cleaver second for Kaido. Usually we see a Stride Breaker there. Opportunity to apply that kind of quickly on whoever you go on, and will help the damage of Sushi on the MF, but do like the Stride Breaker a lot for trying to kind of keep people in range and building up the combo as well. That's an interesting buy from him. Not used to seeing that one on the Nocturne. Ability haste is nice for the ult, we'll say that.
So now, taking stock of the game right now, it's a slight lead going over to Dark Zero. A lot of this did come from K, who, look at that CS difference, really over for Ariana. The fortunate thing for Dorado is they don't need Ariana to do that well. They just need to land the Wombo.
I think that's a good shout, because Ariana's kind of slingshotted his way back into this game. I think K's overextended on 2 different instances as part of his 3 deaths in this one. Still very fed on the Jax, working towards what I expect to be that Zanya's third. So opportunity to buy a lot of time and get out of the Wombo there. And that's something else that I think is kind of important to think about when it comes to Dorado. I mean, you get a Zanya's coming in on the Jax, on the Aurora, and those are two pretty key targets, especially the Aurora, where you can dodge out on that Shockwave if Toasty's reactions are good, which I have a lot of faith in him to be able to press that button in time. So definitely something to think about and look out for here. Puts a little bit more importance for me on Dorado to make a few more positive plays in the next few minutes before some of the big defensive and luxury items come in for Dark Zero.
If they can continue making what they had around that Dragon Pit work, Dark Zero can very handily take this game. It's about catching out these flanks ahead of time, like they caught out Mixture over on the opposite side of the river, where Kizno was able to grab that kill. But if Dorado are able to bunch up and really get an engage going on their terms, it is a very deadly one, and they're looking for one on Sajed right now.
Oh, I don't think Mixture did a good enough job of disguising himself in this one. Yeah, Zyko throwing out that winner's bite, and he knew.
Not
there
taking
was one
the bait.
extra minion there. Hey, that's good. Counting the minions, it can be annoying, but it's something that all the good teams get right on these waves, and good to see Dark Zero doing their homework. Might be summer break, but still got to do our homework here on the Rift. Yeah.
It's still technically Maryville University squad. One of two collegiate squads, and actually the first collegiate squad to actually take an NACL title, which, of course, very cool for that regard. But here we go. Over in the bot lane, Kaido is under attack. As K will force out the flash from the Nocturne.
No chance at this point of the game for the Nocturne to fight that Trundle Jax. And again, Jax very big in this one. And K played up last couple fights maybe a little bit too quickly, but good skirmish in order to force Nocturne out here. And it looks like this TP is dangerous. Orianna,
Orianna's in. And they have to abandon Orianna. There's no other way about it. Orianna takes a very bad teleport, and just like that, Dark Zero will have tempo.
That's a rookie mistake there. I mean, Shochi is playing out the top wave. You just had Kaido flash out. Your combo is the Nocturne Orianna. TP from the Gwen far too far up. And that's big. Look at that Dragon timer. Only a 12-second difference between the Orianna spawning back out of the Rift and the Dragon spawning out of the Rift. That means that Dark Zero, who were disciplined, they took a recall immediately after cleaning up that bot inner turret. Going to be able to get back out on the map, control the Dragon side, which has really relegated Dorado to the only choice they have is to control Baron side and maybe threaten pulling there, but they do not do Baron that quickly.
Zyko there trying to set up that vision line. We still got 4 seconds before Ariana's up, and with the reset from Dark Zero, they haven't exactly gotten first foot onto the objective they would like there, but there is no teleport for Orianna, so they got a little bit of time to work right now. Still Dark Zero posturing forward in the face as Counter-Strike's going to be used to take away some of this vision.
Tense Orianna back with the team, cleaning up that wave, and we'll see if Kizno and K might be able to replicate finding someone early, doing a good job so far of tracking the vision and tracking Mixture, who is spotted on that ward. K, gonna be spotted here.
Yeah.
Good threat on the Kaido. I like how they're pinstering this brush a little bit.
Right, here comes Shockwave goes
Sajed.
out. It finds it onto the back line. Sajed gets hit.
Untouched.
So does Toasty. But Kaido's the one that dies. Now Mixture getting chased down by K. That kill secured by K. And you got a mad, angry Jax on the back line. Finds the stun on a Shochi. Toasty looks for the follow-up, but will drop to Sushi. And with the tick of the hourglass, K is going to be A-OK. But the same can't be said for Dorado as K gives his life for the ace.
Engage the Wombo combo. It was onto the Aurora. Yes, Toasty falls. Yes, K falls, but the damage was already done. Sajed was untouched and absolutely destroyed that last fight on the Lucian Deserux.
Yeah, big play coming out from Dark Zero, and it feels like we're getting into the critical moments of this game where not even the Wombo combo is helping them out here. It was even too late on the bullet time.
I mean, again, the most successful fight we saw from Dorado, it was removing Sajed first from the fight. The engage that time around, it was on the Toasty, not onto the Lucian. I don't think that's the right call. If you are Dorado, you gotta take this very big, very far ahead Lucian away if you want to deal with the rest of the comp, because the space, the damage the rest of Dark Zero can create and bring to a fight, too much for Dorado to deal with. as it will be a reset before they look to secure that dragon. But given the death timers being as long as they are, should be soul point secured here by Dark Zero and 3 Infernal Dragons. That's a lot of bonus power you're bringing to each fight.
Yeah, things are looking great for Dark Zero at this given time. So all those extra stats now coming in, they can go ahead and posture around this Baron pit where you see Zyko's already doing the work to get the vision in their favor. This is still risky to go for on a typical setup because that Wombo is something that has to be respected.
But still one where I feel like, you know, Sajed, he saved Flash in that last fight. He can get out of the next Wombo that's coming in, Deserux, and I think that's the real key for Dorado. You got to find a way to get Lucian's Flash out and then make a play from there. We haven't seen them able to do that yet. Might see them catch Kisno here, as that's a good chain.
Yeah, waiting for the shockwave. Here comes the Paranoia, but not willing to use it, just using it for the vision denial. It's Kaido.
Okay.
And Dark Zero, man, you really feel the pressure they're putting on because that's shockwave down. That's Paranoia down. That's Kaido going down as well as he gets chased down by K.
Bell Shield not enough to survive the damage from Sajed and K, and man, the jungler being taken away. I mean, that's just Baron going over Deserux. Is it really feels like after that overextension around this part of the map where they were trying to steal that red buff away and we had the 4-for-4 Deserux, feels like Dark Zero took a deep breath, cleaned up their macro, and took away a lot of the angles for Dorado to win from there.
They will be rewarded once again with the big purple worm, or as Mazel likes to call it, the Texan bullworm. As they'll have that, they pretty much have everything they could really ask for. It's going to be 3 minutes before another dragon, but I feel like at this point, they don't really need it whatsoever.
All right, well, folks, we're going to probably wrap this one up here and in favor of Dark Zero. We'll see if Dorado can find any heroics, but I think as long as Sajed is sitting on his summoner spells and especially has a Seeker's Arm Guard now to boot on the Lucian, that Seeker's Arm Guard, I really like to deny the Wombo as we see Kisno take a hell of an angle and Ariana likely to fall.
Ariana all by his lonesome. No way to escape the Jax. Still getting in some good damage, but it's not good enough. It's another pick going over to K, who's been absolutely tremendous in this game so far. This Jax has been popping off. Even with that Hourglass pick, it is so damn hard to kill him.
Yeah, again, some of these luxury items coming in, like where do you find the Wombo now when you're going up against 3 going Goldens? Is that's used on the wave? That's actually not bad.
That Hourglass is tremendous. Blocks so much of that bullet time. Now here comes the follow-up. Sajed chasing him down. And you can see Kisno just going to town as all of Dorado fall and Dark Zero march for victory.
That is a pretty big win for Dark Zero and a good look for K, who I think he made a couple oopsies in the mid-game, but definitely did a nice job of bringing that one back on the Jax. As the new top side for Dark Zero continues to look good, synergizing with that bot side, sticking around. Big game for Sajed and Zyko. And outside of one blip for Dark Zero, felt like a pretty good win.
Yeah, pretty good win indeed. I mean, they had to deal with the Wombo combo. There's a few times they get caught out by it, but they maintained their composure. That was one of the biggest things. And they find the errors in positioning that came out from Dorado. Again, that dragon fight where Mixture was isolated and got chased down by the Trundle. Those are big plays right there that have impacts when the game was already so close in goal.
I mean, not only that, but like, think about the Wombo combo. The first one that we really see be attempted or try to connect was 18 minutes in. When you're playing Nocturne Orianna, like, you were calling it out too, Deserux. You hit 6, you want to try and make plays. I think the way that Dark Zero were playing the map, pressuring that top side, building that lead for K. We saw the Jax, even with a couple oopsies in that mid game, he still got to the point where he's too big to be dealt with later on. That was a real win con that was built up early on from Dark Zero and was quite nice from them.
So let us know in chat who you think should be getting the MVP, because this was a pretty competitive one for me. I mean, I think K had an absolutely immaculate game. Sajed was able to get away from a lot of these traps that Dorado had set, and Kisno just chased down the right people at the right time.
Yeah, that's actually pretty competitive. Kisno had a deathless trundle game, good control. K, couple oopsies, but brought it back with a triple kill and a double kill to wrap up. And Sujad outside getting caught once, really solid one. So good luck for Dark Zero. Excited to see who gets MVP and who we talk to after the break.
So we'll be right back. More NACL.
Folks, welcome back to the stream. We just had a fun one between Dark Zero and Dorado. But despite the best efforts of Dorado's Wombo combo, Dark Zero found the leads early on to play around it and navigated well in the mid-game to make sure they could find that win for themselves. So, highlight game, I think, from K. And of course, the rookie v. rookie top lane matchup between him and Oriana. K was the one with the help of Kisno being there early on. He got the best of it. Oriana, early solo kill, wasn't able to pan out into anything else. That was too good. As despite this 4-for-4, probably the best look we had from Dorado, just couldn't find the wombo combos early on enough in the game to really have an impactful one. As after this fight, you see here, they missed out on Sajed. He was the Fed member. After this, you have triple stasis on the enemy team. Definitely nerfs the power of the Nico, MF, Oriana, and Nocturne. So, good win for Dark Zero as they're able to put together a solid 2-0 week 1 to kick off their split for NACL, where, of course, are fighting to make playoffs, make that top 8, and then fighting to take top 2 for that LTA North Promotion tournament going up against Disguise, the two best teams from the LRN. Which will be an exciting carrot at the end of our split, but for Dark Zero, the top side feels like they're starting off on the right foot to carry on the legacy of this org and what we saw in the last couple of splits from them as this Maryville /Dragonsteel / now officially Dark Zero roster continues to be one of the highlights and one of the competitive orgs we have in NACL, and not just developing some new talent, but also being at the top of the table. They've been doing it right. So, folks, it's going to be me, Cubby, for this one. Hopefully talk to one of the members of Dark Zero coming up here shortly. As we're going to take a look at the post-game. Dorado Gaming, shout out to Shochi. Did have an honorable game on the Orianna, did find a solo kill for himself in the mid lane, and I think had some decently impactful fights. But, of course, you can see the damage on that Jax, okay? I mean, some of it you stack up in the waiting phase, as I think MSI had that great graphic showing us damage in team fights versus damage throughout the game, but also saw K really deliver that lead in the fights later on. As the last 2 fights, I believe it was a triple kill and a double kill in Jax to help ensure that his team secured the victory, and he edged out his other rookie top laner entering the NACL in this class. Is, of course, Dorado, a team with 3 rookies making their first full-time debuts in the NACL, and both Orianna, Sushi, and Mixture. 0-2 start to them. Gonna have to go back to the drawing board this week, upcoming week, see if they can find some wins moving forward. But hey, at least found a couple of decent angles early on in this game, and definitely a team that a lot of us have some hopes for. I definitely had a middle of the pack. A lot of other tier lists did as well. We're gonna have to see where they end up in the end of the standings. So, folks, we have a tight schedule here with the 3-minute breaks and the interviews. So just gonna be me for this break. We'll have Desrex back when he is ready to go. We're gonna try and rotate out and save our voices as 5 best of ones and covering all 10 teams in a day. Quite the challenge. Been fortunate to have Desrex by my side with all the prep that he's brought. Hopefully bring you guys the best of the action for when it's been the first 3 games and 2 more games to go. But, folks, thankfully, I'm not going to be alone forever. We got an interview coming on up. Going to be joined here by Kizno on the desk to hear from him and his new seat with the Dark Zero squad. Welcome, Kizno, to the stream. Kizno, good to see you, buddy. Got a big smile on that face. I know that you're not quite on the Maryville campus, but you did spend this past offseason over in Korea with the squad. What was that experience like for you being over there in that elongated tryout process that Dark Zero had to find their roster for this upcoming split?
It's definitely a good experience. Last time I did a Korean boot camp there with Toasty, Minui, and Sochi, and back then I was just prioritizing climbing, like LP-wise. And this time around it was more about learning new champions and getting better at them, and Trundle was one of them, and I'm really liking the champ, so yeah,
he is pretty strong right now, as we really saw him emerge in the ban phase for MSI. Also a tank preventative, as I like to say, taking that one. You had a really good troll game there, going deathless, controlling the objectives. In terms of like that process, you said going from prioritizing climbing in order to prioritize picking up new champs. What was that process like? Was it like going over VODs with the coaching staff they had over there? Was that just, you know, picking champs not to climb but actually to improve? How did that kind of shift your trip, your experience, and how do you feel like it kind of helped you come back and prep for a competitive season here in NACL?
I think the main goal at the bootcamp was to practice champs that you're not too familiar with and to really improve on it by either watching VODs of other pro players playing it or watching, you know, like people that made the champion and just like watching their VODs. But other than that, Jaxer, our coach, you know, he would spend time with us and talk about how we should position or utilize the champ as well. So that really helped.
Yeah, definitely been nice now, Kizno. I know that I don't think that you're with the other guys that are on Maryville's campus. What have been some of the things that you guys have been doing behind the scenes in order to kind of be closer as a team? Any team bonding activities that you've been able to do remotely or behind the scenes?
No, I'm actually going to Maryville tomorrow. Yeah, so.
Congrats. Excited for you and that new journey as you'll likely be attending the school this upcoming year. That's really cool, man. Congrats to you. Definitely excited to see what you guys can do on campus and in that environment where they've done such a good job of creating culture and building you guys up. Kizno, 2-0 week. Any thoughts that you have for the rest of the league? Any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give before we say goodbye?
Yeah, thank you to my friends watching. You know, shout out my team, shout out the coaches. They work really hard. Shout out to the analysts for our team as well. And shout out Shimmer as well. You know, kind of sad that he couldn't find a team, but he's still at MU supporting us.
Love to hear that, man. Be careful though being around him, man. He's a goofball in the best of ways when you head on out there. So,
yeah.
Kizno, safe travels, best of luck on your new adventure. with the college's upcoming split, and excited to see more of you in week 2, more of this Dark Zero squad moving forward.
Yep. Thank you.
No, thank you, man. Excited to be rejoined here by Desirex on the desk. Desirex, I think we're ready for Game 4. We've got 2 goodies to wrap up our week here for the NACL. As excited to see. I think that Match 5 is one that we're definitely looking forward to on the day, but we got Match 4 to go ahead of us. Should be goody.
Yeah, I was planning to hide for a little bit longer, kind of it seemed like there's voices in your head going on, but nah. Let's before we wrap up into the next one, let's talk about our MVP of the game, because honestly it was pretty tightly contested, and now the drum roll coming out. I think I see a little Jax action right there. It's gonna be K.
Yeah, little whirly bird, some pops, some leap strikes. It was a good game coming out of K. I think that Niles might be reviewing a little bit of that mid-game with K, but outside of that, definitely saved things in the late game, made up for some sins. As we like to say in golf, you know, if you make the putt, a lot of sins can be forgiven. K able to convert on those last couple of fights, the triple kill, the double kill. Some of those mid-game sins were forgiven. Solid play from him, picking up the MVP in his second game as a rookie in the NACL. And now Desirex maybe moving away from some rookies. We do have some surprise rookies in Conviction versus Citadel, but a lot of experience and familiar names, whether you're a fan of NACL or just streamers in general, in this next matchup.
Yeah, Conviction versus Citadel is going to be a fun one for sure. I mean, there's this kind of reputation around Conviction right now that they're, you know, near airport from home, something like that. So, you know, they have to go ahead and clear a lot of those allegations coming in. Let's go ahead and pull up the roster of Conviction, because as much as people want to call this a content squad, I think there's a little bit more into this squad. I think there's a lot of talent that's definitely going to be displayed.
I'm with you. I think that a lot of the questions that people have around this team, this roster, is just, you know, when you do have these streamers, what is their priority? Is the priority to, you know, play as 5, play for content, or like where does it fall? As obviously they have other things in their schedule because this is their life, streaming league. It's fun they're competing in this league. Definitely excited to see how they can do. And speaking of competing in the league, Citadel, again, 4 out of 5 of these members, they've never finished bottom half of this league. All 5 of these players were not in the league last split, so excited to have them back, as Citadel definitely a team that a lot of people expect to be competitive, and a team that could easily make the top 2 when it comes to competing for that LTA North slot at the end of the year.
And Cubby, I've already done my fanboy moment. I'm going to leave it to you now with Senior Hands and Kenvi. I know you want to talk a little bit about him, huh?
I'm so excited Kenvi's back, man. And he got his split started in a way that only Kenvi can, as yesterday stole the Otacon, stole the Baron, and was able to make a pretty big play. He buffered a Meganar with a point-blank Fire, which is kind of tough to react to.
Crazy
that was
time.
pretty smexy, but when it comes to Kenvi, we know that he has the hands to play at the highest level. Definitely put those on display yesterday, and excited to see what he can do going up against Perry and Conviction today.
Chat, excuse me, why did I say tap? Let's go ahead and pull up the predictions. I thought it was the other predictions, excuse me. But yeah, we're seeing it across the board right now that it is going to be Citadel favored for this one. A lot of this is because, you know, you had your LTA rejects in the previous series, but this time we got the NACL Avengers over with Citadel, and everyone's believing in that squad at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a fun one, right? Because in a way, these are 2 rosters you could say we didn't really... Like, one is very expected to be in this league. The other one is not so much in Conviction. But, again, I do think that with Conviction, like, you look at these players and where their accounts are consistently at in solo queue. This is a good team, right? They have good players on this team. It's just about, can they play as a team? Can they play as 5? Didn't see that yesterday. We'll see if they can pull that out today, as we're already a little bit in the draft. That Pantheon remains banned on the red side. Definitely focusing some of the one tricks here, as no Riven bot for Viper, no Jax top for TF Blade. And draft continues to cruise as Azir is first picked, and Kenvi's going to be on the troll.
Evolved, otherwise known as Cat Evolved over in the mid lane for Conviction, definitely has a pretty big reputation, especially across the solo queue system. So it's going to be a lot of fun watching Evolved play more into this match, and especially having this bar that you're meeting right now, an experienced roster of NACL players. X-Pick coming in for Perry is going to be the J4 octave.
I'm curious to see that one, as usually you see Jarvan picked into immobile carries, but you do have a decent interaction in the Trundle. I think it's pretty hard to cancel the EQ with the Pillar. So actually an ability to try and fight / duel the Trundle, but definitely something where you're not able to do that against the Lucian. I think this very much dissuades a Victor coming out from Bradley. I think it's a lot more likely now that we see something like a Corki or looks to be a Jace, which is flexible, and for me, a little bit more likely that's going to be piloted by Bradley than Phil, but we'll have to see.
I mean, there's a lot of flexibility in Bradley's champion pool as it is. For those of you who don't remember, he did play top lane for Team Liquid Academy / Challengers for quite some time, so is role swapping into that mid position, which means, hey, you get some of that champion pool that you can flex around for it. So, gonna have that over there as we head into the second phase of the draft. Callista taken off the table.
Wouldn't mind the Kali ban here coming out from Conviction, as a Kali has a pretty good matchup into Gwen, and can be played into the Jarvan / Azir. Definitely a pick that Bradley plays really, really well, if you do think that Jace is flexible. So I think that's one, and at the moment, okay, gonna take away the Braum, always decent with Lucian. Curious if that means that Nami plus Milio is up. Curious if they don't want to face one of those. Milio, that Super Mega Fire Kick, can get Jarvan out of the EQ as well.
No, we haven't had a chance to talk about the bans. It's always funny seeing that respect ban of the Riven over onto Viper.
I know,
Because I've been hearing that he is willing to slam it down into the bot lane.
Yep, it runs in the family over there. And Viper, okay, you're going to take away the Akali. I will say Viper is someone that played AD's top and also has had AD accounts that are pretty high elo. So some people had questions with this swap. I think that Viper, like, he's always been a very talented mechanical player. So I have a lot of confidence that him and Stun can actually be a pretty good bot lane. They almost had a 2v2 kill yesterday. They were like 1 HP off. I thought it was a good look from Stun and Viper going up against Dark Zero, who of course we just saw what that bot lane can do. Sajed's like a very good players in their own right. As we also saw what Lucian Nami could do earlier in the day, as Citadel trying to channel some of the power of Winthrop, the team they beat yesterday, taking away that bot lane and the Trundle they had in that draft, going to try and use it to their best of their abilities going up against Conviction.
This makes me curious what the response is going to be, because take the wrong bot lane here and you will get ran down pretty easily into the Lucian Nami. It's going to be the Ezreal and the Karma, so we are going to get some decent long range. You can poke out with the Mystic Shot, and you can get some pretty hard push with the Karma.
This is a very volatile bot lane, but one that I think Viper and Stunt might be able to play. So we'll see if they can utilize their range in order to make things happen, as the LeBlanc is instantly slammed by Bradley. That's going to be a gauntlet thrown a little bit, so a very bursty team coming out from Citadel. And yes, there is a bit of a lack of front line. It's going to be the Trundle Nami again, but the mobility from the LeBlanc, the Lucian, going to be something that's going to be hard for Jarvan to deal with.
Oh, you blink and you might miss it with how fast these health bars can go down. And there's decent poke on top of it. I mean, the Shock Blast that you have with the Jace is really going to start to add up.
LeBlanc poke is real.
LeBlanc poke,
are cooldown. It's lower. I think LeBlanc is like in a somewhat playable state right now. I think the biggest concern I have is if Gwen gets the resources / gets ahead, she can do a lot of damage when the W's up, but man, if that W is down the range, the ability to interact with her, something that Citadel will have to be wary of is trying to space out their big abilities to maybe get the miss being dropped by TF Blade earlier than later.
And how are you feeling on the side for Conviction? Because again, I felt like we didn't get the best look at them yesterday due to that disconnect, and now we're going to see what they can actually do on the Rift. They have their full draft now locked in. How are you feeling about the draft, Cody?
Nothing can stop LeBlanc if she gets going. So I would try to set behind LeBlanc, and I think they need to play to attack the Nami. So I would not be surprised we see Perry pathing towards the bot lane. If this volatile bot lane can get going in favor of Conviction, they have the ability to try and like push this game forward quickly with that Ezreal and the Karma. I think that's probably their best angle to play this one out.
See if they're able to follow through on that, because I think this is... It's one of these games that can definitely be a sleeper banger. As in, you don't know it's going to be a banger until it's too late type deal.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, like, it's funny looking at this game, because I'm looking at both junglers, and I'm like, I hate being J4 and Trundle in this game, like, equally. Trundle, for me, doesn't really have a great ult target outside of Gwen, and playing Trundle into Azir, Karma, Ezreal just sounds, like, disastrous. And then also you're playing Jarvan and, like, 2 mobile carries. The only people you can lock down are Jace, Nami, and if you go on a Trundle and you don't have backup, then he will munch you to death. So I find it kind of interesting seeing both junglers in this draft. I don't think they're too happy, and we'll have to see if both these players can kind of navigate that correctly, because I think Jarvan needs to target the Nami or the Jace and needs help to take those down. And also, Jarvan's going to have to do a good job of tracking the trundle, because if Kenvy's there to match either play, and Jarvan goes in, I mean, you can just get munched to death if you get caught by a bubble, a tidal wave, or into the pillar and into the trundle. So definitely something to look out for. Is if you guys have any thoughts on the game yourself, you can vocalize those in the Twitch chat with who will win, Conviction or Citadel Gaming. Use the tags for yourself. Put some votes, get the dopamine in the bar moving. That's Rex, and we'll see if you can prove the analysts wrong, who are mostly Citadel-sided going into this one.
Yeah, and you know, there's good reason for it. Again, I did call this team the NACL Avengers, where, as you mentioned earlier, none of them have placed in the bottom half. They've always been top teams. Even Diamond, in his interview yesterday, said, "I've never been below top 3." So there's an excellent caliber of player, and the fact that these players, again, kind of a theme that's been going on in the season is they really enjoy playing with each other, to the point where they were a built roster before they even had an org going on. So it shows you the confidence for the squad as we see more of the Twitch chat voters coming in, and surprisingly, we got more votes for Conviction.
I mean, looking back,
We're even.
Philip and Bradley played way back when in 2020, the first split where I was casting. Kenvy has played with like Diamond before in that Supernova squad. They stuck together. Instinct and Philip played together just last year in the Fear roster, and it's fun to see how these guys have kind of, all their paths have crossed at certain times. They've all had success in their own right in this league, and they were able to come together for this. Like even Philip and Diamond, they had the splits with FlyQuest. Like there's a lot of intertwined history between these players throughout NACL. So the fact that they can try and come together and not just do what they are used to doing, which is finishing top half of the league, but do it together and try and maybe eclipse where they've been at. Keep in mind, the last time that Diamond was here, he was competing in the NACL finals. So that's definitely where Diamond wants to get back to.
All right, so we're ready to head into the game now as Conviction versus Citadel Gaming. Conviction, people calling them that content team, they're ready to shut those haters up. Citadel Gaming, the NACL Avengers, looking to make their way towards that top 2 and potentially that promotion tournament into the LTA North. They will do battle right now here on the Rift.
You know, it makes for good content.
Winning.
Yeah, you read my mind, SRX. I completely agree. That's something that Conviction did a lot of last split as an org with their top 3. And I'll see if they can do it again this split. Is Kenvy. He's going to find a few. He's going to be fine there, though, as the swag flag does come out. He's got 5 people top. Going to help TF Blade with his start as the Gwen of the Jace, making sure that he can't use those brushes to get anything done. And we'll see what Philip can do on this this Jace pick. Definitely one where we're used to seeing Philip be a little bit more weak side duty. I know historically Philip also played a lot of the Wukong, if we're going to go way back. A good Renekton player, does have some offensive picks in his arsenal. And Jace going to be one. We'll see if he's able to perform on.
I think you still have to keep in mind the last game that we saw played by Citadel. That was the one against Winthrop, and that was mostly saved by Kenvy. Like he
it was
had
100%
to get those
saved by
steals.
Kenvy. Yeah.
And, you know, coming alongside that, it makes you wonder just, is there anything wavering for the Citadel squad? Because Winthrop was at your Nexus. It is a chance for Conviction to show that, you know, they can really bring this in and go ahead and take down what are, you know, definitely contenders within the NACL itself.
That's fair. And a lot of folks that were following OQs, of course, the circuit that Citadel played through to get back into the NACL, like they're Citadel again. Yeah, the names and the position that we have in NACL, like there is a pedigree on this roster. OQs, they did not play up to the pedigree. They played very sloppy. They played with a lot of ego. I like straight up. I think that's what happened with this team a lot. So it's funny because, you know, if you're following OQs, you got to take that into account. That's definitely part of this team and part of the case. Like they didn't play the cleanest games possible in order to get here. But also, when we have seen these players play in this league, they have finished in the top half, like outside of one split of Instinct. Everyone else has been top half. They've competed in finals. I mean, Bradley is, what, 3 chains? Yeah, 2 chains in that top lane for TLA. So there's been a lot of success these guys have had in this league, and see if they can channel that. As TF Wade, I think he's dead off the 3 cam from Kenvy.
Yeah, there's nowhere for him to go right here. You can try a fancy flash, but you'll get pillared right back to the fight. Kenvy already going to burn his flash early. That might have been too early.
No,
as TF Blade has taken the flash, so Pillar does go out, and yeah, he's cornered up. Philip, Kenvy going to go to town, and first blood belongs to Senior Hands.
Yes, The Hands King himself playing the least hands champion that you can play in the Trundle. That's okay. Perry's gonna, because that gank took a lot of time, I will say TF Blade, I think he did a decent job burning the time there on the gank. Does enable Perry to take not just one, but threaten 2 camps away from Citadel. And off the pressure that this Ezreal Karma have demonstrated early on, Instinct and Diamond gonna be taking a lot of HP things in the bot lane. Perry able to pretty much have a 3-quadrant start here. And maybe even a double crab start. So expensive gank coming out for CNV, but definitely one that helps fill up a lot in this lane. And if Jace gets ahead, we know we can do.
Simple use of the pillar over there. CNV off of the 3 camp on top of that. I mean, that 3 camp didn't come without punishment. As you were mentioning just a second ago, you do see Perry going into the jungle and finding leads of his own. That's going to be the trade-off for finding that gank up there.
Yeah, this is a scary window, though, for TF Blade. Wondering if you can get a look at top lane here, because this crab is going to be taken by Trundle. The Gromp should be respawning for Perry. And I actually like how Perry's pathing right now. He's pathing to protect his own Gromp and hopefully help Gwen here. Because, yeah, CNV going to hit that blast cone, does see the Jarvan, and this is going to dissuade any plays on the top side. So Perry, that red buff, the Krug is being rotated out, that will be delayed, but does save TF Blade here when his wave was a little overextended. Do like that read from Perry.
Didn't Perry used to be a pretty big Wukong player?
Oh yeah, Perry was the Kong enthusiast. The set ban...
Well, isn't the same thing with Philip, though?
Yeah.
Wasn't he the Wukong top guy?
Yes, he was. The set bans against the old Fear rosters with Perry is you had to ban Seraphine, Ziggs, and Wukong every game.
And you bring up Fear, and I just realized now, you know, it's Fear teammates once again, and they're both Wukong. There's so much in common with these two, just gotta say.
Pour one out for Manui, man. I'm bummed he's not in the league again this split. He played great in the role swap support from last split, of course, was the AD on those rosters, so bit of a bummer.
I'll always have a special place in my heart for Fear. I think those were some pretty fun fan favorite rosters.
They were, and a lot of those folks are still in the NACL and around the scene for a reason, whether you're talking about the team or the folks behind them. So definitely a good shout there, Deserux. I have to see if those former members can make an impact in the game today, as that first dragon has spawned, and will say that bot lane priority seems to be pretty heavily in favor of Viper and Stunt. Was a PTA for Viper, so a little bit more of a lane dominant rune. Not the right game for Lethal Tempo for sure. Definitely a PTA or Conqueror game. Took the more lane dominant rune. The CS is not bad for Instinct, but that bot lane has been jailed for the majority of the laning phase, so not all bad for Conviction either.
Yeah, Citadel just holding it right underneath the tower to slowly camp this out, but this does give priority right over to Conviction. And Perry has no issue going after this dragon. CNV still going to be lost in that area. We'll have to just go back to camping, go back to farming up. First dragon of the game belongs to Conviction.
Perry is fed. I know that one thing I will give Perry a lot of credit for. Do feel like as a player, he responds well when jungle plays come down as Viper. I wasn't expecting that off the PTA proc.
All right, this has kind of been an issue we've seen before. I mean, Diamond yesterday would overextend and kind of bide his time. He had his flash available, but he still got picked off by that Mystic shot, and now Viper will have that kill in his hands.
Skill shot placement there, rocking the Frosted Ezreal. That's a true old school League player. Again, Viper, someone that has played a lot of marksman in the top lane, was playing that top Callista, plays the top Vayne, played the top Quinn over in solo queue, always has had good hands, a fantastic Gnar player in his own right. Able to bring that to the bot lane play AD. I know, way back, I'm going to throw you way back, the Proving Grounds pod. Shout out to the summer doing that. We interviewed Viper way back when, and Viper said that 2 things he wanted to do in his career. One was be able to coach his brothers in Crimson and Sniper. Kind of fun that Crimson's in the league here too. The other one was actually compete in AD. He wanted to play AD competitively. Really thought that he had it, and fun to see him back in this league trying to do so top lane here. Or sorry, usually playing those top lane. Fun to see him do that in the marksman role here.
We had seen him on AD once. It was with his other brother, Sniper.
So what?
When they got to play together. That was a fun little bit of Tier 2 history. Now with the lanes getting set up the way they are, it does give Philip a little bit of free reign with a pretty damn big wave here to go ahead and take some plates.
And this rotation going to try and set up for the Grubbies. Keep an eye out for Evolve's cooldown on the TP. It is just about to come back up. So I think Perry feeling somewhat confident to start this up, knowing that there will be a numbers advantage if Philip doesn't come, and Philip is walking to this one. So a potential fight brewing here in the top river.
CNV hopping right onto the Void Grubs. Priority going over to the top side for Instinct and Diamond. Stunt stepping up. That Karma does have some decent base damage, but you got to be careful how far you step forward. Here comes Teleport. Cataclysm goes in, lands onto CNV. CNV's trapped, has nowhere to go, gets caught by the Flag and Drag, locked up by crowd control, and Viper will get kill number 2. Now the chase continues for TF Blade. Will choose for the disengage, and Conviction get themselves some grubs.
Yeah, Philip got that mid-wave in, but love the rotation coming out from Conviction, and that's some of the difficulty that Trundle can face if locked up by the Jarvan. Perry ahead off that 3-camp gank. Kenby gave Philip over to the top side. TF Blade's done a really nice job of getting that CS back into his pockets. Philip is still ahead in the inventory, but TF Blade gets a reset here, and frankly, I think Conviction's balanced this map out really well, Deserex. Taking that first Dragon, fighting the Grubs, I thought that was a good call from them. Burned the TP from Evolve to make sure they had the numbers, and caught Kenby in a bad spot.
And got the kills onto Viper on top of it. So this Ezreal getting even further accelerated. You already have the Sheen and Phage completed, so we're getting closer and closer towards Trinity Force. Viper playing this out really well. I mean, he said, as you had mentioned earlier, that competence about wanting to play AD, this is showing it.
Has been nice to see going up against another 100 Thieves alum and Instinct as well. We're going to talk about some of those teams.
Oh.
As Stunt is flashless, he's going to be the focus here.
Okay, the sidestep on the tidal wave.
Everything.
Bradley goes in, and yeah, just an air ball coming out from Citadel.
I mean, Bradley not going to lose much mid, as Instinct does have Viper responding to that bot lane, but that's a lot of tools missing. I think they will be back up in time for the Dragon, so optimistic look there from Citadel Gaming, does not connect. As Stunt, another 100 Thieves alum in his own right. I gotta say, Stunt, a player I'm actually really excited to have in the league. When it comes to support streamers, I think that he not only is the, on average, highest ELO support streamer that we have here in North America, but also, like, probably the most watched, too. Has a lot of good guides and stuff to play. Like, his Senna was banned away by Citadel in this one. He's a very good Senna player. Really good to see him competing as well, because I think that he is a player, just given what he does in solo queue and some of his own competitive history, really can compete at this level. And funnily enough, my roommate is Figurative from the No Work roster. Big fan of Stunt, was really hoping that he would compete in this roster, and really happy to see him competing, because he felt like he really elevates the team. Definitely a very strong member of this roster.
Talked about, actually got to hold that right now, because Perry looking for an angle in. A nice use of the pillar there from Kenvi will absolutely deny the engage from Perry.
I'm kind of curious that Perry went for the Eclipse here. It's a very spiky item early on that doesn't give you as much later on as the Jarvan. A lot of offense into the Trundle to try and push things forward now. But the passives of the Sundered Sky and the Shojin definitely give you more than Eclipse as the game moves on. So we'll see if Perry can utilize the spike well.
That damage you get from the mantraed Qs of Karma really does hurt at these early stages, and you can see that they're filling it right now. Stunt just holding the line for the time being. So far in the game, it's a slight lead going over to Convention. A Stunt looks for a chase. Will get the tether onto Diamond.
Viper?
Diamond forced to burn the flash, and Viper will chase this down. Mystic shot off cooldown. Feats of Warfare claimed by Conviction.
Viper is playing so well on the Ezreal this game. It's almost like he has some Ezreal jungle in his history, but Kenby's here to chase him down, gets the shutdown.
Kenvi barely able to get that shutdown, as trying to flash away was Viper. Perry will still commit to it, getting the kill, but costing him his own life. Now Stunt is caught out by Bradley, who will find the double kill.
Philip was forced out on the top side, as you can see TF Blade between the waves, so chaos and action everywhere. I love the play from Viper to take down Diamond, but it feels like with Bradley moving, that was a little bit too much. The positive is that Evolve got some free time in mid, so Azir actually gets kind of fed off that too, so while the kills are evened up by Citadel, it still feels like a win for Conviction, because TF Blade and Evolve just got a lot of gold in their pockets.
Let's take another look at how that played out. Actually, taking a look over at the top side, because I didn't even realize the kill had broken down over here, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, because I know that Philip actually got out with like 0 HP after this. We see a flash here from TF Blade. Yep. Not able to quite close the gap.
So close, though.
Oh, that was actually really close from Blade. That's a good try. That's a good read from Blade. As
no.
action continues. Viper's in there.
Yeah, Bradley is completely in the wrong side of town as Viper will get kill number 4 13 minutes into this. But now with low health, this is pretty deep to get out of there. Getting caught by the bubble. Does the True Shot Barrage buffer during the crowd control to get some bonus damage. Instinct with the calling coming through over the wall. You're finding the shuffle from Evolved, who will pick up Diamond. And every time Citadel think they get something, they have to pay double for the cost.
I didn't see the starts of that play. I know Viper goes down, but I think the setup was positive for the team. I love how aggressive Viper is playing here, Desterux. Again, he's always been a player that really trusts his hands, trusts his mechanics. And sitting at 4-2-2, he's been involved in everything for his team so far with Stun.
Yeah, Viper is looking absolutely amazing thus far. I mean, the Trinity Force already completed. 1 health remains. Just you got it. There you go. Just put the flag down. All right, still getting that over towards Conviction, which is giving them at least the better of the Dragons. First 2 Dragons into their favor. You can see the response from CNV putting some attention on the top side.
Let's see if CNV can turn this one against TF Blade, but man, early on, this has been all Conviction, Desterux. They've secured the feats already. You can see that in their inventories. No brick has fallen, but they secured the first 3 objectives and the first 3 kills of the game. Viper making his presence felt at the marksman role early on. And I will say, like, I think it's important that LeBlanc gets gold in this game, Desterux. They've really set Bradley behind. I know that he's sitting at 2-1-1. He's even with the Azir so far, but levels are important for Bradley. He's behind the curve there. You get that lower cooldown on the R, the Mimic, to use those abilities more. That matters a lot for the Blanc, who has some sneaky scaling in her kit if you do get her to level 16. I think this is a real potential mid-game advantage for Conviction, who have checked some of the right boxes in order to get ahead. You have an Ezreal Karma ahead of the Lucianami. You took advantage of the volatile lane. You set this LeBlanc behind. Evolve's able to pressure. Look at this.
Oh, Bradley's
Beautiful.
down. Evolved. Shurima Shuffle will put the Emperor's Divide right into the wall. Hold Bradley up and take his life.
Again, like, this was set up by Viper in Stunt. We saw Bradley, the kills that he had to leave the wave. He gave away 3 plates to Azir, lost that experience like to the turret, right, in order to clean up those kills. Evolve's now up 2 levels on paper against Bradley, just slammed him into the wall like he was a poppy going up against the Blanc, takes him down, and even opens up a cross map for Conviction, who just knocked down the Herald for themselves. The bummer of the disconnect yesterday from Conviction feels like all 5 members are connected with the internet and their brains being activated here, Desterux, as everything's turning up Conviction so far.
Yeah, we're seeing the hands that they can really bring. I mean, even with Evolve, not afraid of the LeBlanc whatsoever. The lead is working into his favor. And Bradley, I mean, this is one of the champions that really does need that economy in order to in order to be on those flanks and constantly be poking away. Taking that down and making sure that LeBlanc's behind, very crucial.
This is shaping out to be an interesting game. Do like Perry trying to find that pocket of vision to maybe attack Philip. Again, the 2 members we think he can really attack. Going to be that Jace, going to be that Nami. As here we go.
Yeah, he just opened straight up with the Cataclysm. That is a good burst of damage, as we talked about earlier. The Eclipse was the first thing grabbed by Perry, but it's not enough to complete the kill. Now Viper trying to get away from Instinct. Instinct has his number, but it gets returned kill for kill. Both marksmen going down. And now with the health bars low for Citadel, it is a gamble to try and take this, but they like the numbers advantage. Now going forward, CNV will not find the pillar where he wants to, but both marksmen going down in the trade.
And Viper just here to create action, create chaos. And again, while all that's going on, it is a solo laner of Conviction that's benefiting off the aggression of Viper, Desterux. He trades out 1 for 1 onto Instinct, and it's TF Blade that's able to funnel gold into a Gwen of all things. So I really feel like this pressure coming out from Viper and Stunt, it's helped open up opportunities for some of the teammates across the map here. Evolve's going to have an early Rylai's after he wraps up this turret. He has a 2-level advantage going up against Bradley. I mean, early Rylai's, the amount of control that's going to bring you against a Trundle in a lower range composition's big.
Looking for the teleport far too late. Still shut down, going to, what you call him? Felipe Sexo?
Yes. Shout out to Toad, one of the GOAT co-streamers that we have here for the NACL. Definitely a fan favorite here, as made a lot of fans competing in that Tier 2 Americas tournament. Went down to Tatu and that Pain Gaming Academy squad. Shout out to Tatu, who's been having a brilliant run with Furia over there, and ThinkCard as well. Was joined by Croissants on my co-stream yesterday, who had ThinkCard visiting earlier on. I see that they're still friends from the CLG/NRG days, too. But, yeah, it's been back and forth in terms of kills, Desrex, but still feels like Conviction's the one that's getting the best of everything, and I think you can see so if you look across the levels. It really only is Philip that has that advantage in the 1v1, and keep in mind, Blade just kind of slingshotted his way back by taking that top outer turret.
I just got to commend Viper one more time, because even in situations where Viper should just die and that should be it, he still trades out. Like, is it unfortunate he went down in the 1-for-1? Sure, but he was going down either way. It would have been just him by himself, so it's great to see just how much he trusts his hands, as he said.
Might be playing marksman, but that's true top lane mentality right there. You got to mechanically be able to execute in order to get out the one for one. That's okay, as these streamers maybe bringing some of that competitive and solo queue experience to the forefront. Stunt being chunked out early on, can heal back up with the Empowered W, but being at half's dangerous against Lucian, Jace, LeBlanc. This is a little scary for Conviction, the fact they haven't hit this objective yet. They're trying to hold this embankment brush. Good chunk from Viper.
Ooh, Perry's going in. The focus is on to Philip. Philip getting chunked out, but Perry has to use the Cataclysm on an Instinct. Instinct gonna stay inside the stadium before he gets picked off! And Conviction just keep bringing the pain!
Good find by Perry. I know that he goes down, but they just tried the play on the Philip, who is flashless. That focus, I think, again, his targets, the good ones are the Jace and the Nami. Finding the Jace, taking him down early, that's pretty clutch. And this is going to be soul point secured for Conviction. And I will say Ocean Soul, I like to say Ocean Soul is a state of mind. This is not, for me, the most impactful soul in the game. But if you have Ocean Soul going up against a poke comp like Jace, LeBlanc, and a Lucian Nami, that's a really valuable Ocean Soul that can spawn. So Conviction one dragon away from getting a lot of power for themselves.
Every tick just gets healed right back up, so it'd definitely be a pretty nice soul to have right here. And what a start for Conviction into this game. I mean, now they have a 2K lead up against Citadel. A lot of this played beautifully from the hands of Viper, as well as Cat Evolved, and even Perry, who's willing to sacrifice these deep dives to set up his squad with the Cataclysm. That was the thing that locked down Instinct in that last fight.
I think Cat Evolved has been a quiet performer in this one. Sitting at, of course, had a solo kill against Bradley, but this early accelerated Rywise, again, so big against a comp where the front line's not that big. You have tools to try and outrange Azir with the LeBlanc, the Lucian, the Nami, but man, every auto applying that Rywise, though, I mean, it helps, you know, clear space for Perry. It helps get this Gwen in range, helps land some skill shots from the Ezreal as Philip's in trouble again.
Yeah, Perry's going to go down for this, but they could follow it up by following on to Kenzie. The flaggage right gets him to safety. He goes down. And now 2 kills picked up for Conviction as they just can't be stopped.
Otacon going to be taken, and that just might be the damn game going over for Conviction. What was a bummer of a one-sided game yesterday going up against Darkzero. Conviction taking down a team a lot of people had higher in the standings than them before the split started in Citadel for this one.
And now another chase on the Diamond. Diamond's by himself. Viper can continue right now. Just needs one Mystic shot. No, we'll just go in with the Arcane Shift instead. Instinct watching his poor support fall as Conviction take control of the game.
And I know a lot of people, when it comes to this team, might have been doubting Viper 80 carry. How good of a performance has this been from Viper 80 carry? I mean, he has the confidence of the Karma Ezreal to go forward. He can be a main character this game. And again, this is a player always historically has really trusted his hands. And when you are consistently testing yourself at the highest level with the hands, I mean, I think that's what it takes to be a great player when it comes to League of Legends. Like, you have to challenge yourself. Viper does that every single game he hits the Rift. Really good to see him demonstrate that on a different role this time around, taking some of the baseline mechanics that he's always had at the top lane and that aggression that he has down to the bot lane as well. Sometimes overly aggressive, but I think that windows where he was too aggressive again opened up really positive looks for his team this game, Desrex.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, if Kenvy's seen your hands, what does this make Viper, man? Because Viper, hands checking everyone.
Viper is also a candidate for my all-hands team, I will say. I don't know who I'd put in the top lane for that. Yeah. I mean, the all-hands team is the Academy dream, you know?
So we got Ken V Viper. Do you got a mid lane in mind for that?
Well, it was Jimmy, and if we're going to think back to the 100 Thieves team, as like engaged from Perry, he's getting low but gets out.
Cataclysm used to get him right on out of there. He's going to be able to escape with his life. TF Blade will hop away from that bubble. And even with Citadel catching out the jungler by himself, Perry just says, nah, see ya.
My senior hands team definitely includes Busio support. That's a given.
Of course, of course.
Of course. It's. I don't know who would be mid. I actually don't. I
feel like
probably
once
Quid.
I feel like once upon a time it would have been Young.
Yeah. I mean, Jimmy was the hype player, but he can only play melees. I still remember watching Josh watch Jimmy and play Seraphine and just mauled. I don't know if you remember that one. I saw the face go to the forehead there.
Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't that in a finals too?
Oh yeah, it was not
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
He did not. We did not want an encore of that pick, to say the least.
All right, taking stock of the game right now. Conviction so firmly in the driver's seat, a 5K lead. There's a minute before that Dragon Soul does spawn, something they can easily go for given how aggressive they've been and how well they've been able to execute a lot of these fights. Again, Perry has been the leader in the forefront. Even with his more offensive build, he knows he just needs to Cataclysm the right people. But we are getting word right now that there is a pause. Hopefully it wasn't any disconnect shenanigans like what happened yesterday, but we will get that cleared out and sorted soon enough.
Hopefully, as Conviction has yet to convince us that their ISPs are fully functional yet. This is what we're getting.
Right.
So that's okay. Conviction, only a few steps away from notching a win in the win column, and I will say it would make things a lot more interesting week one. Having a couple teams sitting at 1-1. Again, 9 best of ones in order to make top 8. Fight to get into the playoffs. Fight posture for that seeding. And honestly, for a lot of these teams, just kind of figure out how to play as a team. I know it's a real process for Conviction, a team that really wants to screen their scrims too. We'll say not all the, from what I've heard, not all the NACL teams are thrilled about that or want to stream against them because all those scrims we stream. I'm going to encourage them where it doesn't matter. I really don't think it matters. I think that Los Ratones have definitely proved that. There's just, I mean, even think about us like from a broadcast front. Like, I had fans that knew more about Near Airport than I did last year just because they're watching the Near Airport streams while they're competing and like I'm casting, right? I'm not going through the 8 hours of that in order to figure out like what the hell is going on in that camp, right? I think that applies to every team. So do hope the Conviction can land a few more scrims with some of the teams we have behind the scenes here. Makes for good content during the week for all of our NACL fans at home. And Conviction definitely, I think because of the swap of approach they had from last offseason, or last season to this one, fans are maybe a little bit torn on that because their roster was developmental and did end up finding a top 3. But some of the names being in the league, again, I think there are good players that are kind of exciting. Like Harry was in a final in his first ever NACL split. Evolved has been a player that was considered to be on DSG. Stunt is the best support streamer that we have on the ladder and in terms of viewership. Viper has always been a great player. I mean, he won Proving Grounds, the very first one. In the top lane. And TF Blade, I think he made a lot of fans with how well he played with the airport last split. We're all really happy to have him back in the league too. So I do think this Conviction roster has a lot of positives. On top of the Citadel roster, which had 5 players that are all NACL caliber that were just not in the league last year, and we're happy to have them here too.
I mean, that's an important thing to reiterate is like, yeah, a lot of people viewed Conviction as just the content team, the streamer team, whatnot. Looking at you, Hawk. But with that, you have to keep in mind that they are talented players to be able to get where they are. You talked about stunts guides. Perry makes a lot of guides as well. Does a lot of coaching.
Perry's
as well,
content's
so,
great, yeah.
Yeah. It really does show a deep understanding of the game, and now you're just seeing the really the applicability of what they're able to actually bring together when they do start working as a team. You know, some teams we've had in the past, you know, Near Airport in specific is one of them, you know, TF Blade being part of that. Sometimes egos do get in the way, so it's about being able to block some of that out and work together, and I think that's what we're seeing beautifully from Conviction.
It's been great. I mean, again, I think that anyone that watched NACL last split, I don't think you'll find any fan that's like, oh, I wish TF Blade wasn't in the league again. The fact that he's doing this and like wants to compete on a different roster, I mean, I'm thrilled, man. Like, especially if you're a real fan of League, think 10 years back, how many people were like, oh, what would happen if TF Blade played competitively? Like, what would happen if he joined the team? Like, this wish is being monkey pawed fulfilled 10 years later, in a way, you know? And it's been fun to see. Yeah, I mean, it's been fun to see how he does. I thought that he showed real growth last split. Like, playing the Scion, playing the Gragas for Pobelter and Double Dips. Like, that's what the team needed. He was able to pick up those champions that he wasn't exactly known for in solo queue, especially the Scion, and play him to a really high level. So, it really speaks to him as a player, and also as a teammate being able to do that. So, anyway. Guys, of course, we're trying to fill time during this tech pause. If you want to join the conversation, at NACL on YouTube, on Twitch, at WatchNACL on Twitter, hashtag NACL to join all the conversation too. Follow us on socials, as this is going to be another unique format and one of the most unique ones that we've had so far, Desrex, because I have never casted a split in the 9 splits I've been doing this that led to a spot into the LTA North / LCS. That's definitely new to us this year. I was an old head fan that was in college that would watch those games way back when. I remember watching Team Fusion fail to make it into the LCS, you know. That's a real throwback. You remember that roster at all?
You want me to do a real throwback? I remember Team Fear, not Cincinnati Fear, Team Fear failing to get into the LCS. That was when Afromu was playing ADC. That's how far back it goes.
Was that like the original promo?
Yeah, that was the original.
I watched
way
that.
Back in the day.
I remember watching like Curse just be the auto dock to get through there, like going into season 3. I remember I watched that at my good buddy's house. His 2 brothers, and their mom came downstairs and was like, "What the hell are you guys watching?" Because this is like 2012 and the 2013,
the old
right?
map.
Yeah. So yeah, that's fun, but it's definitely gonna make for a very unique split for us this year, and hopefully exciting for the fans at home.
All right, off of that note, while we fix up the tech issues, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. So, actually, we're getting word that we might have those issues solved in about a minute. Or break, or not.
We got one more minute.
We got one more minute. Okay. We're just getting that solved out right now.
Yeah.
Tech issues still get ironed out. I think it's important to bounce back and reiterate the importance of this match in specific, especially when you're going against a lot of these teams that are rated much highly, because you only have one chance to take them down. It is a single best of 1 round robin. So for Conviction, this is a high value game to win.
And yeah, you get 9 best of 1s. You got to make top 8 just to make it into the playoffs. I think that obviously seeding matters. I think that if you talk to any player, any coach, any team that's in the league, everyone just wants to survive this single round robin best of 1. Like, this is scary. I mean, anything can happen in these games. Very high stakes that we have. Kind of reminds me of like casting Group Nirvana for LPL this past split, which will be back after the placements. But Group Nirvana, it was 6 teams, 1 best of 3 against all of them, and then the bottom 2, they were out for the rest of the year. Like, we aren't seeing RNG potentially ever again in the LPL, and definitely not for the rest of the year, which is just crazy to think about how high the stakes are. And even here, I mean, we don't know exactly what the plans are for next year, but if you're out, you're not competing until March of next year when it comes to NACL. So that's a really long break, and definitely ones where everyone wants to get in the double elimination bracket, right? You get 2 lives. Oh boy, we're back.
All right, issue solved. We're getting right back into the heat of it. As Teleport going to be burnt out, TF Blade does rejoin the fight. Drake coming up in 15 seconds, Baron spawning in 3. So we are filled when it comes to the Rift right now. So action just awaits.
Look at the health bars here for Conviction. Perry keeping his oak decently high. Stunt. Gonna have to use those E's to sneak on out. Bubble just able to go south. Bradley's hidden. Bradley's in a scary spot. Can find Viper.
Yeah, but ooh, okay, he goes for it on Viper. Double distortion, doesn't get the kill though, but Viper is out of the fight. Here comes the Cataclysm, looking to follow it up, and 1 kill picked up. Diamond will be the first one to drop. Fight continues. Flag and Drake finds Bradley. Going golden will be evolved. Kenvi tries to run. Instinct tries to run. He gets caught by the tether and taken down by Cat Evolved. Teleport coming out will be the only saving grace for Philip as Conviction run the Rift.
Yeah, Evolve can play more than 1 champ. The Azira's been damn good this game as he shattered any hopes of Citadel making their way to the Ocean Dragon, and Soul will be secured by Perry. The Emperor's Divide completely warped the fight in favor of Conviction.
True shot barrage.
Massive
True shot
play
barrage.
from Evolve.
True shot barrage. It lands right onto Philip. Viper sniping it out.
Oh man, what a statement game coming out of Conviction. They're not just here to play for content. They're not here to be the streamer team. They're here to compete. Taking down a team of players that have only finished in the top half of NACL. We knew that this team was good enough individually in order to beat anyone in the league. The question is just, can they come together as a team? Can they play practice enough to be a good team in this league? It has been a damn good look for them in their second game here of week 1.
Oh, yeah.
As they're looking to put Citadel at 1-1 and earn that first win themselves. Ocean Soul secured. Baron started.
7 kills, Cat Evolved, 7 kills, Viper. They are swimming in the money right now. Bounties across the board as they begin Baron. Looking for some poke. Instinct's going to return fire with the calling. Flag and drag right over the wall finds Bradley, who has a distortion away. Tidal Wave goes through, but it's not for an engage. It's for a retreat. Bradley goes back on the distortion. Now Diamond caught out of position, but Perry might have gone too deep. Not with the rest of Conviction in the back pocket. Shutdown's going to be found, and Kenby will grab that one. Suddenly the bars are low for Conviction, but they still got a lot of poke to work with right there, as Viper going forward, not going to be disconnected, was probably the tech issue we had earlier, but still some bite back coming from Citadel as they'll take down Barry and stop the Baron.
I saw Viper sitting still there for a second, and that was nightmares yesterday, but I think Conviction's far enough along in this one where nothing's going to bring them down. Keep your eyes on Evolve for this fight, Deserex, as man, this engage, I mean, Diamond is instantly dead, flashes over the bubble, gets a lot of pressure drawn to him. Instinct does space the Shurima shuffle, but man, going golden there was clutch. The one window that Instinct would have had to get some damage down on the Evolve gets taken away by the stasis, and Evolve able to help clean everyone up, as that was a very solid fight from Conviction.
Now, the back half of that last fight was Citadel who were able to prevent the Baron. But even with that, it doesn't feel like they've gotten themselves any closer to a victory right now, as Conviction now still trying to set up around this Baron pit, but Citadel, they are starting to feel some momentum swing their way as they push forward into the river.
Actually, really like the Magi squad here by Stun. I don't think he's going to die for the rest of this game. AP on Karma's good. This is tough. This is a tough one.
Perry's back in. We'll go right after Kenvi. Diamond's going to be the first one to fall off the Mystic shot. Now coming over. Viper's not done. He wants to hunt heads right now as he'll go. He'll find a double kill. He'll find a triple kill. And Conviction run the map. And they got someone in the lead. That name is Viper as he takes control.
Viper cleaned that one up, but the setup from Evolved was really good. I love the short E into the Q moving forward, as Evolved really had a good fight, kept himself positioned in the brush on the other side of the wall, but was still able to pump out the damage over it. Turned it into a shooting gallery for Viper, as the bot lane with the roll swap and Stunt, who has not played in a while. Man, what a great game from these two, really making a statement. They are not here to be spectators in the NACL.
Goodness gracious, Conviction, they are not the content team, they are not the streamer team, they are the team. As they walk up forward, taking inhibitor number 1, and now looking for more Bradley, just trying to get whatever scraps he can as he gets an objective bounty, but his team's left all by their lonesome. Kenby has to flash out, and Diamond will fall to the godlike Viper as Philip gets dropped as well. Cat Evolved, Viper tearing apart the rift, destroying Citadel. Finally, Viper will get taken down, but not without the cost of your base, as Conviction will take the game.
Not just here to be a streamer team, guys. These guys are here to compete, take down a team of career competitors that we've had in NACL. Always been good players over there on Citadel. Always finished well in this league. Conviction, man, taking them down. Some of these guys haven't competed in a little bit. Some other guys like TF they were here to compete last split. Man, that was a really good win from start to finish. And a standout game from Viper, I think, silencing a lot of people that were questioning whether or not he could play marksman. Absolute pop-off game from him and Stun.
Absolute pop-off game. I mean, what we saw in that bottom lane was constant pressure, and even the smallest of, aiming, adjustments towards his aim to be able to pick out stuff like Diamond on that first kill that they got in the bottom lane. And even when you did pick him off, what did it cost you? He would trade with your marksman. He would trade with your base. Viper was just absolutely tremendous, Gummy.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more. Again, this guy always trusts his hands, always trusts his mechanics, always one of the world where he could compete in a split as marksman, got his wish, got to do it with Stunt. Those two look damn good this game.
Yeah, they looked absolutely amazing, and what a crucial win to take as well. Citadel ranked so highly, again, best of 1 round robin, and they were able to take down that team, which is a high-value win. We do have our vote coming up for MVP, so let us know in Twitch chat who you want to take that title between Cat Evolved, Viper, and Perry. For me, I'm just going to straight up say Viper. That was incredible play.
Yeah, I think Evolved actually quietly had a really solid game, but even the lead he got, I thought was built off of some of the aggression of Viper, finding the trades, finding the positive plays for himself. Definitely a statement game from Conviction. Again, this is a team that is not just here to be streamers, not just here to play for content. They're here to compete. Really solid win from them, taking down Citadel, who will have to go back to the drawing board after this week 1.
And off of that note, we're going to take a moment to throw over to a short break. When we return, we'll have one of the members of Conviction with an interview. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Conviction versus Citadel. You want to talk hands, Cubby? Viper's got hands.
Yeah, man. I was, again, just knowing Viper, his history in solo queue and when he's played, I had a lot more confidence than most in his transition to AD for this team, but even he really impressed me with this game today. Just the aggression he showed on the Ezreal. I mean, this is probably one of the more positive plays for Citadel. Look at the rest of the map. It's Evolved taking 3 plates. It's Blade pushing Philip all the way out. So even in the moments where Viper was too aggressive, he still created windows and opportunities for his team to cash in. I think that's the real key. If he's going to play like that, play that way, he's going to have, A, his teammates step up when those windows do open up, and B, make sure that he continues to play as close to the limit as possible without not going over. He did a great job of that, and this game was real standout.
And it really was a team effort because domination in the bot lane, that Stunt and Viper. Perry was willing to just be that burst of damage, willing to throw away his life to set up the fight for the rest of Conviction. You can see how deep he's willing to go, and I think this was, again, one of the only negative plays that Conviction had. Everything else, Perry, Flag and Drag puts up the Cataclysm. That terrain is so effective in allowing the rest of Citadel to just pop off.
Yeah, I mean, again, can't say enough good things about what we saw from Conviction this game. I think the comp for Citadel, definitely a little bit tricky to navigate a comp with a lack of frontline and a LeBlanc later on, especially when LeBlanc does get behind in this game. Thought Evolved also had a fantastic game and a real confidence builder if you're in the Conviction camp.
Yeah, for sure. Even though it wasn't as flashy, yeah, I completely agree with you on a lot of the play that we saw from Evolved. Especially on that clip that we saw earlier, it was like the flank from behind kills the Nami, everyone else goes after him, and guess what? Goes golden. It's a lot of plays like that that really, you know, add up to this entire playstyle that Conviction have been able to bring here today. Getting that post-game recap, they were just tremendous through and through. They were so on top of a lot of these neutral objectives, had the Dragon Soul on top of it. Quite the incredible team, to say the least.
Great to see. Again, a team. We know that as individuals, these guys are good enough to compete and win in this league. The question was, could they come together as a team to compete and win in this league? Was they were able to do so today against a good team in Citadel.
Again, I think it's incredibly important to stress the importance of this game. You know, they will have more opponents later. Dark Zero, that loss definitely did hurt, but Citadel taking that already puts you in a much better position, a position where they can definitely be one of the top competitors gunning their way for playoffs. But we are getting word that we do have our interview ready. Oh, who's it going to be? Oh, Cat Evolved joining us on the desk right now. So let's go ahead and bring up Evolved onto the broadcast and go ahead and there we go. How you doing? Tremendous win. Congratulations.
Hello. I'm good. Thank you.
All right. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I will say, Evolved, you had quite the interesting offseason. I know behind the scenes participating in tryouts for Disguise. What kind of led you to join this team in this scenario where you guys are playing as a bunch of streamers and trying to compete at the highest level you can?
Well, it was more so just we were all high-level players, friends for many years, and we just thought, why not just make a team together?
It's that simple.
Why not? Yeah.
I just started getting back into competitive too, so it's nice to like play with people I know, I've known for so many years.
So yesterday, we were aware of the disconnect that Viper did have. You know, after taking that loss, you know, does definitely suck under those conditions. What was the bounce back like to set up and prepare for this Citadel game?
We kind of just had the same preparation. Like, the way we viewed that game was sort of unlucky. You know, he DC'd. Our preparation was more so just, what do we do when he DCs, if it happens again, which it did. So this time, we were able to pause at the correct time, so he wasn't killed in the fight. And after the pause, we were able to still win.
Yeah,
was strategies also people don't think of, man.
Yeah, I mean, also nice that you gave him a champ where you could play like an extra 500 range back, you know?
Yeah.
That kind of helps too.
His Ezreal's really good.
Yeah, oh, we can tell. He might be in the MVP.
Yeah,
it's probably
cracked.
between you and him. But yeah, hey, Evolved, the last thing, you know, I think a lot of fans for you guys kind of have questions about, obviously, you know, this is what you guys do for a living in terms of streaming and playing the game. Also trying to balance this out. Behind the scenes, working with this team, just from like what you've seen community sentiment wise, or just like what people know about you, what's one thing that you feel like would really surprise people when it comes to this squad and playing together as five that you don't think that fans would really realize before they see you guys at the Rift?
I think there's a lot of doubt that is going around about our roster because we are a lot of players that played either tier 1 or tier 2 in the past. And I think we're going to shock a lot of people when they see our results at the end of the split.
Okay, I want to follow that up. What do you say to the haters that are calling you budget near airport?
I don't think we're budget. I think we're the new and improved.
Ooh,
oh!
Okay. You know, it's no longer the commercial plane. It's now a private jet. Well, we want to thank you so much, Ketafall, for joining us. You got any shout-outs before we let you go?
Honestly, shout out to my team. Like, they are so good. I honestly couldn't ask for a better roster to have for this split.
That's great to hear. So, want to wish you the best on the rest of the season, and we'll see you another time, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Hey, you like the private jet?
I do. I mean,
improved.
I mean, Paul Belter's Azir was damn good. I think the fact that Evolved, did its best to hold the candle to that game, definitely did had some good plays, some good openings from the aggression on the Ezreal, able to get a little bit further ahead and push that lead himself. It was a good look for everyone. But hey, MVP, I know we got a big last match to get into SRX, so we're going to clean the rest of this match up. MVP, is it Viper? Is it Evolved? What did you guys vote for in the chat?
It's gonna be Evolved!
Okay.
Okay, so as you were saying, silently carrying throughout this game, wasn't the flashiest of players, but the most impactful of plays, Cody.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that Viper's aggression opened up windows for both him and Blade to get some economy for themselves, and Evolved really cashed in on that, being up a level and a half, 2 levels on his opponent at one point. Was really big, found the solo kill, played out the fights, I thought, really nicely on the Azir, and well-deserved. Good play to Evolve. Definitely a fun mid laner to have added to the league. Always been a player behind the scenes. Has been praised as being very talented mechanically. And we get to see him put it to the test. It was a good look that last game. We hope we continue to see that throughout the split.
And with that, we got to move on to our final match of the day. Cubby, this is one you were hyping up, Supernova versus CCG.
Yes, I think this one, a lot of fun storylines, a lot of fun threads. We got Dardoch not only going up against his old team from last split, but also going up against Shogo, who, of course, those two were able to hoist a trophy in C-Law for University of St. Thomas. Both these teams, I thought Supernova, again, one of the favorites that we have to actually make that top 2 and play in that promotion tournament to get to LTA North. But CCG, how they played yesterday, they had the big upset win against Luminosity Gaming. I thought they played a lot of sequences out really well, played a creative comp with that Galio top, the Orianna, the Alistar to help Wombo for a Yasuo 80 carry, piloted really nicely by Shogo. If they play like that, they're going to be a team that's a real threat, and this is the series that I was looking forward to the most when it comes to the games today.
Yeah, that's one thing I definitely really enjoyed about watching CCG was it was a Yasuo comp into a tough comp to really go against. You have Braum, once Yasuo gets in there, can get completely torn apart, but they had a lot of patience in the way they played it. Shogo really did pick his moments. As we are going to pull up the roster starting off with CCG, we got one of the Viper brothers down in Viper himself, and then we got Crimson showing up, but this is a pretty potent roster.
Yeah, thankfully it seems like Crimson and Viper don't have the same internet right now, so that's been a good thing for Crimson. But yeah, the Music had a great game. Of course, Music coming over from Blue Otter. Definitely a jungler that has been allotted behind the scenes for his ability to shot call within a team and also just knowledge of the game. Young, another mid laner returning to the NACL, one that I know that you're excited to see, Deserux. And Bodychan with the role swap to support Shogo. He got caught out a few times yesterday, but he was on Alistar, so it didn't matter. Was able to make enough good plays to make sure they were able to hoist the trophy, or hoist the Game 1 win. But going up against Supernova, again, fan favorite to make that top 2, and definitely a well put together roster. I thought Hoarder had a standout game himself yesterday.
Are those Photoshops? I'm sorry, I just noticed that for a second
no,
there.
Don't give away our secrets, all right? The Wizards behind the curtain, Deserux, they don't know that.
But yeah, on paper, this is like pretty much a super team. There's so much experience on this roster, whether it be ABO, Dardoch as well. Even Scary Jerry now spending some time in Tier 1. Breezy has always been slotted as being one of those supports that are just at the cusp of breaking through onto the top end. So definitely a very potent team. And it's definitely going to be a pretty fun one to see as we pull up the predictions, what our casters have decided to go for on this one. And, okay.
We're split. All right.
Okay, let's go. All right. Rafa
like
joining me with this one. Yeah, I like this one a lot.
I mean, hey, rightfully so. I thought CCG played well enough yesterday where this should be a split vote coming into the day. I think draft's going to matter a lot. While we get into the draft, I do want to talk more about that thread you were kind of pulling on there, Deserux, with Jerry and Breezy. Jerry, of course, trying to bounce back after not being on Disguise for split 3. Breezy, I think that you rightfully said it, a support that, the Chimes, the Busios, the Aelas, the Diamonds, always been kind of put above him. But Breezy has always been a very competitive support with the rest of them.
Giant Cubby's back.
Yeah, it's fine. We're getting used to this a little bit. So, anyway. Yeah. Oh, see, now this one's not. We're having fun behind the scenes. I like this one, though. Speaking of getting into this one, a lot of junglers take it away. 2 junglers locked in early on because we have the Xin Zhao and the Wukong pick.
Yeah, I do want to piggyback off your point real quick. I did talk with Breezy before, and he was saying that, both him and Scary Jerry are really focused on improving, and They spend a lot of time reviewing each other's play, and they're very open towards each other's criticism. So always good things to hear as we head into this draft. You did say Wukong picked up. It's also going to be followed up with a Talia. We got the big beefy boy, Sion, going to be over in the top lane with that Xin Zhao run back by Music.
Seeing the Orianna and Talia response be very common what we have so far. Curious, think there is an opportunity here for Supernova. You can drop some picks going up against the Sion if you want. You don't have to take the response now. It could take an AD. I thought that a Jhin on 3 earlier in the day could have been really big for... who was it? I'm getting lost. We've had a lot of games today. Oh, don't need to talk about that anymore. As Hoarder going to take the Aatrox going up against Crimson. 2 of our younger top laners. Hoarder, our rookie of the split from last year. I know we didn't give out that award, but definitely would have been the vote from us. Had a great start yesterday on that Sion. We'll have to play into the Sion now with Aatrox for this one.
I think that was Blue Otter, by the way, the LG versus Blue Otter game.
Yes, you were correct. It was no Jhin for Chrome. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I definitely like seeing Music on the Xin Zhao once again. One of the things that stuck out to me in that Luminosity gaming was he was put under a lot of pressure early. They did their best to absolutely counter jungle him, and the first thing he does is get first blood in the mid lane. So very capable on this champion. Works incredibly well on fighters.
Yeah, I like the Corki ban too. We've actually seen Corki be pretty strong for the start of the split here in NACL. And then Jhin being taken away. I think that it's a little bit of a squishier lineup showing for Supernova, especially when you have the Aatrox going up against the Sion. So important that the Aatrox is not one-shot in these fights, because you do need to spam out those Qs, hit those sweet spots, and take advantage of the healing, which has been buffed over a couple of patches. So I'll see if Hoarder can make the most of that.
One more ban to come in from CCG. So far, they've really locked in this Orianna Xin Zhao. They have a strong front line. They take away a lot of that long range from Scary Jerry. So Scary Jerry, Lucian lock-in is what I'm completely expecting right here. As he hovers towards it, we'll get the bot lane settled this next phase of the draft.
Yeah, opportunity to find a pairing there at the end. As the Shogo special and the Aphelios. Here comes Emilio. That's what I'm expecting from Fadi-chan. Or a Lulu, yeah. I think it's going to be Enchantress, as this is something that Shogo, I know Supernova struggled with Shogo last split, but one of the wins they were able to pick up, I remember in a Aphelios Emilio game in particular. So a dual threat comp here. Also Lulu's in, a lot of positives. And the Polymorph, very powerful, going up against Aatrox too. So this kind of dissuades a Nami. Nami is, it's tough to find an answer here. Like the best picks in the Lulu, I actually really feel like are Nautilus, Rel, Blitzcrank. If you go with Nami, Lulu actually has a stronger early laning phase, and Lulu's been nerfed quite a bit. But this is one where the Aphelios Lulu does put Lucian Nami on the back foot. The concern is that you get out-interacted by the terrain, the reach, and the range that you go up against the CCGs. So, like Wukong, Talia combos, and an Aatrox able to get in range can be really big. I think that Hoarder, in particular, is going to have to be very careful that he doesn't get chained up with a Polymorph. Because like Sion R or Xin Zhao knock up into Polymorph in that CC chain, really dangerous for Aatrox. So again, needs to be able to use his abilities to get a lot of that healing and increase his effective health.
I mean, for Supernova, I really do like what they have in terms of like being able to execute on a lot of like neutral objectives and whatnot. Talia already screams that, but then you have teamfight presence over with Wukong. Over on the side for CCG, I like their comp. I like the way they're shaping this out, because you already mentioned the synergy that you have with the Xin Zhao and Lulu, but just having the Aphelios, Lulu's able to provide some level of heal to allow this Aphelios to scale late, and then a very solid front line with the Sion to round this out. I think we have a pretty good draft for both sides, Kobe.
Kind of what Supernova played yesterday, no? With the Sion Orianna, and they had the Kate to go with, or it was Azir, and then they had the Kate,
it was Azir with the Kate, the Braum.
Yeah,
that was also another pick for it.
It was quite nice. So we'll see what ends up happening. This one, of course, at home, Twitch chat, you guys are on the NACL stream, can vote on who you think is going to win this game between CCG and Supernova. A lot of history between these two teams. We talked about Darnock and Shogo being on past teams together. How about Ablaze, Olive, and Young being two Golden Guardians alumni that we have? If you want to go way back, yeah, I got Deserex to raise his eyebrows on that one, as well as I believe Breezy on an AoE team with Young. If we want to reach like way back, I think Breezy and Young played together at one point. So yeah, we have some a lot of synergy or a lot of history between these two teams.
All right, so we are going to pull up the vote right now. Let us know in Twitch chat, who do you think is taking the dub? All the casters don't agree, but what do you say? Hashtag CCG, you want CCG to win, or hashtag SN if you're a Supernova fan. Wow, that pretty much says it all, yeah?
I mean, I'm sure that we're going to get some SN fans coming in here soon. So yeah, there we go. As they're trying to make sure that they don't start off in the black hole. That is their logo. Yeah.
I would expect there to be more Supernova fans, because Supernova has been very active with a lot of their socials. Maybe not as on same tier as Blue Otter, I will say. They're pretty
I mean, it's that org's been around forever too. Belovedly, you know, everyone at some point, one point or another. If you're not in LCS or LTA North, then you probably put on the Super Noobs at some point. You know, so Supernova definitely been a home for a lot of talents that have gone through.
You threw back earlier with Tails. I'm going to throw back with Supernova. Very first event I casted as a LAN had Supernova there. I think that was 2017. Obviously, completely different players, but it shows you just how far back this roster goes.
Was it iconic at the time?
I think it was. I can't remember the exact roster. It's been a long time. I remember there was, who was it? It was like Winter Fox, I think. No, there was a team that is no longer Polar Ace. Polar Ace was still.
Oh,
yeah.
Shout out to Busio. Yeah, that's nice. Throwback.
Yeah. This is just the Boomer podcast now, Kobe. This is what we're doing.
That's what we do best, quite frankly. Yeah. Hopping into the game here in a minute. For you guys at home. Definitely a hype one if you guys stuck around at the end of the day. First off, thank you so much for your support of NACL. Of course, you can find us NACL on YouTube, Twitch, at WatchNACL on Twitter, hashtag NACL to join the conversation anywhere. But if you guys stuck around at the end of the day, you guys have been rewarded. This is, I'd say, the closest matchup that we had on our fight card, as it almost feels like a fight night schedule here, Deserex, with the best match last.
Yeah,
the perceived best match last.
This is the main event right now. I mean, both of these teams have had high points. I look over towards Supernova yesterday. One of the coolest things was Hoarder coming in with the onslaught, and suddenly ABO just alley-oops with the Emperor's Divide. That was super awesome. You know, it was also pretty awesome just seeing the CCG match on top of that. But we are now ready for the game, so we're headed to the Rift. Supernova versus CCG, our main event of the evening, and it starts now.
Have to see who can get the best out of this one between Dardoch and Shogo. Old teammates who swapped teams in between the offseason, with Shogo on Supernova going to CCG and Dardoch going vice versa. There's early bot lane priority being secured here for the Aphelios Lulu. Again, this is a winning lane against the Lucian and the Nami. So Shogo, Fadi-chan being empowered to step up earlier on in this one.
I think it's important to also note the respect that Fadi-chan has for Shogo. This is a position swap. Fadi-chan now on the support role. Did originally qualify into the NACL alongside Ariana, but was playing that marksman role. So now being able to put that aside for Shogo to show what this bot lane's about.
Frankly, I was a little bit bummed about that one. I thought that he was a very promising AD, but was able to win a game at support to start things off. We'll see how he does on the Enchantress here. No doubt Fadi-chan has the hands. Just does he have the support knowledge, and does he know his job for this one?
I mean,
being the case.
I definitely was really looking forward to Fadi-chan being on ADC, because for some reason there's this thing about Turkish marksmen, and you know we've had like Luger in the past, for example. It just keeps showing up, and Fadi-chan looked real promising in that regard, but definitely not bummed out because we still get to see Fadi-chan in the league. But we do have a pause, so take a moment.
Spoilers!
Okay, my bad. I was a little bit
3 seconds of hype where people didn't know that we didn't have a pause. You know, it's just killed. Saying that early, Deserex.
I pressed the big red button again by accident.
Yeah, then they have to return to the Boomer podcast, which sucks for everyone involved. Let's be honest. You know, at least we have co-streams that you can go to hopefully be more entertained throughout all this. It's definitely not us. Shout out to all of our co-streamers supporting this event. I know Brikachu.
Entertaining.
Yeah, you are. I'm not. This is self-deprecating. That's right.
No, good.
Brikachu, the Supernova sponsored co-streamer. If Supernova loses, pie to the face. Just not even like making bets. Just saying at the start of the year that I will take a pie to the face if Supernova loses. Which, as someone that tweeted out, if an LCK team loses to an LPL team, I have to do a shoey. I respect. in a best of 5, by the way, and only official Riot events, not the one going on right now. So far so good. We survived MSI, but
No, I'm glad you brought that up on broadcast because now we're really holding her accountable to it.
Yeah.
Gotta make the pie thing happen, and gotta put it on the socials for Supernova.
Oh, don't worry. Supernova's already hyped that one up. Unfortunately, we can return to what's going on now, which is the action where, regardless of how you're watching NACL, whether it's through the main channel or one of our many co-streamers supporting the league this split, we welcome you to the broadcast as always. We're back in game with both of our junglers working their way from top to bot. Level 2 hit early and Jerry cashing in.
All
they
I'm gonna
zoned him
say
off. That's big.
is got a little bit of chip damage right back onto it. All I'm gonna say is this probably has the most trash talkers that we've ever seen in a series. You got music.
Because Shogo's in it.
You got Shogo, of course Shogo, and then Scary Jerry, as well as Dardoch. And I mean, I kind of want content around this.
Yeah, so far the trash talking being done by Jerry and Breezy. Looks like they forced Fadichan and Shogo off of a melee creep. That means that you need 2 more mage creeps to die in order to hit that level 2 bot. So that was a pretty big window where both Jerry and Breezy were able to find a fight into Shogo and Fadichan. And you can see those biscuits sitting in the inventory for both Jerry and Breezy. They're going to try and get low and min-max those. So very aggressive laning setups coming out from the Supernova bot lane. We'll see if they're able to cash in as... Again, Jerry and Breezy, yeah, looking like they're popping one of those biscuits to try and top themselves off early.
Scary Jerry was one of our most improved, going from one season where Maryville was pretty much at the bottom of the standings to
music skip
showing
red.
up big time. Thing is, Shogo has a pretty good reputation to even where Doublelift has noticed this man, so a lot of high potential right here as Fadichan has to flash out. Music getting caught out by Dardoch. Dardoch looking for the chase. Music has no choice but to burn that flash if he keeps getting chased down. Fadichan coming on the opposite side will be able to put in some of that work. Scary Jerry is getting low. There's a lot of low health bars right here. Dardoch flashes in. Shogo flashes out and gets first blood as Dardoch goes in forward. Low health bars, but Music likes his odds. Able to clone out his Dardoch as he'll just take the bail.
I think if that clone was positioned a little bit better, there was no Gravitum on Shogo, so I do think that Dardoch might have been able to find a kill, but that was a great play by Shogo using the Infernum Gravitum combo to get that exit kill on the Jerry, who was playing on the edge and ended up catching that blue to purple combo. Goes down to Shogo, showing off some of that proficiency we know he has on this Aphelios.
Yeah, again, I was just making the point that this was one of the players that Doublelift was hyping back when he was on Near Airport. Really showing up, you know, did play with UST, has always been at the top of a lot of these lists, and the only thing that was really stopping him was residency more than anything else. So seeing Shogo being able to pop off, especially against Scary Jerry, who just came off of, you know, from Tier 1 in the LTAN.
I mean, an old collegiate war between these two themselves, as Maryville of Alma course over there for Jerry did play each other in some semis. That barrier ended up being used pretty efficiently. The big one here, though, it's the blue into the purple Jerry. This dash forward. I think that Airy Shield timed out just before that came in, which did help. The purple gun wasn't even needed to be cast. And pretty nice here. Going to be a stacking wave into Hoarder. Of course, the lane swap coming through. Aphelios Lulu ended up having priority after that last skirmish, and Sion always happier in the swap than his opponent. That's pretty much an overarching theme, and it looks like CCG taking advantage of that with Crimson being in that 1v2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, Sion is okay dealing with it. It's part of life. It's part of the story of a top laner. Hoarder's definitely going to hate it a bit more as the wave still keeps crashing forward. Shogo, Fadichan going to be over on that side to potentially pressure around the grubs. So Dardoch starts hopping straight for that dragon.
Yeah, this is the bummer of the early swap. I don't think they really starved Aatrox out enough with Music pathing top to bot. I think that if they kept the lane standard, you could have found a window where you could punish Jerry with no sums and junglers being down here, as Music did just go for a full clear. So a little bit of awkwardness there as the swap comes back, and it's going to be in time where not only does Supernova and Dardoch take this Drake, but they're now going to have their bot lane top to hopefully try and contest the grubs. Even if that Lucian, Nami might be behind, this base needs to be matched by the Aphelios Lulu because Lucian would be ahead in items. If the base didn't come in, they're going to check their boxes, do this correctly, and we'll see if they swap again.
First dragon of the game over to Supernova. Swaps come in. Watching the laning assignments right now. Shogo, Fadichan are going to head back up, so they do want to contest around these grubs. Now top laners will be bot. We'll have Australian lanes.
good news about this is that Hoarder has saved his TP throughout all this, and also has opened up a pretty good CS lead into Crimson. We can't exactly see the levels, which also matters a lot. Like if Aatrox gets ahead of levels, that could be really dangerous for Sion, because Aatrox, of course, a caster with the Qs. That's where your damage is coming from. So still promising start for Hoarder. This, with the TP being up and no TP for Crimson, of course you can reach with the ult from Sion, but if there is going to be a grub fight, should be numbers advantage for Supernova here.
You can see the pressure from the Lucian Nami. It is going to push Shogo underneath his tower. He'll have to stay there to make sure he doesn't miss out on any CS. Grubs will be spawning quite soon, so you know attention's going to be over there. Music now clearing his blue buff onto Grubs. Then around then, we should have the spawn.
Oh, good trade here by Fatichan and Shogo as the Polymorph comes out. Of course, Aphelios has experienced some buffs recently, but I think is really helping him come back into the meta. Shogo trying to play with his gun rotation, went from red-white to white-green. That's always good for the Aphelios, keeping that range. Shogo definitely a good Aphelios player. What makes good Aphelios player? Being very disciplined on the gun combos, bringing the right ones to the right fight. Do think that this game, red-white, actually pretty good for him in the team fights to deal with Aatrox, Wukong, but green-white better for dealing with other stuff. Blue-green, not a good combo he's sitting on right now, so should probably try and rotate out of that one.
CCG fighting for priority over on this top side so they can rotate it over. Quick pick on Scary Jerry, and Music has overextended. Weaver's Wall comes in. Music's going to go down, puts out the Crescent guard, but you can simply just jump right in it and break that guard.
Yeah, I mean, ABO's here. He moved. He still has TP, so he can get back into the mid lane. We'll lose a wave for that, but I think securing Grubs, that second neutral objective, well worth it. Young has dinged 8. We'll see if he's able to do anything into the Talia here. Doesn't seem to be the case. No smite on the map. Music a long way away from getting back into this one.
Vio is very deadly with these flicks, so just playing interference right here over on the side. You got to respect the seismic shove. He's already caught Young a few times just in the laning phase. Already a grub going to be taken. There comes that seismic shove. It lands right onto Young, punishing him for the time being as the shockwave finds Dardoch. Now going forward will be Music.
Still a 2-for-1.
Not able to get a kill though, going after the grubs instead. And it does get a reset, so Music's going to have to spend a little bit more extra time there.
Fatichan just able to sneak out of the flick there from ABO. If he gets flicked, he goes down with level 5 Lulu with that HP. But still, I think 2-for-1. Not only will Supernova take that, but also a lot of big cooldowns actually used by CCG to just get one grub. I don't think that's necessarily worth it. As Lucian Nami going to be able to bounce back, catch most of that wave. You just had ABO able to push that mid wave in. He's going to get a nice TP to respond to Young if he wants to. Can even walk back. Okay, going to burn the TP. And then Plate's just going over to the Aatrox. The spot lane has been uncontested, so I don't think this was very worth it for CCG in the long haul.
Just one grub picked up, that was it.
Exactly, yeah.
I felt like things really went wrong just off of the top lane play alone. I mean, Music, who has been much more composed and patient about a lot of his plays, that was an impatient play to just use the Audacious Charge that quickly and put him in a tough spot.
No, completely agree. Not sure what the communication was like with Young and Music there too, because of course ABO was able to find first move, but a very impactful opening Weaver's Wall. And that cooldown should be available for this upcoming Dragon. 45 seconds. As the lane's going to swap on back, you can see Lucian Nami heading towards that bot lane. So we'll force the swap here from CCG, and if the timers pan out, that Lucian should be able to not only answer this wave, but crash the next, as CCG will be forced to respond, and that should open up another timer on the Dragon as it spawns. If Wukong was heading down there, which he is not, so all good.
It's CCG dancing to the rhythm of Supernova right now. Supernova is definitely dictating the pace of the map and dictating the game so far. And a lot of this, you know, I give a lot of credit to ABO because his threat will always be there to respond at the right time, right place. We saw that with the Weaver's Wall a little bit earlier. That is now coming off cooldown. And from how much ABO has been able to punish Young and just keep him locked down, afraid to go forward, he's definitely being one of the standouts for a lot of these fights for Supernova.
You can see Dardoch is walking towards his Krugs, but Supernova doing a good job of recognizing this timer they had. Again, the preemptive swap from the Supernova bot lane, CCG had to respond. That one wave window is enough to melt that Dragon. Very good textbook play by Supernova so far to secure the objective feats, as they have 3 objectives to their name.
Scary Jerry willing to hop forward on a dime and puts down that calling. A lot of threat into the bot lane as Dardoch clears out ward and might look for a little bit of shenanigans on this side of the jungle.
That's the other thing about this matchup is I know that the first kill did go over to CCG, but Jerry's up a level. Up CS has that completed Essence Reavers, so it is the Lucianami that has a small advantage right now. And keep in mind, this damage that's being shipped out cannot be answered. So the Lulu brings the shields, and Nami brings the heals, so any health bar advantage is going to get further accelerated by the heals versus shields in favor of the Lucianami. Music's in wait, but I don't know if he can turn this or what he can actually do.
Here comes Dardoch over the wall with the Blaze Olive, and instantly the Cyclone comes out. Music is caught, and Dardoch will slay the enemy jungler. Badachan Shogo underneath the tower. There's 4 members of Supernova waiting to implode CCG as Shogo tries to get the flash play, but it amounts to nothing. Oh, finally picks up a kill on the back end. 2 gonna get sacrificed by Supernova on the dive, but they'll pick up 3.
Honestly, 90% of that dive, really nice from Supernova. Scary Jerry going down to the back half. Not what they wanted. I think they wanted ABO to take the tower aggro, not Jerry. So a bit of a misplay by Supernova as a squad. But still, that secures first bricks. And that is feat secured for Supernova. As again, the Talia able to jail the Orianna. You can see Young's responding to the wave. He doesn't have a TP because he TP'd straight back. So this is just a numbers play. And this is really well navigated by Supernova again. Did a great job of juggling aggro. Dardoch took everything he could. Only mistake, it's fine if Breezy goes down. Only mistake is that Jerry going for that kill there. If ABO starts that, Jerry finishes it, that would have been a perfect dive from Supernova. Wasn't enough to get them first brick, and they've opened up a 2K gold lead on top of getting the first 3 objectives of the game, so everything in favor of Supernova so far.
And it was CCG really read like a book by Supernova, especially Dardoch, who, when you saw his engage, he just came over with the blast plan and instantly started popping that Cyclone to catch out Music, knowing that he was in that brush. He was clearing that ward earlier, and the pressure being applied by both Scary Jerry and Breezy made sure that Music was not going to leave that area. So very smart play coming out from Dardoch.
I like what you said earlier on, Rex, about CCG having to play to the beat of Supernova's drum. I think that's like a lot of the power of Sion is that you usually play to the beat of your own drum, right? Yeah. The idea of this comp is that you're playing Sion, you get to select when you're pulling off these lane swaps, you get to try and find the favorable matchups for your bot lane, and for Sion to be in those 1v2s. That's not been the case. It was a good start for CCG, but the response has been better for Supernova, and the response coming with a tidal wave. Music
gonna force out the Lulu ultimate. Music looking to turn this one around as he jumps forward onto Dardoch, but the Cyclone knocks him up. Now Young coming out of the side, wants to find the flank with the shockwave. Doesn't exactly have the angle. Fadachan gets critically low. 1 for 1, but here comes Otter! Triple kill as a great sword cleaves through CCG. Finally a shutdown found back in favor. Crimson will grab that one, but you don't have much damage left on the table. Crimson still steps up. Dardoch turns his attention onto Young, and now Crimson's team is Crimson as all 4 of them fall and equally watch as Supernova march forward.
Porter continues to make his presence felt in this league. Was a standout Sion game from him yesterday. That Aatrox roam gets him a straight-up triple kill. As look at the wave, he has Sion responding to the wave spot. Supernova Soul Waves have done such a good job at finding these windows and cashing in. The chunks, again, the elongated fight from the Lucian Nami opens up health bar advantages like this, and when the turn comes in, it looks okay for CCG at the start. Shoko hits a nice ult, there's just not enough damage down on him as Order puts the clamps on all of CCG. The W tether was all he needed to take down Lulu. The Qs, the flash used to take down the rest of CCG as Hoarder, he pops the R, spreads his wings, and makes sure that they put CCG into the ground.
Order, what a play coming out from him. I mean, all that can really be said right now is Hoarder has opened this game wide up in the favor of Supernova. It was dancing to their beat earlier. Now suddenly this drum is pounding on your face.
Oh, damn.
Dragon will be spawning within 20 seconds, and Supernova firmly in control.
That's serrated Dirk in Hoarder's inventory. Do want to say that's going to be a Serpent's Fang. A Scary going to get his ult canceled. This is a little bit scary.
Music having a way in, still focusing on Scary Jerry, but the flick coming out from ABO as well as the barrier from Scary Jerry will deny anything Music has to say.
That's Dragon. That is Soul Point on time here. That's going to be a sub 17-minute Soul Point, and Supernova continue to cruise in this one.
And the flicks from ABO, seismic shoves, time and time again, they're landing at the right time. I mean, the only one we kind of missed out on was, hey, he was too close to the Scion when he died and tried to get that flick earlier. Doesn't matter, he still landed it when it came to the one that matter. Now Dardoch will be awarded with that Dragon Soul point now acquired by Supernova, but they want more. They want Shogo and Hoarder's there. You can't escape him. You can't escape Scary Jerry.
Oh, and this Aphelios pick wasn't able to take the lead from lane, turn it into more, now kind of getting out-interacted by the range, the reach that this Supernova comp has. As Crimson Castanar looking to defend the mid-outer.
Ultimate coming in, goes right after ABO, but look at the crowd control. Look at the defenses. Crimson gets torn apart by Scary Jerry.
I think this game's done.
It's done.
Supernova, they feel so far ahead at this point. Like, the item breakpoints are so big. I think it's going to be a Serpent's Fang coming in for Hoarder, which will delay the Sterax and the Shojin quite a bit. But still, Serpent's Fang will be a very useful item this game, going up against the shields that Lulu, Ori, and Scion himself will bring. But man, it just felt like all the windows that ABO was able to find, Supernova cashed in on every single one early, and then the window later on that Hoarder was able to find, again cashed in. Like, the ability for these solo laners to communicate with the team, hey, we have a move here, let's make a play, and then the ability for Supernova as a team to cash in on those windows in that play, it's been really big.
And Supernova are just running the map at the current moment. They have that Dragon Soul point. We're 18 minutes in. They're at a 4K lead already. And especially a lot of that money going on to Hoarder. Considering he spent a lot of time in the side lane just, you know, having to deal with the 2v1, for him to get that triple kill earlier and now start taking over this game, it makes him such a devastating threat to have to deal with. And that's why he's now claiming your jungle.
Yeah, and that's why Scary Jerry's claiming the mid lane. Lucian Nami hack, 3 mid lane cryo.
Maybe going a little bit too close right there. They're able to find Jerry. That's the first pick, picked up by Shogo. Music looking to continue the chase onto Breezy. Crescent Guard goes out. Breezy's critically low. They'll give that kill over to Young. And that's 2 quick swiped by CCG. You know, I had a feeling there were going to be shenanigans the moment you said it was done.
True. History says that you would indeed be correct, SRX. A little bit of an overextend there from Supernova, and that will be costly, as that's a bounty taken, so a more valuable turret secured, not to mention a couple shutdowns going over to CCG themselves. Material doesn't get a second crash, but Supernova going to have to respond to CCG here. Still feel like this game is going one way. I think the Lulu scaling is not going to be enough in this one. I think Moonstone right now, kind of a sleeper OP, slept on item. The Karma that emerged a lot in MSI, I think a lot of people didn't really talk about or recognize the scaling that something like a Moonstone Karma can have. Can really warp quietly fights later on in this game. Just don't see it overcoming, though, this Wombo and mid-game power that Supernova is going to have with his comp. But it is important that Supernova cleans things up and make sure that they get the soul on time, because if this game goes late, Scion Aphelios can be a little bit scary, and this was definitely an oopsie by Jerry and Breezy. Just kind of desynced. Jerry way too far up, being sunless. A little bit of tunnel vision there from Supernova as Music walked over Ward, and they were a little bit too deep on the play to recognize it.
Yeah, that was a touch of ego coming out from Supernova. You can't have those moments of hubris. And
all right, back to objectives.
Whoa, we're just going straight to Otacon, and
bot lane
there's
jailed.
not that many people there who can actually deal with this. Teleport's coming in. CCG are going to be late. Otacon belongs to Supernova.
Yeah, look at Young. He's stuck at responding to those bot lanes. ABO just going to throw out the Weaver's Wall to make sure Music cannot get into the pit. I think that's a very safe one, and ability that will likely be up in time for that soul that will spawn in 90 seconds for Supernova. CCG trying to lay a trap. Breezy caught.
Yeah, Breezy going to get caught out by the Scion ultimate, but
Breezy.
there's that flick from ABO, and it results in a kill onto Music. It'll go down for the 5th time. Double kill going to be grabbed by ABO, and now here comes Hoarder. Even if you put him in the polymorph, he's going to get right back out of it, trying to kite him away. They will run from the big, scary boogeyman. Now Blaze Olive won't get the final flick, but Music falls, Crimson falls, and Supernova take control.
Really solid game coming out from a Blaze Olive again as we welcome him back into the NACL. It was the Azir yesterday, the Talia today, and it feels like all he's done is make plays for Supernova across the map.
Now they're taking everything they want from the Rift. If they see it, it's going to belong to them at that point. We saw that with the Otacon earlier. And now back into what is about a 4K lead coming out from Supernova thus far. Look at the timers, though. That team fight timer is beckoning Supernova to go for that Drake.
I mean, Young just TP'd top. That's that's not good if we're giving away an Ocean Soul like that, you know? Just gonna leave it at that, Deserex. I think that this is a full seed, and that's not a good sign here for CCG.
Not at all.
Nope.
Yeah,
Well,
Supernova.
what are your plans for the weekend, Deserex?
Personally, for me, I'm gonna go watch a Studio Ghibli movie. My Neighbor Totoro. It's Ghibli Fest. If you go to your local theater, you might have Studio Ghibli movies playing.
Got
Well,
the
you,
AMC
Cubby.
Stubbs, who recently gave an extra day to stub holders. Not that I am one, but for movie fans. I've got LPL tonight, and spoiler alert, I've been given the reins to LPL's social media for Sunday, and I have been given permission to be unhinged. I am a marketing major. I used to run a brand social media account before I started casting. Shout out to COVID. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. That's the weekend plan for me.
I've never seen Unhinged Cubby, so I'm gonna be very excited to see.
We're
that.
gonna see how it goes. Honestly, I'm just really hoping that Team WE plays so I can spam monkey memes.
Okay. For me,
Yeah.
Unhinged Cubby is just you saying "darn" when you don't get a hole-in-one or something.
That's
Other golf
it's-
terms.
Yeah, usually we stick to that's tough here on the caster desk. I actually don't know what unhinged cubby means either, so we might be exploring some unknown territory. But yeah, I think Supernova's weekend plans might involve a team dinner, as if they win this one, they're moving on to 2-0 against the CCG team that did look very good in their win yesterday, going up against Luminosity Gaming, finding the big upset. Supernova is one of the teams we're really looking to see if they can crack that top two. Would be a big win today, taking down CCG and Dardock's whole team.
Supernova looking for an angle on this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Also, this is where it really does hurt because Music has been put so far behind. He's a level down from Dardock. He's been killed off 5 times. This Xin Zhao can't really frontline the way you want to as ABO finds another flick. Will be on to Young. Young falling to about a third of his health pool. Dardock able to clone out from the smash of Crimson and now gets flicked right back into the fray. You can see they've chipped away at the big beefy boy. They brought a steak knife and CCG got nothing.
Honestly, one of the first bubbles that's missed from Breezy to follow up these good
Oh
flicks
my
too is
God.
okay. Well, that one doesn't miss. That's going to be a kill going over to the Scion as he doesn't look nearly as tanky as he should be.
We're
And now
gonna turn
Horror's
this.
going to pop the R. And okay, here we go.
Yeah, this is free right now. They're looking for every single kill they can find. Shogo able to back off thanks to the ultimate from the Lulu, but Hoarder's still going to be able to decimate over on the opposite side of things. It's Crimson and Music down again.
Yeah, I think the fat lady's singing CCG on their way to Valhalla, as we're going to mix a few different lores here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're doing our best. Shout out to The Last Kingdom on Netflix.
Watch it. How was it?
Back. Season 1 was good. That was my off-season show.
I got a few things on my playlist, especially that K-pop Demon Hunters one, you know?
Oh, I see everyone's on that. That's not my language. I have become a little bit more of a fan of anime and animes in general.
Oh, that's Unhinged Cubby to me.
It is. I've been forced by certain parties around me in my life, which is okay, because it is good content.
Oh, man.
We stand for good content and good stories, you know?
I do not look forward to your gacha game era as focusing.
Ooh, I played the original AFK, and I also played a lot of AFK Journey, but I never spent money on it.
It's coming, man. You're going to be
I've
playing that one horse game.
I'm very disappointed in not spending money on this. Like I peaked at rank 5 for Hearthstone, not like rank 5, but like top 5. But I never spent any money on that game, so like I could never actually have the meta decks. So hitting that is not that bad. But holy crap, did I have to spam that game in order to get the packs required?
I'm getting the focus back onto this game right here.
Do
I
we?
mean, yeah.
For the fans, yeah.
We got it for the fans, even though this is looking done and dusted, and it's not often that I use that term. That's how bad
It's true.
things are.
I respect it. I think you're right. As Baron gonna try and end things in favor of Supernova, and I think CCG is kind of sitting on their thumbs for this one.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot to find something. Oh, what's going on over here?
Spoilers!
Maybe overlays for days. Get a little bit of spoilers going on. I'm willing to bet money there's going to be a Weaver's Wall into the base towards bot lane.
Really? What makes you say that, Deserex?
I don't know. Instinct.
Instinct. Oh, you always have great instincts, I will say. Maybe better than what Instinct did today. Anyway, we'll see Instinct next week. Hey, it was a tough one for Citadel. They posted the crying faker meme, which was...
That says it all.
Yeah, it kind of does say it all. It's what happens when you lose to the streamer team that's not the streamer team, as we thought.
All right. You got left
inhibitor
in the
to fall.
tank.
Yeah. I will say that we'll start taking this game more seriously once Elder comes up, because I do feel like that's the only way that the CCG can get back in. They need to buy themselves like 10 minutes of time. If they buy themselves 10 minutes, then their comp with Sion, Orianna, Felios, it's a maybe, you know?
It's still kind of scary to see where Scary Jerry is in this game in comparison to Shogo. But you want the late game scaling. Hoarder just being a complete menace. Not even the Sion is going to do anything.
4 levels.
And disrespectful completely. As another inhibitor is going to fall, we're going to get 2. One in the top, one in the mid. And Supernova, there's nothing you can do. It's pretty much just aura farming at this point.
I will say Crimson has been put on dog duty here, as he has been forced to just permanently group with the team and funnel any and all resources into Aphelios. But Order being up 3 levels is definitely dangerous. And I will say, important that Supernova does hit this fight, because they have a big lead. If time keeps on continuing, that lead for Hoarder, it will shrink. So, important that Supernova cashes in on what has been a very nice game from them so far. As Hoarder, I think intelligently buying that Sterax before the Shojin, just recognizing all he has to do is not die, and the rest of his items and the levels he has over everyone else in the map will carry him.
Elder now spawning. Supernova are coming off of the respawn themselves, as they'll get a reset, make their final purchase. You can see that last Whisper now in the inventory of Scary Jerry. Seeker's Arm Guard build from a Blaze Olive all at the same time. And now this is going to be a simple take of the Elder, not even a contest coming out. Not much to really say there.
You know, I would have rather seen CCG go down swinging.
Yeah, me too.
I'm kind of bummed that we sat on our thumbs, especially after what was a really good game against Luminosity Gaming yesterday, where I thought they had a couple of sequences they played out really well. But feels like once they lost the bot 3v3, this was kind of doomed.
All right, whoever made this bet with me owes me money. As now Blaze Olive walking in. They're going right after Crimson. And Crimson, he's a tanky boy, but he hasn't had time to scale towards that super tank that Sion normally is, so he will get taken down. Send that zombie mode. With all inhibitors down, that's supers in every single lane. Double them up, and the Nexus Tower is now under attack. Scary Jerry comes in with the calling. Dardoch will jump in the middle of it, and Hoarder with the World Ender will end the living daylights out of CCG as they close out this game.
Dardoch says goodbye to his old team and old teammate in Shogo and CCG, as it's a clean one for Supernova. We'll finish our week 1 on top of the standings at 2-0.
And Supernova, this is definitely one of those highly ranked teams that are performing exactly to expectation, being able to keep up with a lot of these squads. And we're seeing great performances coming out of them, you know, from their first game yesterday to this game. It's been through and through good stuff. I
gotta say, between the first 2 games, it feels like 2 pretty clinical wins out of Supernova, as they really snowballed these games quickly. I thought they played really solidly. Jerry had a standout game yesterday. I think outside of like 1 mistake or 1 or 2 mistakes from Jerry, this game still had a really nice game. Pieces around him, though, played fantastic. I think Porter, ABO did a great job of opening up windows, and a really nice Navi game from Breezy as well. Of course, back home, if you guys want to vote on MVP before we head into our break, you can. Should have MVP options coming up on your screen here pretty soon for Supernova, as they really shut the door on any hopes that CCG had of winning that last one, Desirex.
I mean, that's a tough one to even call who would be the MVP, because I felt like there was a lot of productive plays coming from every single member of the squad. Dardoch reading out where music was and doing
I give it ABO.
Engages.
Yeah.
ABO had excellent seismic shoves, and I think even Hoarder with that flank that we saw in the mid lane. There's lots of highlight for Supernova.
That was a thickie. Again, I mean, if I had to give an MVP to Supernova, it'd be whoever was communicating between the solo laners and that 3v3 with jungle and bot support. On those windows and how and where to make plays. Because as a team, Supernova did a really good job of cashing in on the windows where the CCG solo laners were jailed, responding to waves that were pushed. Those opportunities is what ballooned the lead for Supernova and got them those good angles in this game. So really nice week 1 and, from them, as definitely a team that we have high hopes for and seem to be delivering on those hopes so far.
I mean, Breezy was telling me that they feel like they're one of the best teams, and the only thing they need to prove it is to beat Luminosity Gaming. So Incredible stuff to see as we are going to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll have...
highlights.
Actually, it's not a break. We
No
got
breaks.
highlights first. Okay. No break. My bad. Let's watch a little bit more how this game unfolded, Cubby.
Flicks into the bubbles, all really clean coming out of Supernova here. Definitely props to Breezy for following up on an ABO. It feels like the way they did that, calmed that, was really solid. This was really the only look that CCG had that was good for them, and it came off of a very big mistake. Overextension from Breezy and Jerry, which happens every once in a while. It's not like ABO didn't get anything on the other side of the map, so Supernova at least able to do something with that. But again, I think a lot of positives for Supernova to take out of this game one. You got players like Dardoch, who I think has been playing at a pretty high level in Tier 2 for a long time. Jerry that wants revenge and to get back into the LTA after his stint didn't go the way he wanted to this last split. And, you got Breezy, who's been trying to prove himself forever. Otter, who has been a real standout for us, man. This guy's in his second split of NACL and has done nothing but play well in both splits as an individual. Definitely a player we're excited to see more out of.
I would feel like, especially with the MVP, it'd be very contested between the two of them, both being ABO and Hoarder. But I've been definitely very excited with what we've seen from Hoarder so far. And even him talking about it, we had the post-game interview with Hoarder yesterday, and he was talking about how, like, this is a new experience for him. He's been playing with a lot of veterans, and he's used to playing with rookies, and now this has a lot more structure, and it's showing because he's thriving with Supernova.
Yeah, for sure. All of Supernova looks like they're thriving right now, as they took care of business in their 2 games. DC or not, took care of business against Conviction. Convincing win. Took out the other C team in CCG. And what is a convincing win? That damage graph looks pretty good. Pretty advantageous for Supernova themselves. I like the objective graph the best. Wow. That's -1 Grub, -1 Herald. Everything else going their way. 2-11 in the turret count. That's a one-sided game for you right there.
Very, very one-sided. I mean, we had a podcast in the middle of the Tubby that kind of shows you just how much of a dominant victory this was coming out from Supernova. Only one hiccup, and that hiccup was hubris. Other than that, I don't know, first blood in the bot lane, kind of overestimated what Shogo can, what you can do to Shogo to that. But a lot of the calls across the map, like the Otacon, for example, completely uncontested. The Elder Drake completely uncontested, and that's where things get worrisome for CCG, because if they're not able to brute force the fights that get them the leads that they want, like Music was trying through there, then they need to find other options to be able to take some of these squads, because Supernova weren't allowing any window of opportunity.
Well, I agree with that. As, again, excited to talk to Supernova in what was a really good week one from them. Again, if I had to pick a team that probably played the best this week, I think it's them. Out of the 2 games that we saw, just pound for pound, 2 convincing wins to kick off NACL. Exactly what Supernova was hoping for after, let's say, a bit of a disappointing split with that Ole Miss squad. Not what Supernova was really hoping for. Trying to return to more form with being one of the better teams we have in NACL. Certainly feels like they found it with this roster.
Okay, we will be getting the interview up pretty soon, but for the time being, you gotta look at a little bit more of us as we glaze Supernova over and over again. Again, this is a really high value win. Every single one is, but going against a team like CCG, who just took down Luminosity, I mean, that's an incredible feat to really have, but taking down that team and now going 2-0 on the week, it's a great start for Supernova.
I mean, this is a team, again, like, I think a lot of the conversation around NACL was, who are the 2 teams that we're going to send to that LTA North promotion tournament going to be? Felt like everyone had Luminosity Gaming pretty much locked into that top 2. And the rest of it, it's like, okay, Supernova or Dark Zero. That really felt like the conversation. I think Dark Zero also had a really solid week 1, but kind of fun for the league that we had Luminosity Gaming drop a game. They're sitting at 1-1 in the standings, and then the 2 competitors that we expect to be close to that top 2, and both Dark Zero and Supernova have played very well in this week 1 and look like the changes that they both made respectively are right directions for the orgs, as we might be set up for a rather competitive split of NACL.
I mean, to me, it's pretty exciting, man, especially heading into playoffs. It's going to be a while before we get there. We still got 4 weeks to go with this season. But it does make it a very exciting prospect for who's going to be at the top of that table. Who's going to be up there with Luminosity, and potentially, are there anyone that can potentially, dethrone Luminosity from that top side. But let's go ahead and pull up who our MVP is from Supernova. I'm gonna need a little bit of a drum roll right here because I am personally excited. I think there's two people who come to mind.
Oh, it's Hoarder.
And the people have spoken. They've said Hoarder.
It was a pretty smexy three-piece there for Hoarder, I gotta say. That was a nice roam and a well-executed fight from the H-Rocks, who was rather large and very much in charge in that game. So, well played to Hoarder. Continues to be a standout. I believe he got MVP yesterday on the Scion too, which was very much deserved. Had a pretty sick Q knock-up into Flash R combo, chain the CC. And also Hoarder, shout out to him as a player, shares his highlights and his POV on his Twitter. So I think that's the best practice for you guys to do at home if we have any players watching. Go to Hoarder NA if you want to see some good plays from his competitive games showing up on Twitter. Hoarder_NA, that is. As it's been very, very good to see Hoarder, again, just be a standout in the league ever since he's joined.
I mean, I don't expect him to be interviewed just because we interviewed him yesterday. That was a fun conversation to really have, though, because just being able to pick his mind and like see where his goals really lie. You know, he does want to be the best top laner in the league, and he's not even as focused on team goals as he's focused on just improving himself as much as possible. And like one of the things he said is like, if we can't promote, I want to be one of those players that people are scouting for the LTAN, and I think he's making decent arguments, Cody.
I mean, he's a player that I've been really excited to see. Again, someone that has had really good solo queue achievements, both here, not only here in NA, but also in Korea. And I think talking to a lot of GMs that are at the next level, it's kind of like, we know Hoarder can do this in solo queue, but how good is he in fives? I think so far Hoarder's answered that question like resoundingly, like, yeah, I can play in both. And these are on champions like the Scion's one that he's really added to his arsenal. He was known to be, you know, the Jace player, the carry player in the top lane. It feels like he has really taken in stride some of the champs that he has had to add to his pool, just given the format of Fearless and playing competitively with the squad, and has really tried to diversify the gameplay we've seen outside of just solo queue, which is what you need, because let's face it, there's going to be a meta, just given how League of Legends works in this game, where you're going to be on tank duty. So if you want to be a great top laner, you got to be able to play the carries and play the tanks, and I think Hoarder has definitely proven that he can be that role player. He's going to have to see if he can play carries at a higher level.
It's going to be exciting to see more and more of his development and what he does bring, because again, he is on a team with a lot of veterans. I mean, Dardoch is one of them, ABO is another, Breezy is an NACL veteran to his own respect, and Scary Jerry's even been able to make it into the LTAN, which was last split. So, you know, a lot of experience to really guide that. And speaking of some of that experience, we do have a Blaze Olive ready to join us to talk about that win just had with Supernova, what this team's been able to pull off. Welcome to the broadcast, ABO.
Hello, thank you very much.
Good to see you, man. Two pretty standout games here on the Azir and Talia. What was it like kind of coming back into the fold here, joining a team for this split of NACL and wanting to compete for that LTA North slot?
Yeah, definitely a bit, definitely nice coming back in, playing some games. I think I've really matured as a competitor. I think I really have like a much better handle on my nerves. I think the first game, there were definitely a couple moments where you could tell that I was a bit jumpy, but I think this game was much better showing for me, and I think I really performed quite well in the second game.
So talk to me about some of the communication that your team has, because the synergy you guys have been able to lock in has been pretty immaculate to see. I mean, yesterday we saw that alley-oop with the Scion R into the Azir shuffle. You're pretty spot on with a lot of your seismic shoves that you did in this game. So where's a lot of the communication coming from? Who's dictating a lot of this macro for Supernova?
We're still kind of trying to figure it out, actually. I think a lot of us are used to talking more than we are on this team, so it's definitely been a bit of learning to do with knowing who should be talking when and whose ideas should be like primary and like when should we be doing stuff in review or in the game. But I'm really happy that on stage things seem to be really smooth. I think we have definitely in these first two games had a pretty good rhythm about when we should do something and who should be talking and what our next play is. And I think probably the biggest reason for that is just that the games were relatively snowballed, so it's quite easy to have a good plan when it's very obvious what the right thing to do is. So I think that's probably the biggest reason we've looked really good so far. But yeah, I think everyone's done a phenomenal job so far in scrims, practicing, and getting this new team working.
New teams, some familiar faces for us around the league. What's been any standout to you in terms of joining the squad? Like just anyone on the roster that you feel like has impressed you or stood out behind the scenes or in practice that you kind of want to praise here?
I mean, I don't know. I'm a good teammate. I feel like all of my teammates have done really, really good so far. They've all impressed me in different ways. I think probably I just want to shout out Porter because I'm not someone that usually pays a lot of attention to solo queue. So when I'm playing, I don't notice who I'm playing against. But during the off season, he was someone that I was matched up with and against in a couple of like tryout combine things, and I was really impressed with him. So I wanted to work with him, and I'm happy that he's been doing a fantastic job. So if he's definitely one I would point out. But I think all my teammates have done a really great job. Dardox, Gary, Breezy, they've all been doing fantastic, really fun to work with.
So I want to know, what's the goal from you? Because obviously you do have some Tier 1 experience, and now with the current setup of the NACL, you can promote into the LTA North and take Disguise spot. Is that going to be the primary goal, or is there a little bit more to it?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the primary goal is to promote. I think for me, I have a bit of a different perspective, though. I think for me, what I'm really focused on doing the best I can is just, I really want to be the best version of myself I can be. And I have confidence that if I become that person that is the best version of myself, that can lead me to not only promotion, but doing super well in the LTA. Because I don't think that the player that I was when I was playing in the LTA was the best version of myself. I had a lot of problems. I mean, I had sleep apnea, but I didn't even know. So that was a big problem. But now that that's sort of fixed, I think I just have a much higher peak that I'm still waiting to get. And yeah, I think this all starts from, right here, right now, every week. Can't get too ahead of ourselves. The ultimate goal is promotion, but definitely taking it one game at a time.
Yes, well, I appreciate you joining us for the interview, ABO. Before we let you go, any thank you, shout-outs, or anything else you'd like to share?
Absolutely. Shout-out to my mom, my dad, my brother, all my friends, my squad, my teammates, my coaches. Thank you all so much. Supernova, they've been doing a fantastic job, really welcoming environment, always really positive, and making things really nice and easy for us to work with. And, let's get some more wins. Let's go.
All right. So off to a great start, man. You're definitely looking like one of the contenders in this league to be in that top 2 spot and contend for that promotion. So we're looking forward to more of your play and, of course, Supernova's play. So thank you for joining us for this interview. We'll see you another time, man.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff to hear, especially, again, it's a lot of experience, and it's interesting to hear that they're still kind of figuring out their own stuff,
Hey man, last time we saw ABO, he was competing in the finals of Tier 2 Americas. Always been a player that's been really competitive at this level, so I think we've had some more folks that have been competitive in the past just be more motivated to play this split, given that the golden nugget at the end of the rainbow is pretty appealing for a lot of these guys trying to compete for that LTA North spot. So good to have him and a lot of others back in the league, as of course we're done with the week 1. Excited to see how the standings look as we have wrapped things up and what has been a fast and furious format that we have with 9 best-of-1s for all of our teams. Let's see who's sitting pretty and who is not, as Vancouver Impact and Toronto Gaming going to have to find a way to find some wins. And Dark Zero and Supernova, the 2 of the teams that we have projected to potentially make that top 2 be very competitive, are sitting at the top of the standings.
Yeah, the top 2 spot is really going to be the biggest thing we'll be watching, because the top 2 are going to be the challengers in that promotion tournament to try and take down Disguise. So very important right there. It's definitely got to feel good for Dark Zero and Supernova, but they have to watch their backs, because Luminosity is again on a win streak with this core. Luminosity Gaming, reigning defending champions, a tough team to fight. But I think from our first week of play, we've definitely seen a lot from a lot of these other teams as well. Convictions impressed me, Winthrop's impressed me, even Blue Otter have been able to show up here and there. So it's definitely going to be, to me, a competitive season, and with this best of 1 round robin, one where the stakes are pretty much as high as they can get for every single game.
100% agree. I think that we did see some good looks out of some of the teams that we saw. and definitely excited to see if like how those teams can improve and scale throughout. But I appreciate the shouts you gave, especially the conviction of Winthrop. Who I mean, I think Winthrop was 1 or 2 plays away from being 2-0, and then to find that win with Tails in the lineup too. Obviously, the game was super snowballed after that first dragon, but still, shout out to them for dealing with some internal adversity and coming out on top.
All right, let's pull up the schedule for next week as we're done with week number 1. There's still a lot more action to be had, and I see that match number 2. That's gonna be a banger right there.
Honestly, CCG versus Dark Zero too. Blue Otter versus Winthrop. A lot of history between those two orgs. A lot of competitive series we've had in NACL. So that's a banger to kick off Thursday.
Yeah, that got me incredibly excited right there. I was even stomping my feetsies at the prospect of seeing Supernova and Luminosity go at it. But yeah, definitely going to be a lot of good games going on next week, so you're not going to want to miss it for week 2, day number 1. But that's going to do it here. Let's give one more shout out to our socials. If you're watching and you want to watch from either stream, we got a YouTube, we got a Twitch. It's both at NACL, and we also have a Twitter. Be sure to follow us there at WatchNACL for all the results of our matches and some clip highlights as well. Anything NACL that will keep you up to date. But that's going to do it for the day, Cubby. It's first time back, split 2.
Yeah.
We did 5 games back to back. How you feeling?
We did our best. Shout out to you in the prep. Great to be joined by you for this one, Desterex. Good to be back. I got 4 hours to prep for LPL now, so we're gonna enjoy some food, take a nice break, and get ready to go again.
All right. Well, we want to thank you all for joining us here for NACL. It's been a fun time, especially for week number 1. We got more action coming up next week.
Yes.
A big shout out to the co-streamers. Big shout out to you for tuning into our ugly mugs, man. So be sure to tune in next week, same place, same time. We'll see you there for the NACL. They keep the pressure on, and you can see the way this is synergizing all together as Rovex gets caught out once again. Equalizer beautifully placed by Fake God, but Lojaz still looking to return fire. Chrome will grab 1 kill, but now he's separated from the rest of the team. Quacker's gonna fall to insanity. It's a double kill picked up by Tactical as Blue Otter get cut off. Vancouver Impact, they do have some idea of the information that's right here. So they'll go for the engage right now. Here comes the equalizer, able to land it. Depth charge over on the back line as 1 kill is picked up by Vancouver Impact. That goes right over to Vex. It will cost their support in the process as Winthrop look to scrap this out a little bit longer. Tails steps up, a double kill is found by Mobility. Denethor on the opposite side will use the Weirdening to push himself back. Paranoia comes out, Pop Blossom's gonna be used, Ariana over the wall, there is Sushi as well, going after K. This would be a nice shutdown, and it goes over to Shochi on top of it. The chase continuing from Dorado, but here comes the teleport, able to arrive to the fray is gonna be Toasty. Toasty looking to jump in, will use Between World, but in the middle of 4, Toasty gets low, and even with the invisibility, will flash over the wall and survive. Sajid continues to chase, finds Ariana, dashes forward, takes down Shochi, will find another kill as Dark Zero tidal wave goes through, but it's not for an engage, it's for a retreat. Bradley goes back on the distortion, now Diamond caught out of position, but Perry might have gone too deep, not with the rest of Conviction in the back pocket. Shutdown's gonna be found, and Kenby will grab that one. Suddenly the bars are low for Conviction, but they still got a lot of poke to work with right there. There's me money. There's now Blaze Olive walking in. They're going right after Crimson. Crimson, he's a tanky boy, but he hasn't had time to scale towards that super tank that Sion normally is, so he will get taken down. Send to that zombie mode. With all inhibitors down, the supers in every single lane, double them up, and the Nexus Tower is now under attack. Scary Jerry comes in with calling. Dardock will jump in the middle of it, and Hoarder with the World Ender will end the living daylights out of CCG as they close out this game.
Dardock says goodbye to his old team and old teammate in Shogo and CCG as it's a clean one.